Oh no, now they can see us.
All right. We made it through day one somehow. Welcome back to day two of Summercon 2025. There were some survivors, it seems, so that's good. Glad to see y'all made it out. That is the key, is if you have fewer than 10 drinks in the last hour of Canal Bar from 3 to 4 in the morning, you can generally make it in today by 11 a.m., which, here you all are, so congratulations
Early.
on that. Does anybody remember what I did last night? Because I'm a little fuzzy on it too. Have you? Did any of you see Lucidity last night? That show was great. That was a great show. Those guys did an amazing job, and it was really great to have members of Residual Groove in Lucidity back from the year before. So
That was a little
was
confusing, especially at that part in the day. It's like, we know those guys.
Know
it's a different band.
We know some of those guys, but not some of those other guys.
Wild.
Are those guys okay? Those other guys? But they were great. It was really a lot of fun. John isn't here, is he?
No, that's fine. I'm here.
You're always great to have on stage here, Emily. Thank you for,
Is now when I get to tap dance?
The fact that you know what a tap dance does help. John is really bad at tap dancing, but somehow he always finds cool ways to insult me on stage. So that's a benefit for somebody.
All right, the gears are turning.
Work on it.
We got a couple more minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a few things I wanted to mention. One, the Summercon Foundation is always looking for volunteers. We probably could have done more with the recruiting posters around this. We're not going to ask you to do some of those things. But
well, actually, I think we do want you to do all of those things.
I'm not sure I'm allowed to ask people to do those things. But social media, like memery, our website could probably use some help. By probably, I mean very much so.
WordPress is hard.
If you like lifting heavy objects, like shells, those could be things that you could participate in. But if you are interested in doing stuff with the Summercon Foundation, we are happy for your help. This is run on volunteer time with a tight-knit group of people who really do it out of the love in our hearts, and we're delighted to do it for you and with you.
Hopefully not to you.
Thank you. But if you would like to participate, we would be ecstatic to have you as a member of the team. We also have more lightning talks at the end of the day. So if you have any ideas about things you want to talk about, as you saw yesterday, a wide variety of topics, and not all of them were even congruent to anything or anyone in anywhere. It was good, though. I enjoyed it.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, so you have a lot of opportunity, and if you like having 5 minutes of just unfettered time on a microphone, I know I do. That's why I do this. Just reach out to us and we'll help with that. I wanted to also mention our sponsors. We can't do it without you. And I want to remind everyone that their products and services are significantly better than other companies who do not sponsor Summercon. I believe that is vetted by our lawyers. So good.
It's wild how that works out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who'd have thunk?
Yeah.
But thank you to our wonderful sponsors. And make sure you go see them over at Wild East Brewing. Grab some t-shirts. I hear there are recovery kits. Bishop Fox.
Maybe that's where some of the people are today, is recovering.
I'm sure
Bishop
they could
Fox.
find them. Yeah.
Yes, they're all there, listening to us via the stream that's going on over there. Last item of housekeeping, unless you had anything, Emily. At the end of the conference day, our closing ceremonies include our traditional flip cup tournament. You may be recruited or volunteered to be a member of a flip cup team. Please let us know if you're interested, or just wake up in front of a flip cup table without knowing exactly how you got there. You can practice throughout the day if you would like. A regulation cup to flip, we can help you with that. So thank you.
And I think now is a good reminder for our hotline. If you feel as though you're at risk of showing up in front of a flip cup table without knowing how you got there,
Yeah,
there's a number for that.
Yeah, there is a. It is true. There is a hotline. If you think you have been drugged to be on a flip cup team, 720-586 All right. Any other items, Emily? Any things that are on your mind?
Well, there are a lot of things on my mind, but I've heard that all of the bright-eyed and bushy-tailed people who showed up are super stoked for Caleb's talk.
Oh,
so
this is
I'm
true.
super stoked for Caleb's talk.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this one I am excited about for a lot of reasons. Caleb himself is an offensive security researcher and engineer working on autonomous automotive systems. He's currently at Aurora Innovations. He came from Bishop Fox. Before that, he worked at the DoD Computer Network Exploitation Unit, which does patriotic things, keeping the world safe and American. Yes, yes. After we read the proposal for his presentation, the Summercon Foundation board took a vote, not on the paper being presented, but to change our business model to be a cloud storage company, discount cloud storage company. And we even spun up a product line, and we were ready to go, and our lawyers then told us we couldn't do it.
They're no fun.
It's not even that they're no fun, they really just don't have vision. Think about the reach that we could have had with this as a fundraising mechanism.
We could have paid for WinterCon.
We could have paid for WinterCon. We also wouldn't have to thank sponsors. We would just be,
But we love our sponsors. We love thanking them.
True. And that said, if happy hour sponsor Wiz, if you're using Wiz, the impact of this presentation may not be quite as vast. So,
we hope those guys are sleeping in.
Yeah. Another example of the products and services of our sponsors being better
we
than
set
those
it
who
up that
don't
way or
sponsor.
something.
Yes, exactly. All right. So please give a warm welcome to Caleb Gross.
What's up, Brooklyn? Excited to kick off day 2. Let me get the slides going here. Y'all getting video from my laptop? Let me unplug and replug. Yeah, that's my background. Great. Yeah, that's what we should expect to see. Let me make this full screen. Let me see if I can remove that header, but if not, it's fine. Yeah, let's just go ahead and go. All right, well, hey, I'm Caleb. We're going to be talking about parasitic storage, building RAID on exposed S3 buckets. And to be really clear, what that means is free writing on other people's inadvertently exposed storage. We're going to talk about that from a few different angles. I'm going to talk about the main idea, kind of how that works, where the idea originated. We'll discuss a few important primers that you should understand so that you can really internalize what it means to build RAID on S3. We'll prove the concept using a CLI tool that I built to show how this could work in practice. We'll talk about how to find writable S3 buckets, and then we'll close with some thoughts about next steps. A bit more about me. I've spent the past decade in OffSec and a few different forums with the military, consulting with Bishop Fox. Shout out Bishop Fox for the movie later tonight, excited about that. And most recently doing product security. You can find me at the handle Noperator most places online. Now, I don't know what kind of talk you thought you were showing up to. You might have assumed some degree of cloud security expertise on my part, just by virtue of the fact that we're talking about S3 buckets, but on a spectrum from novice to like expert level, Scott Piper. I mean, I would put myself like right about here. Regarding distributed storage, I've put some stuff on Dropbox before, but I mean, that's like, you know, that's like the real extent of it. So really what we should expect to see here is, can we just go from idea to execution if you just have an inventive mind, which if I'm being very charitable, it's basically what I'm bringing to the table. You may also ask, are we still talking about exposed S3? I feel like we've been discussing that thoroughly for a number of years. I feel like the read angle of this has been covered very well. But even as of a few days ago, a bug bounty hunter found 50 gigs of government data sitting in a bucket that was not just readable, but also writable. So yeah, we're going to talk about it some more. All right, so here's the idea. I was talking with a coworker a few months ago who told me, hey, Caleb, I'll send you this file, but at first I got to create an S3 bucket. I'll upload it and link it to you. And I kind of joked and was like, well, why don't you just find an exposed writable bucket and put it there? And we laughed for a minute and we shrugged it off like, yeah, that wouldn't actually work though, right? Because if the bucket owner discovered your file, they'd get upset and delete it, and we're like, yeah, that wouldn't work. But I thought, hold on, like, what if you split that file up into a bunch of different chunks and then scattered that across a bunch of different buckets redundantly? Then if one of those gets deleted, you can still recover the file, reconstitute it from the pieces that you still have. And I was like, that feels like really familiar. Like, isn't that just like RAID? And so it raises some questions, right? Like, is that even possible? Are the buckets even out there in 2025? How many files or how many chunks could be deleted before you can't reconstitute the file anymore? How often do they get deleted in practice? So we're going to address all those questions in this talk. But before we do, a quick primer on a few important topics. The first is parasitic computing. That's a concept that I came across while researching this idea. This is a nearly 25-year-old idea, first written about 2001. A researcher turned a bunch of remote machines into an unwitting distributed computing network where they broke down this complex problem, the satisfiability problem, into a bunch of small parts, encoded it into TCP comms, and used the checksum property of TCP communication so that if the checksum passed, then this small subproblem was solved or not solved. We're extending this idea to storage. So the idea is, it's not true exploitation in the sense that this crowd might normally expect, but rather using resources made available to you, but using them in a different way that, that someone might not expect. We should also discuss erasure coding, which is at the core of like RAID 5, for instance. So rather than some of the simpler forms of RAID, which by the way stands for Redundant Array of Independent Data, if you are unfamiliar. It means rather than putting your important data just on one drive, you back it up across multiple drives. There are a lot of different ways you can do that. Erasure coding is a really cool way where instead of fully mirroring the file, so instead of like copying it once on a primary drive and again on a secondary drive, so you have like 100% overhead, you can just get way less overhead, but still be able to recover your file. The way that works is, I'm going to break this diagram down a bit for you. So you have data shards, which are pieces of your original data that you want to save. You have parity shards, which are bits of data that are computed from the first, in this case, the first three. So you have 3 data shards, 1 parity shard, that's like a 3+1 scenario, so 4 shards total. You can lose no more than 1 before you can't recover your file anymore. On the back end, like the way this works is like really cool and mathematically super elegant. I feel like I internalized it for about 5 seconds when I was watching the YouTube video about how this works. But I took a screenshot, and I want to show you the important part, which is if you go back and recall your algebra days, draw a polynomial through the data points that you want to keep track of. And this polynomial is unique, so that if one of those points disappeared, you could still trace along and say, well, if I missed the third one, then I know if I travel along the x-axis and calculate what the y value would be on the polynomial, then you can recover your data. That's like a very oversimplified way of how Reed-Solomon erasure coding works, but I want to point it out because I think it's super cool. So if we take this concept, RAID, and instead of using individual disks as our unit of failure, and we use buckets instead, so like RAID with buckets, what might you call that? I think we would call it RABBIT. That's redundant array of buckets of independent data. And I made a CLI tool, so you can actually prove that this works in practice. So RabbitFS uses Fuse, that's file system and user space. That's, if you've used like SSHFS, it's like the same technology that underrides that. So that allows RabbitFS to sit as like a virtual file system layer in between you and some S3 buckets on the back end. So you can drive it on a terminal and do all your like ls and cat commands that you normally like to do. Feels just like a real file system, but nothing's hitting your disk at all. In real time, it's like translating those file calls. If you write a file, splits up your file into a bunch of chunks, encrypts each of the chunks. They all hit S3 buckets on the back end. If you read them back, again, nothing's hitting disk, like in real time. It pulls those chunks back, reconstitutes it, displays the contents of the file on your terminal, and it stores the mapping of like files to chunks in a local file that I just call like a manifest. Sometimes showing a usage statement helps you understand how it would actually feel to use this tool. So I threw this up there. You just give it a list of buckets, you give it the erasure coding configuration you want, specify the number of data shards and parity shards, and also you can specify a repair interval. So how often do you want to go and check for missing or corrupted chunks and replace them? I've also got a video demo of how this tool works in action. So what you will see here, if I can find the play button, is on the top left pane. That's where we'll be interacting with the virtual file system. It's not mounted yet, so there's nothing in there. I'm going to take this RabbitFS command, drop it down here, so you're going to see all the logging from RabbitFS. I'm going to show you in a few different ways. I'm writing files, just echoing into a file, appending to a file, editing a file interactively with Vim, and all of those different mechanisms of reading and writing files use like different calls or different patterns of file access, but they all work. It took some troubleshooting, but you can see these log statements rolling past you are saying, yeah, like got your file, split it up, sent it to these S3 buckets, now I'm pulling it back. If I unmount that virtual file system and look inside it, yeah, there's nothing there because nothing's hitting disk. But if you remount it using that same manifest and then check inside, well, like we pick up where we left off. The test file's still there, you can still get the contents, so like pretty cool, right? And so if we keep moving, Netflix made popular this idea of Chaos Monkey. So they have this system that just randomly takes down their servers, and they want to make sure that via automated or manual or some combination of means, they can still recover whatever server went down. I extended this concept and created Chaos Raccoon. Has a harness that creates a bunch of buckets, writes a file in there, and deletes some of them to make sure that RabbitFS can still recover not only recover the contents of the file, even despite the missing chunks, but also like recreate a chunk and write it back to another bucket. And I'm going to show you how that works as well. All right, so on the bottom pane, that's where we're going to run Chaos Raccoon. On the top pane, you're going to see just some logging. So at first, we're creating some buckets, 4 different buckets. We're going to just write a single file. It's going to split into 3 different shards. And so you can see those 3 shards populated up there. And then we're going to delete one of them. You'll see this yellow line. Deleted the first bucket. You'll see that chunk disappears. And after a few seconds, RabbitFS will notice that that chunk went missing. It'll be really quick, but it reconstructs the file and uploads it to that 4th bucket using a round robin technique, so we don't write back to the same bucket that disappeared. All right, so we've talked about the idea. I've showed you that in practice, at least like on a tactical level, this is possible. It can work. That demo I showed you, I ran it a lot on Minio. That's like a local S3 compatible API. But the demo you just saw was using like real AWS. So those are real network calls going over the internet. But are there actually writable buckets out there for us to use? Like I was kind of skeptical. It was one of the main questions I wanted to answer was, are there, in 2025, are there still not only like readable buckets, but writable? Now you can go about solving this yourself by, I mean, there are a couple places that index readable buckets, but one that I especially liked was Grey Hat Warfare that has an API you can use to find exposed blob storage, not just on AWS, but also a number of other providers too. So that makes the first step super easy. We can get a list of readable buckets. When you have a list of buckets that are readable, you want to see, are they also writable? And there's a tool called S3 Scanner that works quite well for this. It's written in Go, outputs JSON. Those are 2 qualities of CLI tools that I really like to use. And you want to look for the attribute, can all users write to this bucket? But you can go a step further, and if you don't just want to trust a scanner output, you can attempt an anonymous file write yourself. We'll use the AWS S3 CP subcommand for this. Quite importantly, you need to accompany that command with the no sign request flag. And what that allows you to do is to do a file write without sending any AWS creds that you might normally set in your shell environment. And if you turn on debug mode, because normally if like a file write works, like you don't see any output at all. That's kind of confusing to me. But if you look for 200 and the debug output, and then I'll tell you that you were successful. Okay, a disclaimer before this next part. What I'm not saying is that I took a bunch of different small little files, uploaded them to random S3 buckets, and waited to see if they would be deleted over some period of time. What I am saying is if you did this, here's what you might find. So you might find, over the course of 30 days, like, none of them get deleted. It's like super surprising. I mean, a few of them did, but it's hard to see because it's all like sitting at 100%. So we're going to zoom in, and at this top 1%, you see like on the first day, there are a bunch of people saying like, yeah, what's this like file in my bucket? I'm going to delete that. But then it kind of, so you lose like 0.5% of whatever sample size that you started with. But over time, that kind of tapers off to 0.03% daily loss rate, which is a lot better than I would have expected. And but we don't need to stop just at S3. I mean, there are other like classically insecure storage servers like anonymous FTP. I don't know. Am I dating myself? Do we still talk about this? Yeah, but it's still like, look at Shodan. It's still on the internet. Unauthenticated SMB still out there. You'll see that the loss rate is a bit more aggressive for these. Like there are some interesting implications there that I would like to explore. So we're looking at closer to 1%, right, average between these. And if you look at all 3 of them, yeah, like S3 performing better. But even like, I don't know, like you reasonably could have expected that they would have like dove to 0%, but that's not what we see, which I think is like a super important quality of empirical testing of these assumptions. We also don't need to only look at strictly the AWS S3 provider, since other cloud providers like Google Cloud, DigitalOcean, Alibaba Cloud provide S3 compatible APIs. So if you look at these numbers, we're starting with the total number of readable buckets, and then we check and use something like S3 Scanner to figure out, well, what subset of those are also writable if you do some random sample of that data set, and then you can make some estimate around, well, like how many total writable buckets might we have across each of these providers. And if you add them up, it's like 16,000 buckets, which is quite a lot. Side note, a lot of the documentation around Google Cloud will suggest that anonymous write is not possible. At least that's how I was reading the documentation. But that's offensive security for you. Like in practice, I think it actually, at least for some buckets, you can do that. And we're also not even just looking at, there are plenty of services besides these ones that I've listed that we could also investigate. DreamHosts, CenturyLink, IBM Cloud. There are a lot of providers, also like Minio servers sitting out on the internet. All right, let's pause and do some analysis based on those numbers we just saw. I think one question I had when looking at it was like, do administrators pay closer attention to their files when there are less layers of abstraction between them and the files they're storing? Because the data would suggest that. If you're not using like a managed storage provider like S3, but instead like if you're the one that set up and configured your server, maybe you're paying close attention. I don't know. It's a reasonable conclusion to draw from those trends that we saw. We can also run some probability, go back to your probability days if you ever took that, and use a binomial distribution to estimate the durability of this data that we're writing. So if we make some assumptions, let's be conservative and assume a daily loss of 1%. It's like the average of all the different providers we saw. And then use an 8+2 erasure coding scenario where 10 total shards, 8 of them are data shards consisting of the actual data you want to store, 2 of them parity shards. And so what that means is you can lose in some single stripe of data, lose no more than 2 shards before you can't recover your data anymore. If we plug that into a binomial distribution calculator, you'll find that we get like 99.99% durability. That's like 4 nines in data durability speak, which is better than you might expect from just like free writing on exposed storage. And you know, I was also being pretty conservative here. I mean, in a normal RAID scenario, you're limited maybe by the cost of the number of drives that you want to set up. But in this case, like, use as many buckets as you care to. So you can get a lot more aggressive, but I just chose to pick like a pretty simple 10 shard stripe scenario that was pretty easy to reason about. But if you want to get really crazy and prepare for this scenario where, if you recall, there's a manifest file that keeps track of all the chunks for the RabbitFS file system. What if you lose your manifest? Could you still recover your file by just walking through open S3 buckets and trying to find at least one of those shards that you wrote? And yeah, I think you could, and here's how that would work. So you, in addition to storing encrypted shards like we mentioned before, you could accompany each of those shards with a bit of metadata where one shard links to the next one, links to the next one. Think back to like just linked list concept. This raises some questions like, well, how many links could you put in each shard? And should you just point to the direct next shard or do something else? And so if you were to do like a singly linked list, that's not great because even a single missing chunk would just break your ability to recover and reconstitute that file. So you should at least, you know, consider like more than one forward link per shard. So let's consider a doubly linked list where instead of having like a backlink and a forward link, let's just say you have 2 forward links. And maybe the most like naive scenario is like if we're starting with A as our first chunk that we want to start recovering from, A just links to B and also links to C. B links to C and also to D. And it works. Even if there's like one chunk missing, you could still recover it. But at the same time, it's kind of slow. And so we can use a De Bruijn graph. That's a concept I came across while thinking about this. And rather than recovering it, in the last case I showed you was like 26 shards, it took 13 frames to recover. In this case, you kind of get exponentially growing concurrency the more shards you pull back. And so we're looking at like 4 frames to recover the entire data set rather than 13, which I think is pretty interesting. We should talk a bit about detection and prevention. I mean, I think the first question we got to start with is like, do you really need anonymous write? If you look at any of the storage providers, they've all got this like bold red language, like yeah, you can do this, but like no, it's gonna go poorly for you. So if you really want to stick with anonymous write, I mean, there are some things you could maybe do. Amazon Macy, as far as I understand it, is really designed to tell you if there's like sensitive data exposed in your buckets. It should also tell you if those buckets, like are readable and writable. You could log access to S3 through server access logging and also through CloudTrail. Maybe you get alerts for put objects through CloudWatch. But I mean, in all of this, if you've got anonymous write set up, it's going to be very difficult to find the signal through the noise. So I mean, the main recommendation here is like probably reshape your use case scenario to allow for authenticated access to your bucket. And if you can't do that, then at least prepare for a costly AWS bill. I mean, I'm borrowing language straight from Amazon here. Now, as we're wrapping up, like a couple things, if you wanted to extend this in the future, I didn't mention this, but I'm going to release RabbitFS on GitHub in a couple days. So you can play around with it. PR is welcome if you want to implement the SMB and FTP modules, or if you want to take a stab at implementing the decentralized mode, which I kind of theorized about but didn't have time to implement. There are, as we mentioned, more S3 compatible APIs besides just the 4 that we explored here in this talk. Azure notably stands out as the largest cloud provider behind AWS, but it doesn't provide an S3 compatible API. So I didn't test it for read and write, but there's probably a lot going on there as well. Another interesting question is, if you start with some pool of writable buckets, how frequently do those get replenished? Like, are all of those buckets ones that people like created in 2015 before like we really understood the risks of exposed buckets? Or are people still creating these today? That would be an interesting question. There's also a technique that I've considered but not fully explored, which is that sometimes a bucket may not be able to be written to, but it does allow you to write to the access control list. So there are different permissions that you can set to a bucket. You can set the write permission, which allows you to write data, but there's also like an ACP write, which means that anyone granted that permission can update the access control list. So theoretically, if you can't read or if you can't write to the bucket, but you can write to the access control list, then you can give yourself write access. At least that's the idea. Haven't tested it, but I think that's worth a shot. And then finally, look, I'm not saying that this is a good idea, right? But it's an idea. Fund Summercon via business opportunity, file store, kind of mentioned by Badmark before we had this talk. Federated infrastructure for latent exploitation of storage technology on Rabbit. Look, I'm borrowing the acronym from him, so shout out to Mark. He gave that in my talk acceptance email, which I thought was super funny. Yeah, so hey, that's all the time we've got. I really appreciate you for listening, especially early on Saturday morning. Thank you so much. Let me know if you have any questions. Yeah. Super small. Yeah, super small. So the idea was like it would be like, can anyone just detect the presence of a file? So like I think the more interesting question is just the presence of the file rather than like some huge file, which maybe would be more likely to be detected. But I mean that would be also an interesting question to answer, right? Because I think the whole theme of this talk is my just assumptions about this just got violated constantly. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so the question there, and I should have repeated that question as well. The question there was, what file name scheme might you use in order to make the files blend in? And should you analyze the names of the files that are already in the buckets and copy those? And I think, yeah, and maybe like since we're in 2025, maybe just use a super small language model to help do that. Because if you want to scale this, that could maybe get expensive. But if you're, I mean, analyzing and replicating like a file naming pattern is not a super complicated thing. So I think that's a great idea and something that I didn't explore, but I think would make sense. Yep.
Can you remind me? I don't remember how many.
Yeah. Yeah, sample size, more than 10, more than 100. Like maybe add another 0. Yeah, so it's like not a small sample size. No. One shard per bucket. Yeah, one shard. Yeah, many different buckets. Yep.
So with the ACL, you can write the ACL control, you just take over the bucket and give yourself all the information. So it's no longer, like, literally, no longer.
Yeah, so you could, you could assign yourself like full control access. I don't know what all the implications would be, or if that would equate to like, what does it mean to have full ownership of the bucket? But yeah, if you were able to give full control permission to the all users group, then yeah, that would be like a very liberal permission.
I'm talking like just to yourself. So you essentially just create a scoop account. Right? So like you
Oh,
create a scoop account and
yeah. But I think that makes sense. Yeah, so updating the control list to give yourself full permission so that you then can, change the access policy so it's not fully exposed. Yeah. Yep, question? Yeah, so I didn't analyze I/O performance in detail, but you saw it there in real time. So it doesn't feel like super immediate. Like there's a bit of a delay when you're using RabbitFS as it's kind of doing the network calls. If you're using a larger file, it's doing all of those calls in parallel to S3. So like the amount of like network time shouldn't scale crazily with the size of the file since it's being done concurrently. But there's like a bit of a delay, like less than a second. So it feels usable. Yep.
so what's does your repair facility have to be running? The reason I'm asking is like you mount it, load a bunch of stuff, unmount it, and go away for a month. Can I assume the repair is not.
Yeah, so the question was, do you need to have the repair routine running constantly? And yeah, so if you set up RabbitFS, wrote a file, and then killed RabbitFS, not only does that unmount your local virtual file system, but it also kills that repair worker. So ideally, you would use RabbitFS and leave it running so that at whatever interval you configured it, it's still checking. You could do this on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. If you go back to that binomial distribution probability math, that gives you a mechanism for estimating, like you can plug in, the assumed daily loss rate, and you could figure out like how long would you be comfortable with just not leaving RabbitFS repair worker even running if you tuned your erasure coding configuration to be resilient enough to accommodate for loss over like the course of a week or something. Yeah, great question. Any other questions? All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. There. It's like every Zoom call I'm on. Exactly. Yeah, I'm glad we got to hear about our the idea that our lawyers didn't want us to go with file store was indeed the name of the product that we had invented, and we really went with we had marketing and all kinds of stuff ready to go, but here we all are instead. If you do want to talk to a Wiz representative, Misha is over here somewhere. He's happy to talk to you about how to protect yourself from RabbitFS implementations on your cloud estate. Okay, our next presentation. I'm going to put on my glasses because I am old, like Summercon. Tom Ritter works for Mozilla and knows security things. He's kind of a big deal, and we're really lucky and happy to have him here up on our stage. New York has a lot of ad tech firms and ad tech stuff, and the cookie notices that everybody is required to have on their websites are working so great that nobody can track anything anymore, which is amazingly awesome, and that's why we're going to talk today about what's really happening in the browser fingerprinting wars. So with that, assuming that the computer will do the things it's supposed to do, we've been pretty lucky thus far with these things just connecting and running. Oh no, not. Oh, that's perfect. I love it. Okay, so this is where normally I would say, hey, Emily, you should tap dance, but she's not here right now, so it's me doing the tap dancing. Also, nice that the big broker is watching you poster is very close, and we can maybe get some shots framed of you and it while you're doing this presentation. So that. Okay, so we have both Hiram and Jimbo working on the problem. The amount of IT support that Summercon is able to bring. Speaking of volunteer opportunities for the Summercon Foundation, conference day, technical support is a big one. I should note that Bishop Fox has their recovery kits and station next door at Wild East Brewing. And across the street at Lucky 13, lockpicking is up and running. So if you want to... Oh, and there is swag. Discount Summercon stuff. I think we have a table of like sweatshirts, t-shirts, whatever, hats, and I don't know, for $5 each. So if you're looking for a way to rebuild a wardrobe after, I don't know, like your apartment burned down, or like you're about to do some crimes and you want to make sure that you have stuff you can just discard along the way. cheap stuff available. All highest quality, though, I will say. And yeah, high quality, high fashion. This isn't that fast fashion, garbage that you get from Shine? Is that one of the? I'm not up on my fast fashion anymore. I'm not doing that stuff anymore. Oh, Jimbo is going to now bribe the audience with drink tokens.
Anyone thirsty?
I think we make a... oh, there you go. Good work, good work.
Anyone else?
Oh, yeah, people do like free drinks for some reason. I'm not sure
I want to see people rolling in the aisle fighting.
Blood sport. Yeah, this is the Iron Mountain thing, blood sport, population control.
My last one. Oh, these guys are like, boom.
Wait, hang on. I might have more.
Oh.
You might need to do something. Yeah, we're, Yes, drink responsibly together. Has anybody had any of the special Summercon cocktails? Anybody? What's the best one? Anyone? Control Alt Delight. Is that the one you like? Yeah, that's a nice one. I haven't had all of them yet, though. I've definitely been trying to avoid the kill chain. I feel like that's a value engineered one for becoming associated, really close attachment to the gutter in front of the place. So I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Okay, we're working. Okay, I'm out. Over to you, Tom.
All right, fingers crossed we survive this. I got something. All right. I am Tom Ritter. I'm a principal engineer at Mozilla. I've worked here for about 9 years, most of that time on core browser security, more recently on web layer privacy stuff. Obviously, I wear a lot of hats. I'm one of the people in charge of the Firefox Bug Bounty program. I manage the security of our long-term support release, CVE program, security advisories, ODay response, and I'm also a Tor browser developer, so feel free to talk to me about any of those things. So when you say you work in browser security, it means different things to different people. So I'm taking this first slide to kind of frame the discussion. To me, browser security means focusing on exploitation. It's about vulnerabilities and ODays, exploits focusing on remote code execution. And usually this is memory corruption and JIT bugs, but because of how Firefox is architected, you can get RCE through XSS. But for the record, it's not easy and it pays just as much as memory corruption, so have at it. And then there's what I call web security. This is more about actual websites. It can be feature development like content security policy or sub-resource integrity, things that websites use to defend themselves. It can also be focused about enforcing the same origin policy in browsers. So a bug in the top item is a threat to websites, and a bug in the bottom item is a threat to your data, but it isn't quite remote code execution. And then finally, there's browser privacy. So the engineering work here, for example, is about like partitioning cookies by the top level domain. It could overlap with same origin policy a little bit, but that's like excess leak stuff if you're familiar with that. And I work here and here. I could speak about these other areas, but I might not know the answer for certain. And this talk is specifically about anti-fingerprinting. So it's impolite to assume that everyone knows what everything is. So here's a quick rundown on browser fingerprinting. It's creating an identifier for a user's browser by combining a bunch of mostly unrelated data points. So some of these data points are things that a browser explicitly tells a website, like your time zone, your language preference, if you like light or dark mode. Most, I won't say all, but most of these items have like a good reason for existing in the browser, even if you personally disagree with it. And then besides the explicit data points, others are implicit. They're effectively side channels that reveal a characteristic we didn't intentionally want to reveal to a website, but it's unavoidable when implementing a larger feature. So canvas differences fall into this category. If you combine all these data points together, you create a fingerprint of the user's browser, which is often, although not always, unique. So some context about where fingerprinting fits into the overall privacy ecosystem. I don't think we've ever published this taxonomy, but we at Mozilla like to categorize tracking into these 4 buckets. So first, there's stateful identifiers like cookies or local storage. These are addressed through things like partitioning at the top level domain. An iframe for double click on 2 different websites can't access the same cookie or storage jar, so it can't directly track you using stateful identifiers. There's a bunch of feature names for this in different browsers. We call ours total cookie protection. Apple has intelligent tracking protection. Brave does this as well. And Chrome's is, well, never mind. IP address is the second one. This is a tough one to address, not because we don't know how. Like you can randomize your IP address with Tor, or Apple has an anonymizing proxy or a VPN. But like nobody, not even Apple or Google, has enough money to just give everybody a free VPN connection. And there's problems with like IP reputation systems. And then the third and the final example of like an explicit identifier that's useful for tracking is personal identifiers. Like when you give a website your email address or your phone number or your credit card. And then they use that on the back end to correlate with other data, usually obtained from data brokers. Apple has a hide my email product. Mozilla's got a product for this for email and phone numbers as well. Obviously a hard one as well. A lot of usability issues. Fingerprinting, in contrast to the other three, is an implicit identifier. Someone has constructed an identifier out of things that were never meant to be one. And that's one of the reasons we're focused on it and what this is about. Don't worry, I'm not reading all these words. I'll call out a couple items. In 2010, browser fingerprinting really kicked off with Peter Eckersley at the EFF with Panopticlick. In 2014, there was like a kind of major tech scandal. Gunnar Sakar recorded canvas fingerprinting on like widespread on the web. Quick interlude to explain canvas fingerprinting because it's pretty important. There is a canvas element in HTML, and it allows JavaScript to programmatically draw an image onto a canvas. It can be used to create like interactive games, physics simulations, dynamic graphs, image editing tools, lots of things. And the way a canvas is rendered is subtly affected by your computer, like your text anti-alias settings, have pixels blend at like the edges of like two colors meeting. If you draw the same image on different computers, you'll get slightly different results, and that's the essence of canvas fingerprinting. And it's one of the most pervasive and best sources for fingerprinting. So in 2014, the shocker was that the popular social networking bookmarking app AddThis, if anyone remembers that, they had their script everywhere from like whitehouse.gov to YouPorn, and they were doing canvas fingerprinting. It was like a single entity canvas fingerprinting 5% of the top 100,000 websites, and it was a big deal at the time. And like everybody pulled their integrations after that. 2016 was the first real follow-up to Panopticlick, and they came up with a similar number. About 89% of people on the web are unique through fingerprinting. And then the other two big survey papers, 2018, 2021, they used the same data set from a top 15 French website, and they split the metrics, with some of the metrics going to hiding in the crowd, and most of them going to guess who, leading to like the wildly different uniqueness numbers. So if that's our best view so far into the problem of fingerprinting, quick rundown on what it's used for. Several different ways, not all of them are necessarily bad. I don't really work in the anti-fraud space, but cookie stealing malware is a big thing. Malware steals your cookies. They don't need your password. They just show up and they're logged in. At least that's how it used to work. Services started using fingerprinting. So if a cookie was issued to Firefox and it showed up from Chrome, like that's a dead giveaway. So now cookie stealing malware will also steal some of your fingerprint and simulate it. I don't know all the details, but it's led Google to pursue like cookies that bind themselves to your device so they can't be stolen that way. Anti-bot overlaps a lot with anti-fraud, but I think they're different enough to like call out the distinction, even if they share a lot of the aspects. So this is like most of the CAPTCHAs that you interact with now. If you like go to a website and there's like a checkbox and you check it and it spins for a little bit and then you get through, like that's because of fingerprinting. They determined you weren't a bot. And that brings us to the last use, and that's for tracking. So we know from recent research that fingerprinting directly influences ad bidding, and also just like common sense, if it wasn't at least somewhat useful, people wouldn't pay money for it. So since 2010, browsers haven't been sitting idly by for 15 years. Different browsers have done different things, but generally they fall into these categories. So for the first one, battery API and network information API are like old school APIs that some browsers just never implemented. Newer APIs are things like detailed user agent data or telling websites how much RAM you're using. Neutering the API is one of the most common approaches. I can give more examples, but it's things like not revealing your local IP address in WebRTC or capping the CPU core count that's reported. Implementing an API safely means taking an API that exposed fingerprinting data and reworking it so it no longer exposes that entropy. So math operations and web audio are examples of that. Block listing is pretty straightforward. And then Brave took an idea that web extensions have been doing around adding noise into Canvas, and they built into the browser and expanded it to like other APIs. And then Tor browser, and Firefox, and Safari followed suit. Firefox and Safari have both been shipping this for about 2 years now. Brave obviously longer. And now Chrome is experimenting with it as well. I can talk more about randomness later. It's really important in anti-fingerprinting, but it's not actually the focus of most of my talk. So fingerprinting, when it's used for tracking, is bad. And the papers say that like 90% of people are unique, so we can go fix it, right? Well, the academic papers are useful in illustrating the problem, but they're not useful in trying to fix it. As a browser, we have to decide like what specifically we're going to do to make people less unique. And since you can't do everything at once, you want to start with the most impactful things first and not be guessing about it. But the first problem is that these papers and the data collection are not recent. The most recent data set was collected 8 years ago, and browsers and web APIs have changed a lot since then. The second problem is that these studies are biased, sometimes heavily biased. The volunteer-based ones are biased towards people who care about privacy, and that's disproportionately Linux people. And then I got bad news for you, I'm sorry. And the non-volunteer ones are almost entirely French. And when you care about like the diversity of time zones and languages, that's like a pretty big problem. The third problem is that even if the data was recent and unbiased, these papers, most papers, don't share the underlying data. Well, lots of problems with that. So even if we knew accurately that, say, like the accept language header was making people unique, we could only guess at why. Like, is it because people are requesting a unique combination of multiple languages or just one really rare one? And then finally is that these studies are all taking place from the perspective of a website. We've always had some number of protections in place that try to reduce the fingerprinting risk. These websites aren't getting the raw data. And the data they get, it's often through side channels, like using measurements to determine if you have a font or not. And as a browser, we can avoid those limitations and go straight to the ground truth. And what's more, we can check a few things that aren't available to the web, like CPU architecture and GPU model. And cross-referencing these things can tell us why a value is different for different users, and that's a huge part in figuring out what we can do to fix it. So we couldn't use the existing studies as a guide, and we could just guess about what would make a difference, but that's like a lot of effort based on a guess. And what's more, we won't know if we're right. So we won't know if we've actually made people less fingerprintable. So we wound up in this place where we kind of figured that we had to do some measurements. So for users who have assented to browser telemetry, we collected fingerprinting characteristics. We separated this data from like the rest of our telemetry, so it can't be correlated with any feature usage telemetry or crash reports. We limited the retention. It's going to be gone in a few weeks. And we submitted the data over oblivious HTTP, which works as a 2-hop proxy. So our telemetry system already discards IP addresses after some rough geolocation, but oblivious HTTP is a verifiable technical enforcement measure that ensures the proxy never sees your data and we never see your IP address, like not even a rough geolocation. So we went through some like considerable internal privacy and legal reviews. We announced it on our developer mailing list. We waited like 6 months for feedback, and then we collected a data set of user characteristics. And while we were developing and reviewing that plan, we were working in conjunction with UCSD to analyze fingerprinters themselves. Their work is a lot more involved than just collect fingerprinting scripts, but like they're submitting a paper, I'm not going to steal their thunder. But one of the outputs was collecting fingerprinting scripts and analyzing them. So if we've got a data set from users and we know the characteristics that fingerprinters look at, then we can calculate how unique people are. And it's not just unique users, obviously we also care about how people are bucketed into different cohorts. And then we can dig into the data and figure out why the numbers work out the way they do. So there's a lot to this. Easy things like just removing a metric and see how that affects the numbers, but then metrics are correlated, so you can't just look at them individually. So let's say, for example, like the top 2 metrics that pop out of the analysis is CPU core count, which is exposed to the web, I'm sorry to tell you, and the accept language header, which again tells what languages you'd like your website in. So we come to the next step. We come up with an idea for what we can do about these metrics. Now, for CPU count, that's easy. We just lie, say that everyone has 4 cores. It might affect performance, but it's probably not going to break websites. Accept language is a little harder. We can't just pretend that everyone speaks English. It sends all the languages that you support, so maybe we just send the first one. And because we have the data set and an algorithm that approximates the fingerprinters, we can simulate everything. And I can't tell you how much this like short-circuited what would be months, if not a year, of like deploying and measuring. We can do it all in like a matter of hours. So we run the simulation, we recalculate the results, and maybe the accept language header like doesn't actually work. Maybe the reason that people are unique is not because they have a combination of languages, but because they have a rare language. Because it doesn't really just send a language, it sends a locale, and there's like 7 different German locales, there's 26 Spanish locales, there's 29 Arabic locales, and there's 113 English locales. So maybe we like collapse the locale into just like one language, and then we simulate that. And we repeat this process, dig into the data, have an idea, try it out. Then if we think we find something that will have an impact and we think won't break the web, we run an experiment and we figure out what it does break, because everything breaks something. I could talk more about that too. And then, God willing, we ship it. Now, before I get to the data, I need to put it into context when I say that 40% of people are unique, or 1% of people are unique. It kind of depends on how you calculate it. So thanks to UCSD, we had a detailed look at 3 fingerprinters roughly corresponding to each major use of fingerprinting. So SIF Science starts us out with a pretty standard array of items. You got Canvas in there. They don't do fonts. Your screen resolution, CPU count, and touch points, those 3 are pretty big ones because they represent hardware values that should rarely, if ever, change. Akamai does a couple of interesting things. It checks that you can render a canvas, but it doesn't render a fingerprinting canvas. It renders like a 1x1 pixel transparent image. Yes, that's kind of like unusual. And then Fingerprint.js, the exact number of metrics kind of depends on how you view things like WebGL parameters. Are they a single metric? Are they multiple metrics? The way we sliced our data, there was like well over 100 metrics, but that's like kind of sensationalist. So let's just say that they look at like a lot more things than anti-fraud scripts. And this approach represents like a shift from the academic studies. So previously, the academic studies would like throw every metric that they could find into a bucket and calculate the uniqueness numbers, and they wound up between like 80 to 90% unique. In contrast, we're going to calculate uniqueness based on like actual real-world methods that are used by fingerprinters. So now what everyone wants to know. So this data, for the most part, is based on a 12 million row data set. What I'm presenting is like an early look. We intend to publish a paper, and that will go into more detail about the analysis. So as you can see, Fingerprint.js sees about 39% of people unique. SIF Science is considerably less, and Akamai is even less than that. Akamai is so low because they don't collect anything that's like terribly unique. It doesn't do fonts or canvases. And SIF Science does canvas, but not fonts. Now, the papers were in the 80 to 90% range. Like, why are our numbers so low? And there's 2 reasons. So first, as I mentioned, we're not just throwing everything into the mix. We're only using the metrics that a fingerprinter actually uses. And secondly, like, we just have way more data. So this graph shows the uniqueness counts for the 3 fingerprinters, and the black line indicates like the 12 million row subset we have. So to like on the way left side of the graph, you can imagine if you've got a data set that's only like 300,000 users or 1 million users, you're going to be much higher. As it curves down, past that black line, we have trend lines that like fit, and you can see that the bottom 2 fingerprinters like level out nicely. Fingerprint.js, the top line, kind of keeps going down. I don't know where that would level out. We'd probably need to collect like 3 to 4 times more data, which we don't want to do. Now, so there is a caveat to like these numbers. You could share a fingerprint with 500,000 other users, but if no one else in your cohort visits the same website as you, then you are still unique. Uniqueness is ultimately determined from the point of view of a website, and it's going to be different for every website. We have some ideas about how we could try and simulate this, but it gets into like stats that like I'm not qualified to speculate about. So we'll see if that makes it into the paper. But right now, I can't speak to that perspective of the websites, so we're talking about what we can talk about. And either way, like the end result of this is we're going to make it harder to fingerprint users on the web, and I think that's going to be applicable no matter like how the uniqueness stacks out. It just might be more or less effective depending on the individual website that you visit. So uniqueness talks about like one side of the coin, but the other side is for users who are not unique, how many other people share the fingerprint. This is like kind of really difficult to visualize and wrap your head around. I'm going to try and orient you in these god-awful blobs. So the x-axis is the size of the group. So like you share a fingerprint with like 10 other users. And the y-axis is the number of those groups. So like there's 8 groups of 10 people sharing a fingerprint. And then the size of the bubble is those numbers multiplied together. And what you want to see on the graph is like large bubbles in the upper right. And if you can't have that, then you just want to see lots of large bubbles to the right, even if they're at the bottom. To make these graphs like a little bit more manageable, it hides cohort sizes of 2 or 3 because those are so numerous. And I also had to mess with the x-axis. So the x-axis for Akamai is 250,000 people in a cohort. And the x-axis for Fingerprint.js is just 1,500 people in a cohort. If I tried to use the same x-axis, like the Akamai graph would just be all blue. It wouldn't be meaningless. Yeah. And the other thing is like it's hard to reason about what cohort set is better than another cohort set. Imagine you've got a set of 5 people and or a set of 25 people, 5 groups of 5 fingerprints. And then imagine the same group of 25 people, 8 groups of 6 fingerprints. That's not right. four groups of 6 fingerprints and 1 unique person. So obviously it's much worse for that like unique person, but it's slightly better for the other people. So like trying to distill it all down and say like this set is better than this set, it gets really tricky. So here are the numbers for uniqueness by platform. Sorry, Linux folks, this is your bad news. There is a disproportionate amount of canvas uniqueness on Linux, leading to the large CIF science and fingerprint.js numbers. So not only are you a minority and unusual because you're Linux, your canvas is also telling on you. There doesn't seem to be like any font fingerprinting that targets Android. So the Fingerprint.js Pro number is much lower than the other platforms here. For comparison purposes, I have the numbers about how Firefox's enhanced tracking mode improves things. For Fingerprint.js, it takes the percentage of unique users from 39 to 27.5%. For Tor browser, if you're using Tor browser, the uniqueness number is more about 4%. I originally wanted to include numbers for other browsers, so this is like looks like less of a shill. But ultimately, Chrome is not great on fingerprinting. Safari and Brave do pretty good, but fundamentally, the numbers that I have, they just wouldn't have translated. Like I can't pretend that Firefox renders canvases the same as Safari. So like I just can't do it. I'm sorry. So why are people unique? These metrics represent the top 7 reasons. The 8th metric is like an order of magnitude less important. Obviously, canvas and fonts, no surprise, #1 offenders. Next is language and time zone, which are like really problematic from the point of view of we don't want to break websites. And then there's processor count, available screen resolution, and touch points. Touch points is your hardware reports and the browser tells the website how many simultaneous fingers your device supports registering. Sorry. And then available screen resolution is your normal screen resolution minus the taskbar or dock size. We think we can lie about all 3 of those, so we're working on that. And then, so let's look at Canvas. So Canvas is like motherlode, where you can just like keep digging and digging and digging deeper. To help us investigate it and like correlate it with other metrics, we rendered 13 test canvases, 6 focused on text rendering, and then 2 of them were pulled directly from Fingerprint.js. So let's look at the numbers. Canvas 1 is an orange box. It's just a fucking orange box. And I would have gone insane if this was not rendered identically everywhere, and thank God it really was. Canvas 2 is a blue triangle with a red border. This splits out not so bad. 95% of people are in the top 5 values, with like Windows and Android being pretty tight together. And then I'm not going to do all of them. We'll do 1, 2, skip a few, 99, the worst one. This is the most important canvas. This is like the main one that Fingerprint.js uses and gives like the most amount of uniqueness. And it has a graph that looks like this. It's got a super, super long tail. Now, we knew going into this that Canvas was going to be bad, so we kind of oriented our collection to help us analyze the problem as best we could. But manual analysis was like not really making the headway we wanted to, so we turned to machine learning, not AI. We're not interested in hearing that the Canvas differences are being caused by wokeness, and have you heard of our Lord and Savior Adolf Hitler? But just good old-fashioned machine learning. So using decision trees, it's helping us understand what causes the difference. This is like a really active area of exploration. I literally had to stop doing this analysis on Wednesday because I needed to make slides. But now that you good people have seen them, I can go back to playing with the data. And what the decision trees is showing us is that this is, for the record, this is analyzing like the simplest canvas, like that blue triangle with the red border. And the graphics card and the CPU model are heavily implicated. No surprise there. But we're going to be doing this type of analysis for the more complicated canvases, for text canvases, and for software rendered canvases. So we'll see what we find. And then we'll talk about fonts as well, because that's another big source of uniqueness. So first, I need to tell you what browsers do for font protections. So most browsers ship an allow list for fonts for major platforms. I'll speak specifically about Firefox. We ship it for 4 major platforms. It's enabled by default in private browsing mode. Brave also ships font lists for 3 platforms. Safari has a font list as well. I don't know as much about theirs, but their ecosystem is like so tightly integrated that it's probably like really, really good. And then like Chrome is, we'll think about it. So if your font is allowed by the whitelist, your font is allowed by the allow list, then you can still be fingerprinted if you're missing some of those fonts. So let's look at that. Do users have all of those fonts? And no Windows users have all of the fonts. It's like more than 8 million people, and no one had every font. The second graph is the percentage of users that are missing an individual font, and it's actually a really good graph. Like, you want to see lines that are real near the top or real near the bottom. It's the ones in the middle that are problematic. So what we learned from this is there's a bunch of fonts that we can just remove from the default set because almost everybody doesn't have them. And then the number of people who are missing other fonts are relatively low. Mac, being such a cohesive infrastructure, it's way better. 24% of Mac users had all the fonts, and then this is a real nice step graph that like certainly corresponds to individual Mac versions, so we can probably do some more effort there to like customize the list based on your version. Linux is hard. It's like a really hard ecosystem. Brave only very recently started shipping a font list there. We cover 58% of our Linux users. The remaining 42% of Linux users don't get font protections. So if you're like on Arch or whatever and you care about that, patch is welcome. Android is also an extremely hard ecosystem, and I'm kind of proud of this because we're the only people who ship a font list for Android. I led this effort, and like 99.78% of Android users do get a font list. And the step graph is like pretty good there. We can make some improvements. Unfortunately, we can't cover all Android devices, but obviously we cover the vast majority of them. And if you use Firefox on a Chromebook, on an Amazon device, or on a Peloton, I'm afraid you don't get a font list. Okay, time is it. All right, I have more time, and I'm going to stop here. I want you to pick what I talk about. I should have time to cover like 2, maybe 3 of these things, and then leave time for questions. So you can vote for multiple. Raise your hand if you want to hear me talk about what Firefox is doing to make you less fingerprintable. Oh, all right. Raise your hand if you want me to talk about randomness. Okay, less. If you want me to talk about breaking websites and why we can't be too aggressive with what we do. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's the most boring thing. Doing this work while avoiding unwanted side effects. All right, we're going to say that's leading so far. And then raise your hand if you want me to talk about perverse incentives for a browser working in this space. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to be the number 1, so I put it next. Okay. Lots of people like to use the phrase like cat and mouse game. I don't really like that. I like the phrase lock and bypass. Like a cat, like a mouse can just, all it can really do is avoid a cat, in real life anyway, not Tom and Jerry. But for locks and bypasses, like you can redesign the lock. So when you think about locks and bypasses, one of the big topics is security through obscurity. And 20 years ago, when I started in security, and I was like, they were dirty, dirty words. But since then, I think we've come around to agree that in some contexts, obscurity is a tool that you can add to the rest of your defenses. But obscurity doesn't translate well to an open source browser. Like you can read the code, we're not going to obfuscate it. But if you're trying to identify faces in a crowd and your facial recognition algorithm just doesn't work for people with eye patches, those people they're not being obscure, they're just rare. And I'm sorry to say that on the internet, Firefox users are rare. So if we had techniques that made people less fingerprintable, and this applies really well to randomness, but because an adversary can always come up with a bypass for randomness, but it applies to all protections to some degree. You know, if we've got these techniques, we are disincentivized from sharing those techniques with other browsers, because if everyone starts wearing eye patches, then that gap is going to be fixed. We are still collaborating. We are sharing all of our learnings around like the breakage that we've experienced with canvas randomization with Chrome. So, this is one of those perverse incentives that like we're not giving into, but like it's definitely in the back of your mind a lot. And then let's say if the technique is like really, really good, like do we even want to advertise it? I mean, we're always obviously trying to do publicity and attract users to Firefox, but if we came out and like shouted from the rooftops that we've completely fooled all the fingerprinters, we've just kind of queued them up for this slam dunk like, no, you didn't, and that's going to make us look bad, and it's going to reduce all of our users' privacy. And when we could have just kept our mouths shut and protected users for potentially for years before fingerprinters even caught on to what we were doing. And if you think that's unlikely, I can tell you that the randomness techniques that we have talked about publicly and advertised for 2 years now, they still work. Fingerprinters are detecting and working around Brave and Safari's randomness, but not ours. And it's not because we're better. Like, we made like a very incremental improvement, but I think that Brave bragged too loudly and made like too big of a stink, and Safari has enough market share, and we've just kind of flown under the radar there. So it's not really in like the ethos of open source or contributing to the public knowledge, but like, no, I'm not going to talk about all the things that we could or we will or we are or we might do. All right, so I'll do the Firefox one next. That seemed to have the second most votes, and then I should have time for unintended consequences. So, okay, so browser feature names are fucking horrible. I'm sorry. The one in Firefox, we call it fingerprinting protection, or FPP. It ships in private browsing mode by default. It's part of enhanced tracking protection, which is the words that you'll see in like the settings menu. Anyway, we shipped font protections, canvas randomization, and a couple other things. And what we're going to do next is shipping protections for several more as a result of this work. We think that we can get the uniqueness numbers down to like 12.5%, maybe even lower. And the cohort graphs look way better. Okay, they still look like incomprehensible blue blobs, but I promise you they look better. So what we want to do, so we already do the font protections. We're going to lie about your processor count, your available screen resolution, and your touch points. We're going to update the font lists, and we're going to stop using your GPU to render canvases. Software rendered canvases are still fingerprintable, they're just slightly less so. Hopefully, as we learn more, we can improve that even further, but like just switching to software rendered gets us to like the 12.5% number. We have some ideas around like accept language or time zone, maybe other things, but like that's probably just going to break stuff. It's also like I'm just not sure how effective it's going to be because, generally speaking, you visit sites like in a somewhat bubble of your, culture, I suppose. So yeah. I'm going to skip past this one, and I'm going to skip past this one. We'll get to this one. All right. So the data collection that we've designed is, like as far as I've seen, the most comprehensive fingerprinting effort put together. And when we were identifying what metrics we needed to collect to build an accurate fingerprint profile, we went to existing sources. Anything that Tor browser identified and protected against, anything that are in the popular fingerprinting tools like Browser Leaks or Creep.js, Fingerprint.js, Torzilla Print, and then anything in academic papers or blogs. It's like a staggering breadth of items. We were not interested in our code becoming the most newest comprehensive fingerprinting script. It was like a real worry. So ultimately, we did a few things to mitigate against this. So for starters, like the actual data collection happens in a way that is not extractable and usable in a JavaScript file. Most of it happens in the browser core in C++. But even so, just the list of metrics, even if they are all publicly known in some way or another, it's like a shopping list for someone designing or improving a fingerprinting script. And when we were working our way through this list, like you bet your ass that we found more vectors that haven't been popularized in print. So we have some incentives to publish on this work, but we also have incentives to like not make the world worse. So we're going to sit on these other techniques. We never implemented them in the data collection. We're not talking about them publicly. God willing, just no one ever finds them. They're fairly complicated, so well, fingers crossed. So that's the front half of the data collection and some of the stuff we grappled with. Once we had the data, then there were some more. So firstly, the collaborators at UCSD pointed out that we really should collect a second set of metrics and compare them over time just to make sure that the code is working the way that we expect it to and that there aren't bugs. And that made sense. So we did this for like a super small sliver of 1,000 people. And sure enough, we did find some bugs. So thankfully, I'm glad we did it. But once we started building some analysis around it, like it starts making you curious. Stability of metrics is an extremely important aspect of fingerprinters and something that you're curious about, but kind of only in an academic sense. We haven't figured out a product reason why we would need to answer that question, so we're not going to. We'd never share the best metrics publicly, but it just still comes like way too close to building a tool that looks like the best fingerprinting tool there could be. So we're staying away from that. Secondly, it was around this time that we had modeled different fingerprinters with UCSD, and we were surprised at how little that they collected from what was possible. So, you know, in the extremely niche fingerprinting community of people talking about stuff online, stuff like MathML comes up like a lot, and it's just not seen anywhere. There's things like DOM-Rec, speech synthesis, media capabilities that people stress about, but they're not actually there in the scripts. And to me, that implies like one of three things. That these things aren't stable enough to be useful, that they aren't needed because everything works good enough as it is, or, and I kind of waffle on this one, that fingerprinters just haven't tested them for some reason. So, as I mentioned, we're not looking at these metrics over time, but we are looking at them at a point in time, and it's like a 20-minute exercise to simulate a fingerprinter that includes these things. And you know, when you do, it's going to be scarier. So we intend to publish results of this study, hopefully even an aggregated data set, but we're not going to publish a better set of fingerprinting metrics. We're also not planning on publishing the metrics that aren't used in fingerprinting scripts, because ultimately that might inspire improvements in what's done on the web today. So, you know, it doesn't feel great, like as an offensive researcher, to not publish data. But again, we don't want to make the world worse. So that's kind of where we wound up. We're not studying all the possible techniques. We're not trying to emulate how effective or more effective fingerprinters could be at re-identifying people over time. And we're not sharing the distribution of a large number of metrics that have entropy but aren't used currently. I think I'll go to questions now. To wrap up, like, we're working on fingerprinting protections. God willing, you will see a blog post and a paper about this year. Thanks to the many people who have worked on fingerprinting in the browser ecosystem and on this project. If you don't catch me here to talk to me, if you search for me, you will find me. Feel free to reach out. And yeah, what questions do we have? So the question was asking about software rendering. So specifically for Canvas, we want to switch to software rendered canvases when the fingerprinting protections are turned on. As for what software renderer we are using, I would have to defer to the graphics team. Like, I want to say Skia, but like maybe Angle. I don't know what all these things really do deep down in the dark depths.
I do. So
Okay. Okay, yeah, so we're not planning on software rendering the whole browser, but just individual canvases. So the question was, have we looked at TLS fingerprinting? So TLS fingerprinting is fingerprinting based on like the TLS handshake. With the way that like sites are architected, I'm not sure how big of a deal this is when like the CDN is in front of everything. I think it's more used for like anti-bot type stuff. Generally speaking, you should, like all Firefox users of the same version of Firefox should have the same TLS fingerprint. So it's not, I don't think it's that big of a concern. So, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but generally speaking, if you're working at Mozilla, it's like, it's because you care about privacy. So the number of people who get poached and like go work on ad tech, like I don't really know of anybody. People get poached to like get more money and they still work on browsers for the most part. Um, as far as the techniques and paper trails, it's mostly like, you know, we're just in Slack and we're like, hey, like what about this? And then we try something and we're like, oh shit, okay. Sure. So the question was, are we doing more passive or more active things for fingerprinting? So we have a block list for known fingerprinters that comes from Disconnect. We've had that for years, and you know we block what we can. It causes web compat problems, like way more web compat problems than I really like, and it winds up with us having to like exempt individual scripts on individual sites so that the site will still load. So that kind of sucks. Um, right now, I am focused on mostly passive things to just make people less unique. I think there is an area of more active things. You know, we're doing some like active detection of fingerprinting scripts just to kind of watch for when things change on that end and see how they're changing, what they're doing new, how they're adapting. But you know, I think that there might be some room in the middle of like not blocklisting and not doing passive things to disrupt fingerprinting. A lot of that is randomness, which we are also doing and will continue to do. Besides randomness, there are probably other ideas, and I think that this is the space that Chrome is actually most interested in. So, you know, I'm not going to do nothing there, but I'm curious to see what they come up with.
Talking about fingerprinting, like distinguishing one user from another, but when it comes to fingerprinting automated experience, like what's the state of the art or like a reference?
So the question was about detecting like headless browsers and things like that. I don't. This is going to sound like a really mean answer, but it's not a question that I really care about, so I don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry, I haven't looked at it. Obviously, there's just like straight DOM properties that are exposed in some headless browsers, and like all the bot scripts look for those. But like that's like the super superficial thing. I'm sure you already know. Any questions about exploitation? No. Oh. Yeah, yeah. The question was around the ecosystem of like anti-detect browsers. I'm sorry. What what are those? Um, that sounds interesting. I would like to look at that more. You know, so Firefox has all of Tor browser's anti-fingerprinting code in it, and you can enable it through like hidden config settings, and that's like, you know, it doesn't make you. Obviously, you can detect when people are using that, but as far as looking like somebody else, it makes you look like virtually all other Tor browsers. It sounds like that's probably not what they're doing. They're probably doing some heavy randomness stuff. But I'm curious. I have to look into it. So the question was, are all the fingerprints we've seen related to like hardware and software stuff, or have we found things related to other stuff? What type of other stuff. Ew, no. No, we've not done local network scanning. No, it's all like focused on characteristics of your hardware. And virtually everything that we collected is stuff that's exposed to the web in some way. Like the number of things that we've collected that aren't exposed to the web, like I could count on one hand, and it's like the CPU model, the GPU model, yeah.
Web proxies used in
Do
residential versus corporate users.
the question was around like what corporate web proxies impacting the data. I don't think it would, because we're running on the machine. So if you're using a proxy, we wouldn't even know because we don't collect it, and it all goes through OHTTP. I don't think so. Okay. Good.
I mean, frankly, we could have done that forever, and I would have been happy for 1,000 more questions. It's really great to actually get a full technical breakdown of that entire thing. I am always a little bit harrowed by how easily trackable we all are as I look at the big broker is watching you poster over there. Okay, we have a few minutes before our next presentation. Before we do it, the Summercon Museum of Ancient Artifacts provided me with a couple of things to try to give to the audience. One of them, who knows what this is? Okay, this is a Hayes smart modem from 1982. It is a scalding 300 baud, and it is heavier than your MacBook. If you need to beat someone to death and you don't have an old telephone, this is the next best thing for doing it. Who wants it? I'm gonna throw it at you. You raised your hand first and fast. Come on, you better come up and get it, because if I do miss and somebody, I'm going to jail. Other thing that I have, so back in the old days, it's like a phone book. We had guides of frequencies used by police and fire departments. This is the 2001 edition of the Radio Shack. Who remembers Radio Shack? Police call frequency guide. And I wanted to find a happy home to live in. Not my home. My home is happy, but it'll be happier without this. So who wants it? Who wants this artifact of paper and ink? All right, you get it. Again, I'm not throwing this because it's fragile. It's printed on toilet paper. All right, other things that I do have that I can throw. These things. Okay. All that joy and frivolity. Summercon has been going on for 38 years, and we've seen the full arc of many people's careers and lives as a part of this. And one of the more somber parts of our conference is that we try to remember those who we lost in the last year. And so I've asked Dr. Jack Trumpor to say a few words, and we're going to see a brief presentation, a video presentation honoring the memories of members of our industry. Jack.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mark. Glad to be back today after you had to listen to me about the question about what was the most outrageous conspiracy theory you've heard. So today we'll try to be a little more, as Mark said, somber and sober. One of the things I do want to mention is after this is over, it will be the lunch break, and I've been told to recommend to people to come back on time or even maybe slightly early, because there are going to be some valuable prizes given upon your return. So that's an incentive to get people back, but we hope you like it. I want to mention we have a video about In Memoriam that was put together by young Mr. Jeff Bryant, and I have not seen it yet, but I hope it will help you identify many major figures, some of whom you'll be familiar with. And yes, Mark was mentioning that this is a somber part of the Summercon, but I'd like to say we also want to think of it in some people's cases that we want to celebrate their lives, that the things that they brought to us. When it's good to be somber sometimes, because when people die and people are extremely happy, it's not a beautiful scene. I think about Lord Clive in Britain when he died in 1774. He had pillaged India for just incredible amounts of wealth, and he probably led to several million people dying in Bengal of starvation, basically, from the late 1760s to 1773. So when he died, much later, Edmund Clary Bentley did a poem and said, "Lord Clive, he's no longer alive. There's something to be said for being dead." And so when people are happy, that's not a good thing. So it's all right to be somber. So in the back, I understand you're able to queue up this video of In Memoriam, and maybe if you can let it rip, and we might have a few more things to add at the end, but go right ahead. Okay.
They're fixing the audio. Okay.
one thing that security teams can do is prioritize their time. What should I be focused on? How can I have the greatest impact? Where is the greatest exposure at the moment?
Okay. So one of the things I know early on you had Charlotte Elizabeth Webb, Betty Webb, and one of the things that she was famous for, you know, she worked at Bletchley Park and did a lot of work with the people who were decoding all the messages of Nazi Germany, and it was a very important thing to turning the tide in World War II. But I liked something that she said. She said, I wanted to do something more for the war effort than just baking sausage rolls. And I sort of, when I heard her say that, I felt, if you're just baking sausages for your country, you're not making America great again, you're not making India incredible, you're not making France formidable, all your countries represented here. We've got to do more than just baking sausage. And, you know, I think she kind of encapsulated the spirit of people who want to do good, working in technology, working in an area where they're not here to surveil us, they're here to enable freedom. And I think it's a beautiful message. I know that you had Kevin up, and he's, you know, from across the street, the booking agent, so did a lot of things with people from Summercon over the years. So, you know, he's somebody that personally I think people here knew, and you know, so, you know, that's sad that he left us this young. But anyway, I turn it over to you, Mark, and thank you. I think it's wonderful that you do this every year, and thanks to all of you for staying here, and I hope you can get back here in time after lunch for the festivities before things resume for the action-packed afternoon program.
If you have a drink in your hand, this would be a good time to lift it to those who have fallen. Rest in peace. Okay, that's lunch. Let's be back. Bright and early, we have more Raspberry Pi SDR. The movie tonight is Sneakers. We need to do that. Don't miss out on Bishop Fox next door and Lockpick Village across the street. Please tip your bartender. Thank you, and we'll see you in a little bit.
You know, this is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee. today, give yourself a present. Don't plan it, don't wait for it, just let it happen. It could be a new shirt at the men's store, a catnap in your office chair, or 2 cups of good, hot, black coffee. Like this. A present. Like Christmas. Oh, man, that is the spot. Nothing like a great cup of black coffee.
No, this one's all taped up on the side like it got in a fight.
Look who we got back.
Hey, Mark.
John.
I'm in.
We've been saying only
I'm
the
in.
nicest things about you.
I don't think that's true because I've been watching the live feed.
It's true, we were not very nice, but you're here and you look remarkably fresh and like ready to go, and that's great. So I can start drinking now, and you can stop.
Sure. Is this
Sure.
this is called an intervention, I think. Or does that come next week?
Summercon 2026 is going to be an intervention. We're all going to show up. John's going to come in 20 minutes late, and we're all just going to be sitting, saying, "Please have a seat over here."
Mm-hmm. And you win a watch.
Yes. So you all made it back from lunch. I do have a few prizes to give away. We have the same cool stuff as we gave away yesterday, the Raspberry Pi / RTL SDR / no starch press SDR book.
So if
great.
you don't know how to use the software-defined radio, at least the book will explain it.
And it's a well-written book. It's a new book for this year, too. So, like, they just started shipping it like a couple of months ago. So it's new. It's a new one. I am told that the winner... There's only one person who registered with this first name, and they registered at 1 p.m. today. So if you're here, Pedro, you're a big winner of this stuff.
Anybody named Pedro, or more specifically, one person named Pedro.
One person named Pedro. Well, if Pedro makes it to the front here, we'll give you your stuff. The other thing that I have is an official Summercon keyboard. The keycaps that have been pulled off for the Summercon key, which will order you a drink when you press it. The keys are also, it's both a Latin and Cyrillic keyboard, so this is useful for writing exploits and doing your work for, you know. You're Pedro.
Oh, great.
Here you go, Pedro. Congratulations. Welcome to Summercon. Any words?
Oh, thank you so much.
We are pleased that you got cool stuff. Thank you for coming to Summercon. Tell your friends to register at 1 p.m. on Summercon Saturday. I'm so glad we keep registration open until the very...
I think that's a recency bias award.
Frankly, I think that like encouraging people to register right up until the very end of the conference, we should do more of that. So yes, I think we're,
I'm happy to accept the revenue. So.
Yes. Well, it helps forward our mission of whatever those guys are telling us to do. Okay. So this keyboard and the replacement keycaps, if you want to go back to the Cyrillic, which is, it's useful to know how to type on a Cyrillic keyboard. Ja nie говорю по-русски.
Do we know how we want to give that away?
No idea.
Because we definitely don't want to throw it at the crowd.
Well, you didn't see the Hey Smart modem we gave out earlier. That thing was, it really was a. You want this thing?
I'll take it if you throw in the Connery poster. The Connery King.
Oh yeah, we can. Okay, sure. If you would like the at the end of this thing, you can also have the Connery poster. Yes.
Shut up, nerd!
Yeah, so when we are breaking down, we'll give you the Connery as well.
And then I've got one more thing to give away. So if you're not familiar with Thinkest Canary, they're kind of our favorite like honeypots. And while they couldn't be here, they sent us a great bag with stuff in it, including a T-shirt.
Yes.
So this I can throw.
At someone's face.
Sure.
Oh, there you go. All right, big winner.
I can't throw. I promise it was not directed at your face.
Yeah. Trying to think of what other important. Oh, I know what I need to tell people. We have really cool pieces of clothing that you can buy, including, I hear that tracksuits are like all the rage these days.
Yeah,
So-
I would go so far as to say you'll see multiple people in tracksuits on stage today.
Today?
Yeah,
I mean, not just me?
not just you.
Even more stylish than me?
It depends if you can also breakdance.
I cannot, so I will concede. So yeah, please consider taking a look at some of the cool clothing options. Many sizes available, and you could learn to break dance. I think I'm gonna start talking to the,
I'm sure you could also probably negotiate some posters in addition to some merch purchases.
I bet we could negotiate a yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's it for me. I'm gonna leave it to
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, we have we have the bucket hat. It is summer season in the beach, Oh yeah, here. Oh yeah, signal groups do kill troops. If you invite the media into your signal chat, you probably deserve what you get. And then of course, Summer Connery. Yeah, there he is. There's the patron saint. You really do look good on a shirt, Jimbo. All right. Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Did you want to talk now?
Can I just stand here and watch? Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it. Let's talk about robots. Yeah.
Just for background, Ong is the CEO and co-founder of Red Balloon. They specialize in hardware security and all things that we probably don't know how to put some software on. So he's going to talk about something to do with breaking robots and feedback loops and training them. And I didn't read the abstract, so I have no idea what this is going to be.
You got all the words right. Yeah.
Okay, well, cool.
That's what's important. All right, thank you. I think I have half an hour, and I had this thing. It's a philosophy that says slides are like sandwiches. They're not good unless they're fresh. So if you made it like yesterday or like a week ago, it'll be stale. So you're about to see literally what I was thinking about Rasputin like 3 minutes ago. And these slides aren't ready, but I think it'll get the idea across. So we're talking about Rasputin. This is a project that Red Balloon, lots of people at Red Balloon have put in a lot of time over the last 18 months to get to work. And it is a operator on the loop, automagical, which is a technical term, hardware reverse engineering. Typically I say robot, but platform, because we're like, in the future, everything has to be a platform. So here it is. So what does that actually mean, right? Operator on the loop means a human still should probably, look at and control and monitor what this robot is doing. But the requirement is that a human being can watch this, but not necessarily, and zero human physical touching is required for this, so that a team of people with different expertise and things across the planet, right, can collaborate and work on really sophisticated long time frame hardware reverse engineering, where you need to have the physical device and lots of processing and experimentation, maybe glitching and all things. So yeah, we actually built it. It took a long time. So let's see if I. Okay, right? I'm gonna do it, Elon. Look, in the future, we reverse engineering. You're gonna have robots. You're gonna all have robots, and you're gonna live and be wealthy. But so looking at. I've been doing hardware reverse engineering for, I don't know, like 15 years plus. And remember back in the day, right? Like, how many people still use JTagulator for the work that they do? Like, how many has touched one in the last year? I have, right? And it's, when it first came out, it was a really cool little tool that, permuted different pin permutations to find what could be a thing that is JTag on a board. So, it was automation that helped the manual process of, I don't know, is this pin set right? I don't know, is that pin set right? And it saved a lot of time, but that was 20 years ago. Wow, 15 years ago. And the year is 2025. And that's still kind of in the area of the state of the art. And I don't know if you know, but you still have to put all the wires on yourself, right? And I think it can only do 28 or something. And sometimes boards have more than those pins, and sometimes the pins are on one side of the board and the other side at the same time. So yeah, it puts real limitation on what you can do with this automation. But clearly, if you looked at any of your electronics lately, right, there's a trend that they're getting smaller, they're getting more heavily integrated, and if you open an iPad, it's basically one giant black FU chip, and that's it, right? So everything is basically contained, but the things that you can get access to, it's denser, the signals are faster, and it becomes easier and easier to either destroy the device or collect the wrong data or screw something up in this like really error-prone manual process. So the future of reverse engineering obviously has to be robot doing mechanized operations, and that's what we spent the last 2 years doing. All right, so why do we do this? Over the last 15 years, we built at least 3 different throwaway robots, right? So the last one we built was to hack the Siemens S7 1500 PLC. And the work that we did, I think this was 18 months ago, we did break all secure boot for every device at this point, right? This is Siemens's primetime big boy PLC. We were able to do some hardware tinkering to find the vulnerability that affected literally still every one of these are still in the ground, right? And the way we went about it was, they did a really good job at doing finishing, meaning they removed everything that allowed us to debug, interrogate, or just interact with the device at boot. So there really wasn't an easy way to find a UART because we really tried, or like find JTAG because we kind of tried. So I looked at this device, and this is the shape of things to come, right? Like, how do we actually, as things get more smaller, faster, more integrated, and more embedded, right, hard soldered onto the thing, how do we actually win at this hardware reverse engineering game? Because every dollar Siemens puts into making the package just BGA, right, will probably cost us like a SEM, right? So this is the wrong side of this asymmetry. So I wanted to come up with a universal approach to not playing this dumb game anymore. And the thing that we came up with is, as long as the system doesn't encrypt its memory at hardware, right, we can just forget about everything else and just run the device to a place that we want the memory of, and we literally just rip the memory out of the chip by freezing it, physically picking it up, and then putting it down on an FPGA with the same socket, and we were able to do it. And it took a long time, but it finally worked. And from that, we were able to reconstruct the bootloader memory. And part of what's challenging about this was we needed to rip 5 physical memory chips at the same time because they were stripe, and this is a gigahertz system. And we read the papers, right? There are 2 of them talking about how we did it and what our findings were. But we were able to essentially use the electromagnetic emanation of the bootloader, as it was caused by the bootloader, to figure out periods of CPU-bound operation where memory doesn't change. And that gives you a big fat window, right, of time where you can actually plot these chips off, safely. And if you think about what the bootloader does, like, there are plenty of times where it's actually doing CPU-bound operations and not writing to memory, right? Even reads are okay. So that was the robot that worked. Right, that's the thing on the side. Like, look at it, right? Like, we were really proud of the thing, and it did work, but here's the thing. It worked like once. And we lifted it up, we took it to recon in a van, we drove up there, and we put it back on the table, and we turned the thing on, and it is not aligned, right? So there are plenty of things that are janky about it, and especially with all the temperature and the thermal expansion and the lubricants and all that stuff. It did work once, but it took a whole lot of effort, and it never worked again because there were so many things that can go wrong that this was the last throwaway robot I wanted to make, right? So I said, okay, this sucks. How do we make this better? Let's automate it by building a thing that can become basically a carrier or like a bus for all sorts of hardware interrogation things. And let's borrow from every other vertical or industry that has all these mechanical designs that's been used in production forever and ever. And let's just take what's best about lots of these disciplines, smash it into our own robot, write our own code, and design our own control hardware in order to get it to do production level fast, reliable hardware reverse engineering and probing and glitching and all of that. So here it is, right? Like if you wanted to say like what is the dream of the perfect hardware thing like that just reverses the thing for you so you didn't have to do it. So here's some. This is not exhaustive, but first you want to be able to see the board, right? Be able to measure things. Maybe use some kind of optical recognition to figure out, well, this is a RAM and this is a processor and this is something funky, and these are pins and buses, and make sense of that visual data. And lots of research has gone into that. But then, once we see it, wouldn't it be cool to touch it, right? So to be able to put down a camera and then put up a tool that can, you basically use, let's say, a Soleil or an pogo pin to basically robot put pin on dot and systematically probe whatever thing you want and record with whatever equipment you have. And then the third, glitch, right? So we're talking about, things that are timing, power-based, EMFI, all sorts of things. So right now on Rasputin, we actually have chip shouter and chip whisperer and Soleil and a bunch of other things. And then once we have all of these tools that we can use, let's make a super duper simple interface where you can actually script this up, right? For like whatever your workflow is. And maybe, you want to have data on every single pin on this board because you want something exhaustive, or maybe you're just trying to like glitch, like a bitstream transfer on this SPI thing at a specific time. The system, the platform really should allow the user to be able to do that really easily, right? Without having to worry about all the inverse kinematics and like the actual motion control and blah, 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 blah. And this last one is kind of important because, this is a PCB, right? Like they can be small, but like if you're working with a router or something, or like even a TV board, they tend to be big. So, physically, mechanically, be able to accommodate different size and shapes of boards, and also simultaneously touch pins on the front of the board and also on the back of the board. And the 5.1 hasn't been implemented yet, but hopefully this summer we'll do it, which is basically an auto loader for these cartridge PCBs, so we can basically dial it up with a command like tape archive drives, from back in the day, right? So this way, I can literally have like a subterranean bunker with like every PCB ever made by humanity, and be able to programmatically jog it up and like really touch it, influence it, and just read from it without having to be physically there. Okay, nice. Hello. All right, cool. And then extensible so that, if you wanted to make your own custom tool or like the tools that we have, just an easy interface to make another tool that could be custom or some commercial thing and then get it to work in the system without having to like really touch any code for Rasputin the robot. And, the way to think about Rasputin, I guess, is, the platform itself is the bus, right? So you're the user, you get on the bus and maybe you have a tool. And you basically ride along, and the robot just is responsible for mechanically putting the point of your tool to exactly where you want it. And in most cases, it's touching a pin or right above a pin or a chip or something else, right? So the user comes with the tool, they write code for the tool, and then Rasputin really doesn't care. And Rasputin code is just responsible for motion control and picking up tool and picking off tool, and then saving some data as part of the analysis. Okay, so this is what I wanted in a cool robot. Let's look at this. Is this it? No, right? This doesn't do any of that stuff, and it really sucked, and I love it. But it is time to do something better. And we made a cool video. So I'm really tempting fate here because I have Windows, three screens, and then I'm going to use Windows Media Player to play. Okay, so this is what we built. I'll just wait. I can't. My God, this game sucks. Yes. Wait. Windows. All right. It's a cool video, but showing the robot. Okay. Does this help? All right, maybe we don't watch the video. Hold on. Wait. All right, hold on. The video is cool. Wait. Hold on. It's worth it. It's worth it. All right, I tricked it. I think. Wait. Do you keep on playing? I might restart it. It might never restart. But anyway, so this is physically what the robot looked like about 6 months ago. We've made a whole lot of hardware improvements. And this is Alexi and I actually working. This is the first time it actually worked like end to end. And the time was like 3 o'clock in the morning. And when it finally we saw Soleil data, like we literally spontaneously like man hugged. And so that was the very first time. But so that gives you an idea of like structurally what this robot is. But at the heart of it, let me show you this architecture of the thing. Right. Dude, I just closed Figma. Sorry. We'll get there. We'll get there. No, I like computers. Go back to presentation. Okay. Choo, 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 choo. All right, so this is basically that was the goal. We built this robot. It looks like this, and so that, you know, if you're interested in the more nitty-gritty details of how we did it, I actually have some show and tell. So actually, you know, people are throwing stuff around. I'll throw this. It's sharp. But this is our custom control board, and one of the design choices that we made was for people who've ever played with any kind of 6-degree freedom, like robotic arm, right? Like you can get these on eBay for like really cheap prices, maybe sometimes like $1,000. And when you buy one and it shows up, you'll realize like, okay, the arm is cool. It comes with this big box, right? And this big box has like 4 major cards that's obviously proprietary. And if anything on that card breaks, guess what? You put your robot arm on eBay and you buy another robot arm. So that sucks, right? So I wanted something that really was extensible in the sense that if I wanted more sensors or another degree of freedom, I didn't want to have to do any major rework. So we came up with basically this like octopus tentacle system where the rule is every degree of freedom has its own microcontroller, right? And then we have a high-level coordinator that could be driven by just manual control or ROS, robotic operating system, that actually does the kinematic controls. But in this case, so this is a typical hardware. So this drives 1 motor, and it can run up to like probably 8 sensors. And the RP2350 is what we use. They're super cool. You can overclock them to like insane speeds. But so this way, like we were able to build the simple proof of concept robot and then incrementally build up to more complexity just by slapping yet another one of these things. And each board is replaceable. It's like $10 a thing. So I'll toss this out. Catch. If you pass it along. All right, the second thing I'm going to throw is way sharper. All right. So this is a 3D printed tool holder. All right. So the idea is we adapted this kind of pneumatic mount. So this is something that's very typically used in a robotic manufacturing fabrication, like 6-degree freedom painters and then welders. Right. So this is the pneumatic coupling for the end of arm tooling. And this is a really small one, but we found this on AliExpress. It's fairly cheap, very precise, and excellent for precise taking on and putting off of the thing pneumatically. And what you do is you can put any kind of pin arrangement on the end of this, and we 3D print these. We have Delrin for CNC as well, but this is the standard SOIC 8 form factor, and this thing here holds a Soleil, right? So basically, you make one of these things, you write up some code that runs the Soleil, you put the thing on, and then Rasputin will take this and put it on one of the number of different tool holders that it has. So right now everything's on a table, but we'll talk about the expansion and what we're doing to improve this so we can have more than 6 tools at a time. So I'm gonna not throw this, but here. Okay, and then the rest of it is fairly, it's typical, right? Like it's X, Y, Z, and A. So A is the rotation, and with this you can basically rewrote some G code to handle the tool changing and the having ROS control the motion of the physical tool. And you put the board on the thing, and off you go. So let's go look at it. It's live. I'm going to try to drag another window. Let's see if it works. Ta-da! Wait. Don't fuck it up. All right. Wait, make the font a little bigger. Okay, all right, so this is the main interface for Rasputin. You know, this is for like interactive use. And if you notice, one thing you notice, aside from the obvious of, you know, moving the thing in the various directions, is my videos went away. Okay. Is that we have all these videos. And these cameras, we actually have 16 chase cams at all the different locations, because if you had a bunker and you had this machine, right, and like it's all sealed and it's really humid on the loop, and you pick up a tool and then the thing snags a wire and pulls a USB out, and then, you know, that shorts your hub, and then like the whole thing basically half crashes and then slams your tool into a wall, right? Like you can't see that. So, you know, without these chase cams, right, we were trying to run automation and all sorts of like physical things happened that we just got no feedback. And I said, enough is enough. So we have basically a bunch of these cheap webcams there so that we can actually see what we're doing. And let's see if the Wi-Fi will actually allow us to do that. Wait. Okay, well, underneath, so right now, what the tool that we have is, okay, so this is showing us the physical live positions of the tool. And if the stream actually, maybe if I hold it up, right, you shake it, you get more internet. But what you will see there is our main optical, like main camera. Oh, right, okay, so there you go. So we're actually trying to probe the board itself. So it's a robot trying to change itself to escape, but it won't because, you know. All right, so this is a high resolution black and white industrial inspection camera. And this is what we use to first do a high resolution dimension stable stitch of the board, right? And we're talking like really high resolution. So let's see if I can show that to you. So under workflow, one of the first things we do is, use the camera, take a ton of photos, a very high res, focused, and then stitch them together. And then once you have that, the next step we do is we use YOLO to do optical recognition, but not of like part numbers and chips and things of like catalog numbers. We're looking for actually just physical artifacts of probable points, right? So if it's shiny and it's like a round dot-y thing, chances are it's a pin. You know, if it's like a little shiny but has a hole in it, it's a through hole. So the only things we care about in this stage is, finding all of the physically probable points through through vision algorithm. And then once we have that, we use locality to actually group these pin sets into things that are, you know, SPI or a bus or SOIC8 or whatever the actual chip is. And from, you know, we can actually look, we can certainly read the part numbers. And if, you know the part number easy enough, but I'll show you what we can do with this, even if you have no idea what the device is, for full automated data extraction of the thing, right? I'll get to that. So let's do one board. I wanted to scan a board that, you know, was large. It was fairly complicated. That was, you know, not something I looked at. So I looked around for some old thing that we had lying around in the office. Is it? And you'll never guess what we had. All right, so there's a Huawei router board. All right, come on, load. Don't. You can do it. Wait. Hold on. All right, enhance. If you say enhance, this is what happens. Wait, no. When it downloads, enhance more. All right, let's back out. So yeah, this is actually like, I think like an 8 gig image, right? So this is insanely high res, and we were able to actually pull our fingerprints off of this because it's way sharper than necessary to do that. Seriously, like it's actually kind of fun. So like a blacklight, you can actually see the fingerprints of the people that send you the board. You know, just if you mail stuff, like maybe think of that next time, right? So, and then it was really funny is, you know, like I found this old Huawei router lying around, and I'm like, I've never looked inside, so this must be like a little tricky. And I take the board out, and what is in the center of this board? JTAG, right? So like, this is actually a really good example of a PCB that I think probably doesn't have any of the hardware finishing things that I typically see of maybe not labeling it, right? And also maybe not leaking all the pins, and then all the passive components are there. But if we ignore that and just go along with our actual workflow, so there are tens of thousands of recognizable probable points here, and this thing does not download this fast, right? So let me go back to the slides. Hopefully I can show you what the OCR process looks like. Oh. Did I not? All right, well, you know what? Here, we have no secrets. I'm just gonna show you the Slack image. Hold on. So basically, yeah. Oh my God. All right. I don't know. All right. Well, imagine little red bounding boxes and all the components. We do have the thing set up over there with better internet, so you can play with it yourself. But as soon as we recognize all those points, right, we wrote some simple. You can use simple automation to basically, you can manually move around. You can write Python code to move around. You can say, okay, after I scan this thing, I have all the points. I'm going to pick up my Soleil with a single prober, right? That's floating around somewhere, and we asked it to probe every point. Okay, so here's and for people who actually currently work on this type of problem, I think there's a common sort of a challenge to solve of how do we actually get data out of a board that we really just have no understanding of, right, safely without destroying the board and without fire and all that stuff. And you can take one approach of we must understand precisely the chip that we're talking about by recognizing the chip somehow before we talk to it. And then we must have the perfect, little test, pin set thing to put the whole set of pins precisely on that one chip, right? And for the most part, you have your standard packages like SOIX and things, but that is one way to solve this problem, right? And let me show you the way we solved it, which I think is much more general and actually better. So instead of trying to figure out where all the chips are, throw that away. Forget about it. Who cares, right? We have a single probe. We have automation, and we have a for loop. So I asked it to probe every point, within reason. So points that are associated with chips. And so out of 2,200 pins, we were able to start the router, power it up, and then collect 2 seconds of runtime data, right? And rinse and repeat. And we did this over 2,300 times. I think the slower rails took about 3 days. Right now, we can probably do it in 3 hours because the new rails are much better than the BS rails we got. If you want to build something like this, spend the money on the rails. Get THK rails that are worth it, right? Everything else kind of is not as good. But so yeah, we have that. So at the end of the 3 days, we gathered 22 gigs of raw 500 megahertz or megasample Soleil analog reading. And then you say okay, what am I supposed to do with that, right? That's shenanigans. So then we wrote a whole lot of code, but once you have all of the data, right? If you have good contact and you're fast enough in your sampling and you have every single pin recorded and you can actually synchronize them back in time, we call this a time synchronized set, then you really have all the data that contains the data that you want to get, be it a SPI transfer, a bitstream, or bootloader, or whatever it is, right? So all you have to do is correlate the pin set, identify the protocol inside, knowing that some pins don't work at all, some pins are analog, and some pins are just not. You have no guarantee that the protocols are on the board, but modern electronics use basic standard things because we like to do that. So yeah, the first version of this, we ran it through CPU. It took 19 hours and it didn't complete. And then 3 versions after, let me show you. So this is what it does, right? A bunch of stuff, you can read it, but we smashed this thing onto a GH200 GPU with 96 gigs of RAM, and this completed analysis in 27 seconds. 27 seconds, right? So yeah, it takes 3 days to collect this, and if you have faster rails and faster equipment, and maybe doing recordings of multiple pins at a time with, common, like 2-pin, 4-pin straight, type of probes, yeah, you can get this in like an hour, and then hour 20 seconds later, you'll have, essentially a report that looks like this. All right, so let me drag one more thing. Nope. All right, okay, so this is the report that comes out, and these are the typical protocols we're looking for, all the standard stuff, right? Things that are parallel buses with addressing, differential pair correlation, super easy just because, like if you get a 1 here, you get a negative 1 over here, right? Like that kind of correlation GPUs are very good at. I2C, UART, SPI, blah, blah, blah. It knows enough to look for multiple voltage levels and all of it. So yeah, I think, another approach of literally like all data extraction for unknown PCBs can be done with, if you have the ability to get this time synchronized set, either with a bed of nail probe, right, with every pin at the same time in one go, or in this kind of cheat that we have of, synchronizing over multiple runs, then you can just throw all that analog data into a correlator like this, and then for like $1, in 20 seconds, you will get this type of result where, this is not guaranteed to be absolutely correct because we really are guessing, right? Like UART could be UART, but it could be Chinese UART, right? And I was actually looking for that. And that's why, with this kind of pin correlation and identification, we then started writing all sorts of data extraction for the protocols that, we know about. So for example, here, like we were able to pick out addressing and data buses on this massive thing. Without doing any thinking, right? And without actually recognizing a single part, without caring about which FPGA or which processor or which SPI. It all kind of just happens with this automation. So this is one little thing that we were able to do with this hardware. But this is, I think we can do a whole lot more creative things with it. So I guess this is kind of a thing to the community, right? We've been working on it for 18 months, but we're by no means done with it. So if you have a tool, or if you have a thing or a board that you want to look at, or if you have like a warehouse of boards that you want to analyze and document, I'm really happy to do that and share this data publicly with everybody at this point. So, at some point we'd like to probably make this robot into a thing that we can sell as a service or a product or something. But this first and foremost is a really cool research tool. So, I'm a New Yorker, right? Like this is for New York community. And if you ever want to actually see this robot work, I'm inviting everybody to come to the office. We're in Midtown. And yeah, if you have hardware that you're interested in looking at, or an idea for a tool, or some automation, so algorithm, hit us up, right? And if you want to play with this robot yourself, we have the whole thing set up on a TV across the street. Questions? I mean, I think that's it. Like, it works, so there it is. Please play with it, and if you have ideas, let me know. Actually, do we have any questions? How am I doing on time? Am I way over? Or? Oh, shit. Sorry. Any questions? Can I? Okay. Yeah. So the question is, how do you get multiple pins at the same time? So with the little prober that's being passed around, so that's a SOIC 8, right? So that has 4 by 2 of the standard SOIC 8, like SPI chips that you see a lot. But we have another really cool process where we have a dimension stable image of the board, right? So this is not fully automated, but we have a process where you just click on the pins that you want on that image, and that we can actually translate that to a CNC job that drills the pin into Delrin. And we've actually experimented with all sorts of materials. Delrin is the right answer. It's the best. And we have these blanks that you can basically just, it takes CNC jobs, and we drill the hole. Somebody plugs the pogo pin in, and then we put it back on the Soleil holder, and off you go. So this is how, in an hour, you can get a very custom, smallish bed of nail tester that's custom to whatever thing you're looking at. And if you have a board that literally has like, if you're looking at like a Bitcoin miner or something that's very parallel, then yeah, you want to make sure that you have exactly the one chip or like a roll of chips, and then you can really go to town, right? It really is as many inputs as your tool have. So if you have a Soleil, it's a $2,000 thing now, I guess, right? But like, some of them have 32 inputs. But if you have cheaper tools, no big deal. You have more expensive tools, you can sample faster. So this is where Rasputin really is a buzz, right? And you're the person writing it, and you get to bring your tool. Yeah. All right, Rafi, one more. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do the last ambitious thing and see if it works. Oh my God, come on. All right, so this is the full, we actually have a really cool workflow where we export this entire thing into URDF, into ROS, and move it for all the inverse kinematic. But this is an assembly for all the components that we've designed. Right. Yeah, so you basically just put your tool on one of right now 6 places, but we're gonna have a wheel, so you can have many more, like a normal CNC auto tool changer, and that's it. And like this little coupling thing costs about $50, but everything else can be 3D printable and all that stuff.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So while we're getting set up, Dino, can I get you to start coming up here? And in the meantime, I'm going to throw it at this coaster with a lock on it, and the person that catches it can redeem this at the merch table for a lockpick set. So, and also a trip to the emergency room, possibly. Did anybody get it? Okay, cool. All right, fantastic. And then I guess we're waiting on Ian to come up here. Ian Rose. We told you there'd be tracksuits. So this next part is going to be the Pony Award nominations. And while Ian is getting that set up, I wanted to bring Dino up here because Dino was also one of the original founders of the Pony Awards. So this is a series of awards from the community to the community by the community. And one of the things that we wanted to announce this year was that the Summercon Foundation is going to be the steward going forward, both financially and kind of operationally, to make sure that that works. And I wanted to give Dino a chance to say a couple of words. And if you want to grab that mic, and then we can pass it off to Ian.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if everyone knows that for like the first, maybe 10 years of the ponies, it was basically like Alex and I were like hand painting ponies or convincing other people to hand paint them, and then looping in whoever we could to like try and write funny descriptions for the web. And then I started doing it myself for like, I don't know, maybe 7 years after that. And then it became Ian's job to do it. So I'm super excited to see a little more, I was about to say a little more professional administration of the program, but then I realized exactly who we're handing it off to. But like a lot of things in our industry, we redefine professionalism at every stage. But
we're going to try to not give people tetanus with this year's awards, right?
Yeah. And so, super excited to kind of see it kind of take that next evolution and keep being something that is like basically by the community, for the community, and hopefully funny all along the way. So thank you, John.
Okay, great.
And I couldn't imagine better hands for it to be in.
With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ian, and he can talk about the nominations for this year.
Awesome.
Which the nominations happen here, and then we do the actual award at Black Hat. Or is it
DEF CON?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
See, I haven't been to Vegas in a while.
Yeah. You're banned, but it's all right. No, it's all right. Cool. Yeah, you could do whatever. You could grab like John's mic if you want to. You want to hang out? Wherever you want. Up to you. We've coordinated all of this. We prepared very well, clearly. Anyway, hi. Yeah, I'm Ian. Thank you so much for coming to the Pony Awards. The nominations to the Pony Awards, sorry. What are the Pony Awards? Well, we just had a very lovely explanation, but for the most part, to Dino's point, it is a annual award show where we celebrate the achievements and failures of the broader cybersecurity and particularly the research side of the industry, trying to give as much credit as we possibly can to the people who are really like fundamentally doing all of the work and doing the cool research and just putting stuff out there because they like just pure love of the game. And I am very excited to show you some of the nominees this year because they are interesting. Dino also talk about like the award building process. Dino has, unfortunately, I don't know if you can hear me. We are still kind of like making them in a basement with like, you know, bits and bobs. But anyway, I'll get into that. So this year, we've got 77 nominations. Pretty good spread. A bit fewer than last year. Honestly, like fucking half of them were just new side channel attacks, so processors are still broken. Sorry, or good news, depending on what end of that you're on. I got kind of inspired by you know, the way John runs Summercon. I figured we would do a little review of like what the actual like kind of organizational structure of the ponies looks like. So our annual revenue report. $0. Just going through all of our staff, also no one. So the Pony Awards, again, are purely volunteer based. It is like, I'm just yapping into a microphone. Honestly, all of the work is being done by the people who create the material that ends up getting nominated or getting an award. That's probably the hardest part of it, honestly, because that shit like actually kind of pushes the edge of research and goes into new and interesting places. And we're just there along the way to kind of give them little shitty horses to celebrate. The really exciting part of it is, yeah, just, I don't know. I love it when people run up on stage and it's like, oh, holy shit, how are you here? Hi, I love all your work. So yeah, happy to announce once again we are at DEF CON. If you remember, I left this slide in because I just found it so funny. But yeah, for many, many years, DEF CON was at Black Hat, and one day it was just like, you know, I feel like DEF CON makes more sense. Like we kind of goof around. We don't really, I mean, I wear a tracksuit, but not really a suit. Like DEF CON just makes more sense. And they were really able, willing, happy to hook us up. It's funny, I like messaged Dino about it too. I was like, are you cool with this? He was like, that makes way more sense. And I'm like, well, you put it there. Like, all right. But yeah, so if you're going to DEF CON, check us out. It is once again at 10 a.m. on Saturday. I did, there is one friend in this audience right now who can change that, but I understand how annoying and difficult that is. I love you, PW. So yes, go Easy Friday, because I want to see you guys there. Should be a lot of fun. So we're going to go into how do you make the ponies. I promise it won't be graphic. So historically, to Dino's point, it was generally a bunch of friends getting together. This is what we did last year. We had someone made like hand-carved a wooden horse head for one of them, which was just really cool. But, you know, there's no rules. We're just, like, taking apart these little things, like, just gassing ourselves in a basement with, like, paint fumes and, like, there's, like, a gold leaf one, which is fun. But we're changing that. So we realized that that doesn't really scale, and it's a huge pain in the ass. And then you have to travel with, like, these really delicate little toys. And we don't want to get sued by Hasbro. So we're 3D printing ponies now, which will be really fun because you can do all kinds of other weird shit. Like, I've got like some friends in the audience who are saying like, hey, yeah, we'll happily help 3D print really big ponies, and maybe they'll be made out of chocolate or metal. I don't know. It's there's a lot of like cool options out there, and yeah, I know 3D printers have become more politically divisive in the last year, but we're making horses. Speaking of, well, just jump to the thing. Here's the award. You know, it's got a flared base for safety. It is a bit pointy. but not as pointy as one of the ponies that we had a few years ago, which I understand did actually draw blood from one of the staff members at Littlefield. So again, sorry, please be careful. I think it's currently kicking around Red Balloon's office somewhere, but that's kind of, I don't know if you've ever been there before, but like everything will, don't bump into anything. Great talk by Ong, by the way. So yeah, I don't know, put him there. That's what it's going to be this year. This one's kind of a draft. We may actually, I am going to be giving that one out. Let's do the nominees. Now I have to do this. Believe me, the latency on this thing is great. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to kind of like run through these because there's like 33 or something. But best crypto bug, historically we haven't gotten a lot of nominations for that, and also they're really hard to understand, but this year we actually got some really cool ones. I really liked the AMD had been using the example key from the NIST spec for over 7 years. That gets a big oops. Don't do that. You just, yeah, I mean, I get it. You're just implementing a protocol, but holy shit. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, home wireless mesh networks, that's cool. Fuck smart homes, I don't want one. Best desktop bug, again, we got entry sign in there. Bit unlocker. Some of these categories we didn't actually get that many nominations for, and we're actually, mobile bug, which has been in a dry spell for like 2 years now, actually has some really cool shit in it. But desktop bug, everything's in the cloud now. Who needs a desktop? Mobile is the Geo Hotstar one's really neat. They basically, it's sort of close accessy, I guess, but they just found a way to get through, and the disclosure process for that was apparently a complete shit show, so that shows up in another nominee later on. You love it when people are popping galaxies. That's just, yeah, they like tied all this shit together. NCC Group does really good work. This was also involved in Pwn to Own. Let's see, no songs, thank God. The best Privesk, let me see here. Yeah, we've got another, I mean, Linux kernel use after freeze, that's fun. I should remember these better, I just put them together, but this one's, I'll post these online, you can read them, but what was another really cool, fun one? Shout out to Qualys. So really funny thing, like the way that the nominations actually come in is like basically from a text field. And I don't know if you guys have ever read Qualys's like disclosures, but it's literally like qualys.com and then just a .text file attached to this like multi-million-dollar company's domain. And you go in and it just looks like an old school like RFC. It's badass, but they fucking format their submissions the same way. So you have to like go back and like, it's all like text file, like space delimited. It's a whole mess, but they're doing really neat stuff. Also, they have a bunch of like open SSH bugs last year, which is very cool and exciting. Speaking of, oh shit. Yeah, they have 2 of them. So yeah, I mean, just pre-authentication RCE and OpenSSH default config. Hell yeah, bro. Oh man, that could have been really bad. Or maybe it was really bad. Who the fuck knows? I like this one too because we're starting to see more submissions focusing on LLMs in particular, which is obviously really fascinating. They're funny little guys and they do funny little things, but it is like admittedly a rapid, not to get too like SF on everybody, but it is a really rapidly advancing thing, and the ways that people are interacting with them to actually subvert what the system is meant to do is fascinating because it is like, you think of it, it's like a completely different flavor of attack surface. So there's just a lot of like neat little surprising things showing up. And I really like the MeFair or MyFair one as well. Because they, like the little like cards like you get into like a hotel or whatever. So this guy just like broke them. It's like very complex and it's very complicated, but it's also very fascinating and affected a lot of shit. So we also didn't really get like any epic fail nominations. I think CrowdStrike kind of blew it out of the water last year, and I don't know. I guess everyone got their shit together, which is really cool and nice to see. So lamest vendor response. The second year in a row now, Linux's CNA has shown up in this. Please be nice to them. No one gets paid with that shit. It's kind of like the ponies. They're just, I mean, they are having kind of a tough time, I think, figuring out what the process needs to be. No one's really sure who to grab it or who to needs to hold the CVE or figure out if it is a CVE. The profile pin bypass. Yeah, so the other funny thing with that was the vendor just denied it. They were like, no, it's not real. I don't care. It's real ostrich shit. And then, we always, every year for like lamest vendor response, we just get a ton of nominees that are like, I reported this bug bounty and they ignored it. And it's like, okay. Like, I realize that's basically the profile pin bypass one, but that one is, like, actually kind of neat. But, like, I don't, like, dude, it was going to be, like, $1,000 bounty, and, like, yeah. It's, a lot of the time, they're just not as interesting as I wish they were. But, like, someone, like, not responding to your email about, like, something that is arguably impactful to them is, like, not always the worst thing in the world. There's a lot of reasons why they might not be able to, or like, I don't know, maybe the email died. It could be anything. Most innovative, this one we always get a ton of nominations for. I'm honestly curious how many ponies Ben Nassi has at this point, as well as Alon. They show up a lot, but if you guys want to open a stable, I'd love to see the pictures of that. BitLocker bypass, that rocks. We've got the Google Calendar thing is really fun too. It's like they basically there was a spam campaign going around a while back where you could basically just assign people up for like Google events and then just feed them bullshit. But it also means that might be an attack vector. And now that interface has changed very dramatically if you've tried to send events to people you haven't already corresponded with or anything like that. Let me see what else. This one was basically, I found a way to make a new botnet and I decided not to make a botnet. Appreciate you. Kernel Snitch, other side channel, cool. Schedule disclosure was another side channel. And this one was fun too. This was a like electric vehicle charging station that these guys just kicked open. Again, the vendor kind of ignored it, but the idea of like breaking someone's car is just funny to me personally. I don't know why. Let's see. Oh my God. All right. It isn't a tab. Cool. So I've decided I just like kind of like giving out ponies to people at Summercon because it's fun and neat. And I don't know if you guys saw some of this research, but China recently hit the news and everyone was freaking way the hell out because they had these very sophisticated like biped robots that would kind of walk around, and like that was basically it. I don't know why they thought making a biped robot was like a good idea. A good friend once told me that like nature tends to optimize towards crabs. Which is true. Like they're more stable. It's more optimized. They do the little dance on YouTube, which is fun. But like bipeds are like people, they fucking tip over. Like it doesn't work very well. The reason why being bipeds for us worked well was it's like a long distance hunting strategy because we can walk faster and run for a longer amount of time than basically every other animal with four legs. So we just follow them and then eat them. But now we have robots that can do that, which actually now I think about is way worse. So anyway, Rob did something really cool. He basically got one of these things from China, don't know how, and then jailbroke it and then made it start walking around and doing funny shit. So Rob, this one's for you. I don't know Vlad, is Vlad back there? We're out here. Where's Vlad? Is Ari out there? Where's Ari? Wave. There you are. Hi. Can you give us a wrap? So, that actually pretty much covers it. I have no idea. I think we're pretty well under time. But yeah, as always, I figured I'd keep this into a lot of shit going around. A lot of people are having a tough time. Just remember to support each other. One of the best things about the Pony Awards is honestly just the community fact, like the community part of it. Like the fact that honestly, like, yeah, well, I wish I didn't have to be constantly reminded of how valuable it is to have like this type of a community and how much that support matters when shit hits the fan and you kind of need an umbrella. But yeah, glad to have you. And glad to support any way we can. So I will see you guys at DEF CON. It should be a good time. All right. Thank you.
I was gonna say, hey,
Okay.
we ready?
We throwing out more
Yeah.
more swag.
Who needs a bottle opener?
Let's get Vlad
Anyone
up here
else?
so that they can plug in their laptop, and we'll pass out swag in the meantime. Who wants a koozie?
Everyone wants a koozie.
Who wants a keychain? Fabric says Summercon.
One thing that I do want to mention about Vlad's presentation, this is the reason why coming to Summercon is a good idea and not just catching it on the live stream, because this one will not be streamed live.
And you can't get merch if you don't show up.
That is true. It is, you know, I know Willy Wonka had ideas about this, but nice. Oh yeah, these are nice. These polos like really look very professional.
I mean, that looks like a shirt that you could wear to the office.
Yeah.
Provided that you go to an office.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just.
What's up, Jimbo? Yeah,
Another bottle opener.
Just keep hawking them at people, and
Who's
hopefully they
looking for
don't
a
get hit in the eye.
Oh yeah. Boom. Oh.
I guess AI and robots have been the theme for this afternoon. But that's not going to be the topic of this next talk. So Winona is going to be speaking on the exploit market. The US one, the Chinese one, how it works, the mechanics of it, what's getting recycled through it, who's buying the stuff, who has to give stuff away. I even asked some questions backstage, and it turned out that I am behind the times on the reality of it now. But I think it's, like, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I suspect that we're a little behind our strategic competitors. But I will hand it over to Winona if you're ready. We may need to lower the microphone, or if you just want to hold on to it. And I'm supposed to give out a bunch more merch, but they haven't brought it back yet. So there will be more merch to be thrown at you. Oh, more merch to throw at you. These are either keychains, or we prefer them as luggage tags. Oh. Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, I'm okay.
And let's see if I can get it in the back. I doubt it. Yeah, that didn't. Sorry about that, Justin. Can you pass that to? Keep passing it back to the back row, please. Hey, thank you.
All right, John.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, well then I'll start throwing out merch when you're done before the next talk.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right, y'all. Thanks for coming. I know that it's just about that sweet spot in the afternoon, so honestly, heckle me, please. All right. Who am I? My name is Winona. I used to do RE and CTI. Then I did a hard left into law school, and I'm also the founder of DistrictCon. We're Thank you. Yeah, we're fairly well known for our junkyard contest, which is where we pay people to demo ODE and end of life. So if you have any of that, hit me up after the talk. This talk is actually my grad school thesis, so it's been a labor of love for the last year and has a far more like official academic title for people who end up looking it up. It's on the Atlantic Council website. But this is going to be a bit more of a like 10,000-foot view of the US versus Chinese acquisition pipelines for ODE. Why this topic? I've got a bunch of personal reasons, and if you guys want to talk to me about that afterwards, feel free. But there's a wider geopolitical and like policy context around here that I'll explain. So I'm sure many of you guys know, but like NSO Group is a thing. Companies selling private sector, offensive cyber, CNE in a box, ODE, whatever you want to call it, is all over the world now, and governments are taking notice. And this has resulted in a lot of government initiatives. Most famously, the UK and France created this Pall Mall process, not actually named after the cigarette, believe it or not, after the street that it's been signed on. But they're talking about the proliferation and irresponsible use of commercial cyber. Now, that's a lot of words. But basically, irresponsible use is we don't want governments hacking civil society and journalists. That stinks. And it's a lot of diplomacy and international law. But proliferation is kind of an interesting newer word. It's the rapid increase in numbers of something, right? And I like to call that the hacker and market nexus. Ultimately, there's more ODE and more cyber and more spyware out there because there's more governments buying and more people and more hackers selling. And when you think about this in a wider context, when you have this decoupling between US and Chinese tech, and you have this like Pall Mall process where countries are getting together and trying to figure out like how to have best practices in the market, this sort of concept is super cool. And also, fundamentally, one of these is far less explored than the others, and I find proliferation as a concept something interesting to study. So, given that, this was my very official academic research question, which was, given the international marketplace for offensive cyber, how can the US and its allies assure availability of ODE or exploits while limiting China's access to those same capabilities? It's a big question, and to understand it, you need to not just know how the ODE industry operates, but also the exploit pipeline acquisition in the US and its equivalent in China. And so to do some sort of semblance of research, I scraped all of CTF time, which is a solid proxy for talent pools for the VR industry. CTFs, particularly Pwn challenges, are good indicators of whether or not you'll like VR. I also interviewed a bunch of people in the US and Five Eyes. So I interviewed a bunch of vulnerability research firms and then also a bunch of people in the US government. And then after I did all of that, I compared that to what we know about the Chinese exploit pipeline. Isun Leaks, which Isun was a pretty big Chinese firm that got all of their stuff dumped on GitHub. And then some other CTF data, famous operations. And then I interviewed some China researchers in the US. There are some limits. I never actually got to interview a China researcher from China, so if you guys know anyone from Penghu, hit me up. But obviously, this is just 30 people, right? So it's not going to be a full breakdown of all of the industries. But it's sometimes nice when you want to look at least one slice that it does line up with stuff that we've heard either at Summercon, DEF CON, et cetera. Now, this isn't for this particular audience, probably more for people on the recording, but the main piece of feedback that I got when I first published this piece is oh, Winona, why are you so pro ODE? And I'm not necessarily, I just prefer them to government mandated backdoors. I think that those are pretty lame. Thank you. And I do like this community of hackers. And ultimately, if we are going to talk about how to regulate VR, how to regulate exploit sales, we should know what this market looks like. So now I'm actually going to talk about the research, thank God. I'm not going to talk about how exploit dev works. There are so many people, some of whom are on the screen, who have actual direct experience, and I would highly, highly recommend that you check out their talks. Mark Dowd, Dave Itel, Maura Schwartz, Chompy. All of these talks are widely available on YouTube if you want to get into VR. But I will tell all of you how to sell exploits, or rather, how much exploit selling sucks. And the reason why it sucks is because there's a ton of market inefficiencies. What do I mean by that? I mean customer-focused inefficiencies. Do you know how to sell to the government? It is not like you can just call up the FBI and go, hey, I've got some sick ODE, do you want any? So if you go through a middleman, are you comfortable with that? And the next is a bug-focused inefficiency. Do you have a primitive or a full chain? One of these is going to sell for a lot more than the other. One of them is actually going to be useful, but one of them takes a lot of work. Do you know how much your bug is usually worth? That's also really difficult to tell in a marketplace like this. And do you actually have a unique bug? Interviews that I've done with VR firms suggest that bug collisions, particularly on hardened targets, big tech firms, all of that, are much more common given how few classes that are left. And then finally, do you know what to do once you've gotten a customer? Do you have specific budgetary restraints, whoops, and QA? Do you even know what you're looking for? All of these things make selling a bug really, really hard. And so the US and China both have different mechanisms to either make this easier or make it far more difficult. Whew, I should have brought water out, that's my bad. Okay, so let's talk about supply. When I talk about supply, I mean the companies that are providing the exploit and the talent that are building it. So let's talk about companies first. What do US companies and Chinese companies look like in this marketplace? So on the US side, you have the DIB, the beautiful defense industrial base. There's a ton of prime contractors that are massive, bloated, and oh, thank you, Jimbo. And a lot of subcontractors that actually have the talent. They sell products, either individual exploits or black box platforms where you just kind of press the button and fire the cyber, I don't know. And VCs and private equity also play in our space. I think the interesting one is the fact that Red Lattice and Paragon are owned by the same private equity firm. And so there was all this hullabaloo when they were trying to get merged. There were some rumors about that that didn't end up panning out. What about China? China doesn't necessarily just have a DIB or a defense industrial base in comparison. So they do have prime contractors. Qianxin is a very well-known one, and they have subcontractors. But the companies that are subcontractors will often also directly work with government. And not only will they sell products, but also do the operations themselves, which means that they're actually providing access and data exfil as a service, hacking into the targets directly. This is a fun little translated screen cap of iSoon, again, going back to this mid-tier company, where the manager is asking, like, oh, like, can you get access? Like, of course. If not, like, oh, got the mail server. I'll also say I updated this just last week. Hafnium, one of the Hafnium operators, famous Chinese APT, was just arrested in Italy like 3 or 4 days ago. And the guy who was arrested wasn't like a government employee. He worked for a company called Shanghai Power Rock Network Company. Okay. So again, going back to the fact that this is much wider than just the defense industrial base, Chinese big tech companies also get in on the action. A lot of them fund fairly elite VR teams and firms. Margin Research about a year ago did some really, really cracked research on the links between these companies and industry giants. And sometimes, the Chinese tech firms will provide hacking services themselves. Qihu360 has been accused of selling user data for recon. If you don't know what Qihu360 is, they are the largest antivirus firm in China. So it's like if McAfee was like, hey, USG, like, do you want some sick data? And Venus Tech, which is a huge IT provider, all of their stuff got leaked a little while ago, and it shows that they actually do have offensive hacking contracts with the Chinese government. Okay, that was companies. Now let's talk about people. The US, interestingly enough, has an incredibly defense-forward talent pool. And like, I think that's good. I think it's solid that a lot of blue team folks who are here in the audience, like what, are important. They provide a lot of good services. But if you think about it, the blue team and defensive budgetary requirements and grants are outweighing that of, I'm sorry, defense outweighs offense when it comes to government supply and grant of money and resources. Like even the NSA, if you think about all of the NSA cyber centers of excellence, this is the NSA reaching out to university and going, hey, let me partner with you on cyber. Only 21 of them are certified to train students in operations. That's 4.5% of the NSA's university partnerships are for offense. That's crazy. And I think about that all the time. But not only are we defensive focused, that just means that we reach out from an offensive perspective internationally. So we rely a lot on international talent. Multiple Five Eye VR firms that I interviewed basically said, we don't just hire in the US, we do Five Eyes, South America, and Europe. And this international nature is backed up with CTF data. So if you look at the top 12 finalists for the DEF CON CTF finals last year, you'll see that all of the US teams are combined with some other country's team or are international in nature. And I bet many of you are like, oh, like DEF CON's like super hard, like, you know, maybe that's not out of the ordinary. All of the other CTF data on CTF time corroborates this, where you have here, the US side has a bunch of teams. However, just as many, if not more teams, do not affiliate themselves with a single country or specifically say that they are international in nature. Also, this took me like 6 months to like web scrape. I promise it's not because I'm shitty with web scraping, which like is totally possible. Selenium is like the bane of my existence, but also the data is just not easily obtainable on CTF time. Okay, moving on to China. China has an enormous domestic talent pool. I think my favorite fact is that China produces more STEM grads every year than the US produces college grads. That's just population density. And government-sponsored CTF data shows that the top 10 CTFs have about 11,000 participants on average, which when you compare that to like the US Cyber Games, which is one of our very few state-sponsored CTFs here in the States, we get about 2,000 participants on average. So like, that's insane. That's an insane number of difference. And I think it goes down to the fact that China has known since 2017 that vulnerabilities and vulnerability researchers are a national strategic resource. Can you imagine anybody in DC coming to a hacker conference and saying, you guys are a national strategic resource? I don't think so. But not only that, but China has closed off a lot of its offensive hacking talent pool from international influence since 2017. And it's replaced that collaboration with state-sponsored funnels. A lot of you, I'm sure, know, like, Chinese hackers can't come to Pwn2Own anymore, but they go to Tianfu Cup. Tianfu Cup is Pwn2Own with Chinese characteristics. But not as many people know about Wuyuan, which was like a Chinese bug track where in 2016, Chinese researchers from the White Hat ethical hacking community would collaborate with Taiwanese counterparts across the strait. Such a beautiful, different time in international relations. Unfortunately, in 2016, the Chinese government cracked down on Wuyuan, arrested all of the Chinese admins. There wasn't really anything public about like why. And then all of a sudden, CNNVD started really ramping up its partnership programs with hackers in China. Now, if you don't know what CNNVD is, it is basically like NVD here in the United States, the National Vulnerability Database, but it is owned by the Chinese Foreign Intelligence Agency, the Ministry of State Security. And CNNVD has been shown to delay publication of vulnerabilities when they are actively being used for state-sponsored ops. Fun. All right, so that's supply. If I haven't told you guys how screwed we are yet, wait until we get here. So, on the acquisition side, even though we have this beautiful, diverse, international community of hackers that all work in small businesses and rah-rah small businesses in the United States, we unfortunately have government contracts that are compliance-heavy and favor huge primes, incredibly large beltway bandits. There's unspoken US person requirements, which when you're thinking about the international nature of the hacker community, feels like a disconnect. And government customers sometimes may not tell you what they want. So if you are a small business and you're building an exploit for 6 to 12 months and you hand it to a government customer and you go, hey, is this nice? Do you like it? They might just go, no thanks. And even if you get that far, there might be additional regulations that are coinciding based off of the product or the agency's risk aversion, which isn't just like law, but different policies. So you have the vulnerability equities process if you are selling just a 0-day. If you are selling an end-to-end solution, like a black box thing, you go through the Biden spyware executive order. And then now with Pall Mall, with codes of practice, those might become binding in the future, even though Pall Mall is saying they're not going to be binding. I'll say that the risk aversion, I think, is the most interesting and dangerous because you have these QA requirements and failure tolerance that is highly stringent, where the US government does not want their ODA or their exploits to fail. So they go, hey, company A, will you get company B to quality assurance test your bug? And company B and company A might be competitors, which means that you are giving your intellectual property to someone who now knows how you broke into a system and can now use it for their own purposes. I'll also say this is like a fun little note on the lawsuit that recently happened. I don't know how many of you know this, but Meta recently won its lawsuit against NSO Group, which I think is phenomenal. They made NSO Group pay $167 million. That is good for human rights. It is good for software security. However, unfortunately, the reasoning behind the lawsuit, so if you read the judge-made decision, basically they're saying that whenever you test an exploit against a company's system, you are committing a computer crime. And yes, our computer hacking law does have a national security carve-out, but this carve-out has never been tested in any court of law, which means that there is this strange risk that's hovering around that has not been resolved yet, and is something that a vulnerability research firm is going to have to be really careful of to not piss off a different private sector company. Okay, so in contrast, China doesn't necessarily have just federal contracting systems. They also have government contracts at the state and even city level government, which is kind of wild. So these are two different leaks. One is from iSoon. Again, it'll show up a lot because they just had a lot of data. And the other is actually a series of transactions from Salt Typhoon. So iSoon has been giving hidden internet service, website penetration services, Telegram remote evidence collection to the Taizhou Public Security Bureau, which is about the same size as if Pittsburgh had an FBI branch office. I don't know if Pittsburgh has an FBI branch office. If so, great. But Salt Typhoon also not only has had transactions with companies, but also Chengdu bureau level organizations, which again is a city level government. Chinese companies also seem to have a revealed preference for access versus stealth. So I don't know how many of them do QA or like really care about whether or not their exploits are stable or they fail. My favorite thing here is that when DOJ indicted APT41, naming this company called Chengdu 404, the two founders of iSoon, based off of leaked chat logs, were going back and forth being like, oh, haha, like 404 was burned. Next time we'll see them, we'll drink 41 drinks. Again, like call out to APT41. And now they can call themselves FBI certified. Like, how great of a marketing tool is this? And this is what I send to anybody who tells me that name and shame still works. So the last couple of things that I'll talk about China's government system is the resourcing that they give these struggling, smaller vulnerability research firms. The first is that, remember the Tianfu Cup, pwn to own with Chinese characteristics? Tianfu Cup has been found giving the zero-day POC code that you get from the contest to these vulnerability research and exploit shops to weaponize to then give back to the government, which is, a fun resource for someone who maybe hasn't looked at that target set in a while. Based off of interviews too, a lot of the China researchers that I've talked to have suggested that capability sharing is a thing among Chinese operating teams. So to lengthen the timeline of a zero-day capability, you'll basically give it to your A team. And then once it's like, overused or it's a little old or it gets found and patched, you'll start giving it to your B, C, and D teams as well. And you can see this not just see it definitely in Microsoft Exchange, which if you guys remember 2021, there was a little bit of usage in the wild of this ODA. Microsoft found it. Microsoft issued the patch. And like way faster than like patch diffing really makes sense to do, you saw this spike in Chinese APTs using this particular vulnerability against Microsoft Exchange servers. So that's one example, but people I've interviewed have also said that it's not just Microsoft Exchange, it's been found in other edge devices and particularly VPNs. And then, I'm sure that this is kind of the slide that most people have been waiting for and most people are fairly aware of, but China does have a regulatory environment that if you're not already an offensive security firm, if you're a defensive company that's not like a huge fan of providing services to the government, you still gotta. In 2021, they released this vulnerability disclosure law, basically saying that instead of, if you find a vulnerability, disclosing it to the vendor, you must first disclose it to the government, which is cool, I guess, if you're China. But basically, if you don't do that, they will cancel contracts, they will suspend partnerships, and they will fine you, which is what happened when an Alibaba researcher disclosed the Log4j vulnerability to Apache rather than straight to the Chinese government. And I think I'll leave you guys with this slide, which is a great slide from Dakota Carey's research sleight of hand report about a year ago, which is that ultimately, between these regulations, the systems that have been put up, the programs that have been put up, China has an incredibly large series of databases and pipelines that take ODA and bring them into the Chinese government ecosystem. So, that was a lot. And I know that I sound like this, but I've been working on this for a long time, and if you guys have just come in or you're drunk enough to like not know what I was talking about, this is all of my research on a single slide, where basically the US has an incredibly defensive-focused funnel. We cannot get out of our own way. Our regulations are deterring people from submitting or profiting from bugs, and our big tech companies are that balance to make sure that our programs and our software are secure. On the other hand, you have these incredibly state-sponsored feeder systems in China. You have numerous government contracts everywhere. And the government provides all of these additional resources for these firms so that way they could get through the next contracting cycle. I'll say not all of this is bad. I think the US system, to some respect, does reflect our policy values. We want our software to be secure. We want to be able to sell it internationally, which means we need a lot of user trust. We want to be secure in cyberspace. We want to protect human rights. I think that's a great thing. And I think we don't want to get caught hacking people, although with Congress saying that we got to hack back the CCP hackers, I don't know if that's the case anymore. But if it's not the case, if we actually do want to hack back the CCP hackers, I just like to think about the fact that China has been the top state-backed exploiter of 0 days since 2023. That, obviously that have been detected. Don't come after me, TAO. But if you think about this, and then you think about how deteriorating or how not fit for purpose our system is compared to the Chinese system, I think we're in trouble. Kind of on a lighter note, I will leave you with a couple of things. There's a bunch of recommendations in my report. It's largely tailored towards government for obvious reasons, but I'll say a couple things for the hacker community. Ultimately, hackers are a community. That's why we gather here in in a bar in Brooklyn to talk about stuff that we care about. But ultimately, there are people out there making policies without us, whether we like it or not, and we need to show up and be able to tell them, if something is not technically feasible, if something is not going to work out from an industry perspective, we have to actually say that and stand up. So if people are interested in engaging in the Pall Mall process, do let me know. I think that there are a couple of people in this community that already have that connection, but if not, open to that. I'll also say, hackers are business groups. A lot of people in here are CEOs and founders of their own small companies, and that is important, particularly in this admin. And actually, a final note: I don't know how many of you guys are tracking the big beautiful bill that passed last week, or if any of you did a Command F for cyber, but there is $1 billion allocated for offensive cyber operations in the one big beautiful bill. We could talk about other line items that have been cut, but $1 billion. And I don't think anybody knows what this means. What is this going to? Who is going to get that money? So yeah, we have market power that we're not using, and I highly encourage people, especially people in this community, to use it. Yeah, thank you. All right, cool. Yeah. 谢谢. Please. Tell me if I misheard you, but you're saying that there still are quite a few Chinese researchers that are involved in big tech in the US, particularly in their bug bounty programs. And then what do I say to that when it comes to this particular paper? And then also, is that it? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, you're right. That is something that I address in my paper where it's kind of an anomaly. I think that there's a benefit to the hacker community, particularly in China, but you'll probably know better than I do, to being able to participate in the international community writ large. And there's some element of being a responsible stakeholder in the environment that people do care about. You're right. It's definitely not cohesive with this narrative, but it's something that's important to bring up, and I appreciate you doing that. Yes. Yeah, so the question was, is there anything that the US does better than China when it comes to supply and acquisition? Yes, I mean, I would say I like the fact that I like the fact that I know that my big tech firms have a lobbying org that's hey, Congress, maybe don't force us to disclose to you, or don't force us to disclose to the government. And the fact that we have a vibrant civil society of researchers that allows us to push for these privacy protections is super important. And I think that that's really valuable and does reflect our policy priorities. Yes? That's a good question, which is what percentage of the Chinese research community is motivated by profit versus mission? And I think I personally don't have that data. It would, I think, be as equally difficult to ask me that question on the US side, which is like how many people are motivated by mission versus profit, because I think that that's also kind of a false dichotomy. Anybody else? All right. Oh, it's back. Yeah. Yeah. So the question was, am I worried about, given the current political climate, hackers being less willing to provide to US and mostly moving out towards Europe? I think ultimately the goal here is being able to have this supply chain. And I actually think that in some senses, I mean, you saw the $1 billion, right? There is like some motivation in the current admin to like want to do more offensive cyber. I think also that if ultimately, like, it depends where in Europe, to be perfectly honest. Like, not all of them are like so pro civil society and like vulnerabilities equities process as the US is. And I think it's less about whether or not a researcher is going to like to say like screw you US versus like, okay, if this is something that we want to do we have the right manpower and the right incentive to do it? And there's like still the Five Eyes, right? So yeah. Do you mean Project Zero or Zerodium? So the question is, what do I think about Zerodium? I think middlemen play an interesting part in this market. I think that frankly they obscure a lot, which makes it difficult for you to like know who actually sold or bought your bug, or who the owner of that bug is. And I think that that actually does a disservice to the market as a whole. But if there were a better way to be able to like guarantee certain things, I think that they are a good like person to have on side to like talk about like what possibilities are to fix that, if that makes sense. I think I am out of time, but if you guys want to, oh, I do. Oh God. Oh wow. All right. Well then maybe I'll take one last question. There's one over there. Yeah. I have not, but maybe you can explain it to me, Amelia. All right, well, if there's nothing else, I'll see you guys at the bar. Please be my friend. I have DistrictCon stickers and Junkyard stickers. Yeah, thanks.
Very, very important. Note the stylish. Winona is one of the most stylish people here today.
You too can look almost that good if you buy a tracksuit jacket.
For sale right now.
Speaking of merch, we've got a bunch of old merch from last year that we want to throw out to you. But because it's mostly shirts, we are going to tell you the sizes so that you can raise your hand accordingly. All right, we have women's tanks. So
these are new, actually.
Oh, those are brand new.
Brand new. This year.
So women's tank, do we have sizes on these, or do we think they're all the same size?
No, they're different.
This is a G. I don't have any fucking clue what size this is.
That's
a G. Oh, a large, a women's large. And for the sake of people that are worried about it, I think that's a small. All right, let's. Oh, sorry. Can you pass that to the individual in the hat?
go.
And we've got more koozies. Ben, do you have a koozie? Not even close.
A medium unisex.
A medium with a racing stripe.
Who's looking for the medium?
We got somebody over there.
Woo. I got a large.
A large racing stripe.
Oh, this guy is like.
All right.
whoa.
I feel like this corner doesn't get a lot of love.
Who needs a koozie?
We've got the nice hats.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see if I can do this and not hit you in the head. All right. Closer. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Hat. All right. Nope. A small, maybe.
I got an XL and a medium. XL? No. You can trade across the street at Lucky 13 and get the size.
All right. I have a medium Summercon ski team. All right. Oh, all right. Well, we've got some more. I've also got a large Summercon ski team.
Medium.
Let's see, what is this?
Oh!
Another large Summercon ski team. Remember, it's probably a euphemism for doing cocaine. All right. I've got an extra large. Anybody need an extra large Summercon ski team? I've got a small polo shirt with the Summercon logo. You can wear this in the office. Hey. We have
Another small.
another small. And we have a large polo. All right.
Oh, in the back.
Just come closer. I'm still probably gonna miss it. There we go. A large Summercon ski team. Yeah. Sorry about that. The floor is probably clean.
Medium.
And a medium Summercon ski team.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's clear that we don't have a softball team. And luggage tags. So many luggage tags. Ben would like a luggage tag. So you get a luggage tag and you get a luggage tag. Everybody gets a luggage tag. Well, I saw it and I was like, that doesn't look new. that is lightly used and slightly abused. So that took less time than we needed. So,
well, reminder tonight.
Yes, tonight we've got. The
movie Hackers.
Yeah, we've got one more talk, then lightning talks. We got some neat people for the lightning talks, and then we've got happy hour, and then we have the movie Sneakers.
Brought to you
by Bishop Fox. So if you're not familiar, it's Robert Redford and Dan Aykroyd and Sidney Poitier and Ben Kingsley and River Phoenix when he was still alive. And they are early hackers in the late 80s to early 90s. And it's genuinely a good movie.
And roughly around 6 o'clock, pizza is showing up.
That's right, food. We're going to feed you. Shocking. I guess no time like the present. Let's see if Jay's ready to speak. So a funny thing about Summercon is that a lot of people finish their talks while they're back in the green room. This is not just because of laziness, it's just more procrastination. So I don't know if his talk's done, but let's see if he's ready. All right. Let's get him up here. Okay, announcing things. What should I announce? Oh, you mean about the talk? I just thought you meant in general. I was like, I am our nation's most valuable zinc deposit. I once had an erotic dream about a man, and I don't know what to think about it. I'm not academically inclined. All right, so Jay is going to be talking about the free open source software world and the giant tire fire that it is. It is my understanding that this will be heavy on the memes with some content, but really kind of a rage-induced why is this industry broken and what can we do to potentially make it better. Or at least I'm going to give it that, constructive criticism that will make it better. But this is going to be where a lot of broken things exist. I assume, because I'm just speculating, I haven't read any of the abstracts, this probably has something to do with the way that CNAs are structured. So if you're not aware, the CVE program came to a halt in the past year because, well, they just said every bug is a security bug and broke the whole system. So I don't know if that's what this is about, but I'm getting the impression that it's not. I'm just talking about a totally different thing. So yeah, the National Vulnerability Database is fucking busted, and so is open source software. And is AI going to write the rest of the open source software and make it even worse? I don't know what this talk is about, but I'm excited to hear it, and so should you. Give a round of applause for Jay.
There we go. I love the energy. All right, last talk of the day. Then we have the Lent talks. All right. The best part about my talk is that it's the last talk of the day, which means, well, most of you are half in the bag, and the rest of you are all in the bag. Okay, so whenever I give a talk on privacy or privacy-related topics, I label the talk, "We Kill People Based on Metadata." And today we're going to talk about basically that all the stuff we do for freedom tech and privacy is kind of a shit show. So, who am I? I like privacy and security. I've done a bunch of stuff. I run a crypto insurance company called Evertas. Got to wrap the merch here. We're a Lloyd's cover holder. We have really big insurance policies, and we insure a lot of Bitcoin hash rate miners, AI data centers, and a lot of crypto. Not really relevant to this talk. But I do think a lot about risk. That's my job. That's what I've thought about nonstop for 8 years. Why I say that this is the will you kill people based on metadata talk is that was a quote from Michael Hayden. He was responding to a comment from the former NSA General Counsel Stuart Baker saying that metadata absolutely tells you everything about somebody's life. If you have enough metadata, you don't really need content. And then Michael Hayden kind of pointed out that we killed people because of this. So it seemed like a good name for a talk series about privacy. My talk is going to be basically just me ranting about things that frustrate me. So those of you who are drinking, good choice. Those of you in the audience, I'm sorry. So this all started, I was waiting to submit my Summercon talk proposal, and I didn't really have an idea. And then in parallel, I was trying to access one of my files on Proton Drive. There was a new update. It basically locked me out of all my files. I couldn't get this resolved for days. Literally couldn't even get an email response for days. I realized that all my files, in spite of what one would intuit, were not stored locally. And I couldn't require they get stored locally. I couldn't download them from their web app either because it would just crash after more than 10 gigs is downloaded. And I had 3/4 of a terabyte. I almost lost my wedding photos. That kind of sucked. And basically, I just rage submitted a talk about why I'm pissed off at all this privacy crap that I do. Because, quite frankly, most of the things that are pissing me off are the result of deliberate design decisions that are made by these projects. I'm going to complain about this a lot, so you'll just see like references to like Proton Drive. This was basically the way I felt. Now, like everyone else, that's right, we'll do it live. Like everyone else preparing a talk, I kind of rushed this through, but after seeing Ang's talk, I realized that this is perhaps not appropriate because I actually have slides. I'm also going to thank these two guys who gave me some information about an actual enterprise deployment of Proton, which I thought was very insightful. So let's kind of talk about my journey here. So I used to hate Apple. I used Cubes as my daily driver for I think 3 years as my only computer, so it's not like I cheated. I had this through COVID and also when hyperthreading was disabled because of Spectre and Meltdown, which made Cubes very, very painful to use, more so than usual. I kind of got everything working. I got my webcam work, I got scanning worked, I got printing working. Couldn't get it to go hibernate. I said sleep, it's just hibernate. I ran on a System 76 laptop because, like, I believe in the cause, man. Like, we want free tech. I've played with graphene. I actually tried to use a bunch of, like, privacy tools for work, so Wire, Tresorit, Proton, things like that. Here, now what am I doing, all right? I'm using a MacBook Pro. I have the iPhone. And I recommend Google products and Slack for work environments. So, like, I'm kind of sitting there saying, like, what the hell happened, right? It's like you wake up from a coma and you're like, wait, I was this person, and like now I'm that person. Like, how did this happen? Well, so what happened was my computer died, actually, and I had to give a presentation. And so I got like an emergency MacBook Air. And I realized that what I was doing was kind of insane. I couldn't get reliable Windows working. My company's a Microsoft shop. That's talk about bad mistakes, right? Couldn't get Hibernate to work. Biometrics weren't working in Cubes. I started to have to travel a lot, and it was very hard for me to like be in places where I could type in a password without having it being observed. And then there's issues around hardware integrity, which, you know, as I kind of was thinking about this, was like, hey, what are you doing? Like, I would just like give you a corrupt USB driver or corrupt your USB firmware, and I'll pwn your computer anyway. I was like, all right, good point. Also, thank you. Has anyone ever seen the movie Animal House? Will someone tell these assholes to shut up? Shut up, you assholes! Sorry. This is the best day of my life. Also, I was busy. I was running a company. I had family. I had work to do. I was trying to live my life. And also, because I couldn't get Hibernate working, all right, I had this damn System 76 laptop, which was failing. The reason why it died was because I kept on going into thermal overload. And they told me it was my fault because I installed Cubes on it, if you want to hear a line of bullshit. And so I had these fans literally screeching top speed for a year and a half. Like, when it died and I finally shipped the thing off, it was like the end of the telltale heart. I'm like, it's quiet. It's quiet. Kind of like what just happened. So what I wanted was reliable systems that enhanced my life, not hindered it. And I realized this is what I've done to my life, okay? My entire life, everything was hinging on some bullshit privacy project. So I'm like struggling with this because I'm like, I don't want to be the fucking sellout. So I'm talking to people. I talked to Ang, and Ang's like, you're hitting yourself in the balls repeatedly with a hammer. Anyone who knows Ang understands where that came from. Another friend of mine in security space, you're the CEO, use a Mac. Same person. I use the framework, but when I really need to do something, I use my Mac. One of the top security people I know, probably one of the most private people I've ever met, and like I'm at the pretty extreme end of that statement, said, I don't know what you could possibly doing that would require Cubes. And I realized I had kind of moved from the middle of the bell curve to the end. I just want shit to work. I don't care about wasting my time every day as some sort of like death trap. Like, anyone seen Galaxy Quest? Yeah, you know, like when they're in the end and they're like going through that like obstacle course thing, like who would do this? Like that was what my life had become. That's insane, all right? I don't want to spend my life doing that. I don't want to wake up every morning saying, oh, let me spend 4 hours trying to scan something, all right? I have things to do. So we have a problem, all right? And the problem is that these tools, the freedom tech, really are very, very unfriendly to the user. They're hard to use, they're not accessible. And by doing that, it really does decrease security and privacy, not only for everyone else who we are supposedly trying to help with these tools, but also us. So I decided to create like a fairly kind of detailed diagram explaining kind of how the freedom, open source, privacy tools interact with average users. Looks like this. I was expecting more laughs from that, but you know, whatever. And it cracks me up every time I see it. Yes, cuttlefish is delicious. Vanilla yogurt. But so, yeah, like, why do we care about this? Because it actually makes us less safe, right? You need privacy for security, for safety, for the most fundamental of basic rights. But it's hard to do by yourself. You need privacy built into these things. You don't want to stick out either. If you're the only asshole running, you know, Linux, and you go through a border checkpoint, they're going to pull you aside and beat you until you tell them what they want to hear, right? Which is not to say you shouldn't run Linux, but the point is that we should recognize that, like, if you're the needle in the haystack, someone's going to take a big magnet and pull you out. If you're hay in a haystack, no one's going to notice you. All right? And this is a really important point. Even if you're private, the people around you aren't. You could be like the most elite, hardcore person in the world, but the second you step out of your, you know, basement / bunker, all right, and you're interacting with friends, families, partners, relatives, whatever, okay, you're all of a sudden you have people around you who are leaking a lot of data that they can link to you. Anyone ever watch the TV show Billions? There's a scene in like an early season where they're trying to find X, and like Paul Giamatti's character is like, follow the wife. And they're like, we've already checked on his wife. It's like, no, my wife. All right? Like, that's the thing. You're always around people. You want to find me, find my wife. All right? That's a good hint about where I'm going to be. I can hide my address all I want. If she goes and buys something from, you know, whatever, I don't know where she buys clothing from, Madewell, I guess, or something like that, all right? And they have our address there. Well, again, now you know my address is. All that work that I spent trying to hide where I'm physically living, boom, down the drain. So you have to make it intrinsic. So, but why do we even have this problem, right? Well, let's try to think through, right? So you have a problem. Let's try to figure out what works, what doesn't, what are the things that aren't, like, really gelling, and what works really well. So what doesn't work? Linux desktops, all right? It's niche. Super basic things can be hard. I have a friend who's a well-known cryptographer and security person who's like, oh, is it still hard to stand on Linux? Linux phones are like always a disaster. Hardware is often out of date, under spec'd, hard to get or impossible to get aftermarket support, warranty support, servicing. Pretty much everything that's supposed to be like open source framework, open source hardware other than the framework is basically just crap. Some really bizarre design decisions. Why do you want a 1080p screen on a 15.6-inch laptop with a numpad? Which, by the way, is like less powerful than a MacBook Air. I don't know. But because it's cool, I guess nerds like numpads now? I don't know. I mean, we do like buttons. We're giving them out, so. What are projects that look good? Signal Framework, non-desktop Linux, Proton. I'm going to spend a lot of time crapping on Proton. I do like the project. I use it, but like, and I think it's kind of the best of a lot of bad options. Ente, if you're looking for end-to-end secure photo storage, kind of like a Apple Photos kind of thing. It's pretty cool. MySudo, I think, is a great tool. I think it's very accessible for a lot of people. Also has some issues, as we'll get into that. So before I go on, just my quick disclaimer here, which is I'm going to talk and critique a lot of these projects. It's going to be very loud and angry. But it's not because I'm a bad person. It's not because these are bad people or they're bad projects. It's because I'm like a very disappointed like uncle or father who's just like, come on, no. It's like, you know, when you watch a soccer game and like the kid's running towards the other side's goal and you're like, oh, I'm so proud of you, but no, that's not what we want to be doing. So we're going to start with my airing of grievances. This is the rant part of the talk. I know you're like, wait, but that was already the rant part. No, that was the pre-rant. This is the rant, okay? It's the ambush boosh, all right? So I got a lot of problems with these projects. A lot of them really just aren't actually suitable for like production usage. Now, I'm going to start with the good, Signal. Signal, I think, is like the best privacy product ever. If you think about, from like a product design standpoint, if you wanted to build a product that was super, super private, okay, but that also matched kind of the best-in-class non-private versions, Signal is the only thing that comes to mind for me. Its user experience is identical to WhatsApp, similar to Telegram. Obviously, has a more limited set of abilities than Telegram, but that's deliberate because they were really chasing WhatsApp. It's super easy and intuitive. My dad's in his 80s. He's on Signal. My whole family's on Signal. My mother, my stepmother, my nephew, and my niece. It's pretty cool. It follows Sneak's laws. So Sneak, you can go sneak.berlin is his blog, talks about that basic users will not securely manage key material, full stop. Okay, we're not changing keys. We don't want to deal with any of that crap. Yeah, I would love to have a multi-user client so I could have like 4 different like Signal identities, more distributed info. But again, that is outside of the requirements of matching what WhatsApp does. So I think Signal's top notch, and I'll keep on saying that. Linux Knock Desktop. So like Linux Knock Desktop, like non-desktop versions of Linux, actually makes a lot of sense, right? Because who was the target audience for that? Sysadmins, nerds, engineers. So not like the general people walking down the street. So the greatest weakness, which is all the customizability, all the variability, all the different things that you could do to it, which is absolutely insane for like 99.9% of the general public, is actually a superpower. It's a strength in this particular application. And of course, there's no like random consumer peripherals that you have to have like weird drivers for to make this thing work. And added benefit, you have a benevolent dictator that keeps everything on track. Graphene, I think, is also a really good project. I think it's probably the best overall option for a privacy phone. They dealt with like the biggest issue with any of these privacy phones or Linux phone things, which is like the hardware, because they just said we're going to use Google Pixels. That's become a little bit of an issue. There's been, Google's changed how they're interfacing with the Android open source project, and they're not releasing drivers, so they have to kind of like reverse engineer drivers for the Pixels now. So we'll see what happens in the future, but like in spite of this problem, they put out a release for Android 16 super quickly. It is a robust and growing project like PewDiePie, who, I mean, I think the entire concept of like streaming games and being like people watching it is like beyond me, but I guess I'm like really 90. But apparently he's huge on the internet or something. But anyway, PewDiePie just did give an entire video about degoogling and talked about using graphene, which I think is awesome. And it's super functional with one major exception, which is that backups are a bit of a disaster. Having said that, for phones, where mostly you're pulling in data from outside, you can kind of make it work. But it's a cool project. Framework, again, good project. It's got good design specs. It now has decent resolution screens. They haven't let their kind of philosophy interfere with functionality. Their hardware is well supported, and they have a sustainable business model. This is really important because hardware projects always suffer from having an unsustainable business model. Now we get into the more ranty parts of this. All right, MySudo, beautiful, great idea, clunky, but has analytics on by default. That's kind of weird for a privacy project, very easy to use. But again, weird design decisions, right? Why can't I purchase this outside of an app store? Maybe you say, okay, initially this makes sense because it's like super easy to do like the payments infrastructure, but for God's sakes, how hard is it to like roll out like a website where like, I don't know, a Stripe API call that you can just use a prepaid card or something on? But there's like even more bizarre decisions. Like I can't get the desktop version of this unless I'm in the Microsoft or Apple app stores. Now, of course, for me to get it from the Apple App Store, that means I need to be logged into the Apple App Store on my laptop, which means my laptop is now associated with that account, which is not very private. Again, doesn't really make sense. No support for international plans. So it would be great if I could basically just call like any number in the world. I told them I would pay a crap ton of money for this. They didn't care. No support for RCS or MMS. So like when you're in a group chat, it just doesn't really work, which means it fails like the base tenet of a product, which is to give you the same experience as if you were using your phone. They limit the number of sudos you have. I'm guessing that's for some sort of fraud reason, but like you can just charge people for that, and I'm sure that will solve the problem. Because I would have like 20 of those things if I could. They keep on having like weird crap that's like non-core. Like I said, they don't have MMS working. Why do I want their like bullshit end-to-end encrypted messenger that like literally no one I know uses? And I know a lot of people in the privacy space. I know a lot of people use MySudo. Sometimes like they're a little aggressive on like blocking VPNs as like malicious IPs. Again, a little weird for privacy projects. I actually find that one a lot because they use like kind of commercial, digital firewalls and stuff like that. Their UX sucks for the emails. I guess that's fine because usually these are like quick disposable things, but it is like a little bit annoying and it's probably not that hard to fix. Recently, they like made it so like you couldn't even see your like message history offline, which is a completely freaking bizarre choice, particularly when you block VPNs. I think they've kind of rolled that back because I haven't noticed it in the last couple of days, but this is something that started like 2 weeks ago. It's very annoying. Another project is the email project Tuda. So Tuda's like an interesting thing. It's a secure email service founded in 2011, which is really interesting because they only got threading recently. Okay, conversation view is still coming. They have some modern features now. They've like been doing this big push. It doesn't use PGP, which I think is actually good. They have fully encrypted contacts and contact syncing, which is cool. But you're stuck with just using their apps. They're post-quantum now. They do encrypt some additional metadata for email headers. They encrypt subject lines. And the calendar and the mobile apps are searchable, including all the content, which you're like, now all you're sitting there watching this, and it's like, why are you describing like a really basic functionality that's always existed? Because it doesn't exist in most privacy projects. I found this Reddit thread kind of preparing this. I'm going to like kind of give you the highlights, right? Someone's basically saying like, why am I paying for this thing? I appreciate your forward thinking this, but like it doesn't work. And Tuda's response is like, we're building post-quantum so we can have all this other stuff. This is completely backwards, okay? No one gives a shit about you securing your system that no one uses. Make the product functional, then enhance the security for a realistic but on the horizon threat. I don't want to like dismiss PQ, but like this is insane. And again, this is only a year ago, right? So someone says, oh, I like that they're secure, and someone's like, yeah, but the balance is off. It's not usable, all right? Here, crappy UX UI, right? That's why, again, that's why I jumped to Proton. That's why I left Tutanota, all right? 10 years, still no labels for emails. Search doesn't work well. My point is that these are not like, oh, they're 6 months behind. They're like a decade behind on some features. And this is not an uncommon thing when I try to use privacy tools, all right? So we've already seen that poor choices make people leave the system, all right? And now you're actually getting to two really interesting things here, right? So the first person says, I moved to Skiff. Does anyone remember Skiff? That was kind of a flash in the pan. It was like a crypto, like secure email G Suite replacement thing. It was, I don't know what the crypto angle was. I spoke to the CEO and with a bunch of other people, and we thought their business plan was crazy. And we were right because they went out of business. And so, like, literally like a week before I switched to them. But it had everything you wanted. It was basically like a secure Gmail. It had document sharing, document collaboration. It was like, I think they had contact syncing. It was great. But they ran out of money and they got bought by Notion for some reason. So you're forcing people to leave, again, secure private projects to things that are less sustainable, all right? Or leave the privacy sphere altogether, where this guy's talking about trying to go back to Google. So, and then we're going to get to Proton. I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about Proton. I do use the product. I like the product in theory. But again, really bizarre design decisions, right? Founded in 2014. I was like, great, I'm going to be able to dump Gmail. That hasn't happened, okay? They've put out all of these products, but none of them actually solve the core problem. The core thing I want is a private version of Gmail. What do I have? I have a VPN, okay, whatever, there's a million VPNs. There is one specific thing about their VPN which is cool, which is that they've somehow whitelisted their IP addresses with streaming services, so if you want to run a VPN, like go to Hulu, you can. They built a password manager, which is a pretty good password manager, but there are other password managers out there. Proton Drive, I can't recommend to anyone. It's completely non-functional as far as I can tell. And Proton Wallet, they're building now. Why do I need a Bitcoin wallet in 2025 built by these people? Why are they expending resources? It literally makes no sense, all right? They have document collaboration, kind of, but there's no spreadsheets, there's no presentations. And their email has got some issues. So one of the things that pisses me off about Proton is Proton's like, we're really private. But their metadata is all exposed because they didn't have a good way, the way they architected it, they had no good way of searching for information. So your contacts aren't fully encrypted. They only encrypt the sensitive stuff, not things like the name and email of your contacts. Because your social graph isn't important. Search doesn't work in mobile, it's metadata only, they won't search content. They can't do contact syncing between devices, right? So like I can't like put my contacts in Proton and then have them like pushed onto my device to use so I can like call them. Supposedly coming soon. They use PGP, which I view as an irrelevant standard, so all the metadata is exposed. Again, exposing the social graph, and I think the reason why they were comfortable with that compromise is because the next point, which is they used this geographical arbitrage of we're in Switzerland and so we're private. Again, this never really made sense. They have a US office, they had people from MIT, so okay, great, whatever. It's hard to switch dates and calendars. These are all like really basic UX things that people are used for. The Proton bridge is pretty cool. You basically, it runs like a local little server. It downloads all the encrypted data, decrypts it locally, and then you can use IMAP to connect to the local server. That's actually a good idea. They had this a long time ago, which is, gotta give them credit for that. Offline event creation, emails, doesn't really work. It's definitely not mobile first or mobile friendly. Calendars only refresh once every 4 hours. So like when I put my work calendar into my Proton calendar, so I have one calendar. If I make a new event in my work calendar, it's not gonna show up for up to 4 hours. And they only let you import up to 1.5 megabytes now of calendar data, which is like nothing. I had to like clear out half my work calendar to make it do. Proton Drive, don't even get me started. This is like a long bunch of stuff. I'm not going to bore you all of it. My point is, it's really not suitable for enterprise. I spoke to an MSP that's actually supporting enterprise deployment of it, and there's just like literally a dump of all their issues. Well, the first two are actually mine. There's no DLP tools or compliance tools, which are absolutely necessary for most modern companies. No phone support with less than 20 users, which is insane. Even when I had like 2 people on a G Suite account, I was able to get 24/7 live chat with someone. But you can kind of just read through this, like basic stuff like distribution groups didn't exist for a long time. Their apps start working, syncing fails. You had issues with logging, with people. I mean, there was no enterprise backup of mailboxes. Come on, guys. What are we even doing here, right? Same kind of issues with calendars, etc. Calendar editing. And this is like, I don't know, if you guys like, or if any of you are doing like sysadmin stuff or like in a corporate environment, or if you work in a corporate environment, you understand like, this is like really basic stuff that's just not working. Another example was like I recently had a conversation about VPNs where someone was setting up a router and I said, oh, it'd be really cool if like when I set up on a router, I can just like give them a list of VPN servers and it'll connect to whichever one's like got the lowest server load or fastest. And then my friend's like, oh, well, you need a specification. What are you using for fastest? What does that mean? And I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't care. Pick any one of them. It's fine. Okay? And this is, again, the sort of thing where we build overly complicated problems that we then try to solve, and the result is that the actual problem we want to solve isn't solved. Any of these solutions would have been fine. It could be latency. It could be a list of server loads. You could just rotate through them. All right, so what are the lessons learned from this, now that you've suffered through my insufferable list of complaints? So the good news is we have a spec. The bad news, we have a spec, right? So oftentimes these projects are trying to replace incumbent non-private products. So that means a lot, right? When you're building a product, to know what people want, what the user experience is supposed to be, how they expect to go, the customer flow, right? How they expect to interface with it. You know all of that. You've solved all of that. You know what works. But what it means is that we have to go create a private version of something that's already polished and in production. We also need to make sure that we keep up with those products as updates occur. Because if you can't match the existing, much easier to build product, people won't use it. By the way, I'll go back to this is why Signal is actually amazing. All right, because they're able to keep on rolling out and keeping up with products that are being out there. And it's very cool, very easy to use. All right, you have to have fully functional core products first before you start building other crap. This kind of like constant half-baked semi-functional stuff that's good enough for whoever is really hampering adoption and usage. All right, everyone talks about standards. It doesn't matter. No one cares. People care about the products, not the standards, right? So one of the things that I go back to is Proton, right? They were like, we have to be PGP compatible. Why? No one uses PGP. Phil Zimmerman doesn't use PGP, okay? So they made this decision, but what did it end up doing? It meant that all the metadata is exposed, which means the thing that's probably most important for me with an email provider, which is protecting the metadata and the contents of my inbox, right? Because if I'm sending emails out, almost 100% of my emails, even as a Proton Mail user, go to people who are not Proton Mail users, all right? Which means almost 100% of my emails are accessible to basically Google. What my threat is if someone gets into my mailbox and starts to seeing the date, the times, and who I'm speaking to and what I'm speaking to them about, right? That's actually the thing that's most important for me to protect from a privacy standpoint, because the other stuff I figure is out there. They made a decision to stick with PGP, and it's not clear to me why, all right? And that decision has rippled through their product for over a decade. All right, Esperanto is a standard. It was a standard second language. Does anyone here speak Esperanto? Okay, right. iMessage is some proprietary crap Apple cooked up. I bet you a bunch of people here use iMessage. So again, you have to think about what you're building, what the product's for, and what you're trying to achieve. Just because there's a standard doesn't mean that you have to use it. And in some cases means you probably shouldn't. You should think about what you want. Things should work as expected. Make the process intuitive. All right. Follow Sneak's law. Don't expect people to sit there and manage their own key materials. By the way, if you want to know why, like, one of the biggest issues in the crypto industry is exactly that. They're expecting people to manage their own key materials. Be your own bank. No one wants to deal with that crap. All right. You should have backup restore. It should be present. They should be easy to use. It should be reliable. You want to think about what the threat model is that you're operating against, and you want to think about what the product's purpose. Again, Signal's super thoughtful on this. Talk to anyone at the Signal Foundation, and you're going to hear people who really, really thought about how do we give a good user experience for this specific threat model. And usually when people sit there and complain about Signal, they're, one, not familiar, they're not really thinking about what the threat model is that they've publicly stated they're dealing with, and two, they're not really presenting reasonable or viable alternatives. So they're like, there's a theoretical perfect that they're not thinking about, that they want to achieve, and they're attacking something that's doing an amazing job today. So just think about that. For certain things, particularly hardware, you want to think about aftermarket support, right? You know, chargers, cases, etc. And you want to make everything pleasant and easy to use, right? Failure to understand this has made us less safe and less free, right? I've heard talks from people, kind of the FSF lines, like, no, non-free software. Well, that's great. You're going to be sitting there talking to yourself in your basement, all right, underground, far underground. The security through geography thing, I also would like to go away. So recently, you know, Proton talked about the fact that if there's a Swiss law change, it'll basically destroy their VPN business. This is a really good blog post. The guy talks about that. This is completely irrelevant, right? Ultimately, what's protecting you is the technology, not hoping that the imperfect, infallible human beings that we are somehow decide not to do what they've done for eternity, which is become dicks and start trying to abuse their power, all right? This is why Signal, which is completely US-based, to me is far more secure and far more trustworthy than a lot of other projects, despite of where they claim to be headquartered. Also, an interesting point that's pointed out in this thing is that if your threat model is the US government, actually having it overseas makes it easier because if it's overseas, the NSA doesn't need a warrant. They can just go after it. They have no authority within the US, in theory. So I think really what we should look at is security through security, not security through geography. And like I said, I think a lot of the poor decisions that Proton made relied on the fact that they were in Switzerland. Think about what you're building and whether it's really suitable for work or enterprise ready. Thank you. Thank you. So most of these tools are just completely unacceptable for enterprise use. Like when you run a company and you do it like you deal with like the endless parade of like lawyers and compliance issues you have, you'll realize this. I'm sure most of you just like without that perspective can realize it. But this is really bad, right? Because it supports non-private anti-freedom tools a lot of times. Consumer versions are always a first step, but we should try to think about how to create a polished, privacy-friendly product for the enterprise space. There are a few. TreasureIt is actually one that I really like, but there aren't many. Hardware is hard, right? Everyone's like, oh, I'm going to build some hardware thing. Hardware is like very, very hard. You have a long time for development, design, production. You have to deal with the analog world and all the problems, right? Shipping issues, weather issues, strikes, all right? You have supply chain issues, manufacturing issues. Remember, you're probably in a smaller customer, which means you're going to be bumped to the back of the queue as soon as anything goes wrong, all right? So there could be limited supplies or supplies contention. We saw that during COVID. Typically, you need relatively high volumes, right, which requires a lot of capital up front just to be able to build the minimum product. It's very hard to keep competitive because you have this minimum volume you have to purchase. So you have, 1 million units. You don't sell 1 million units. Well, what do you do with the rest of it? Well, now you're going to lose money and write those off to build something that's competitive on the hardware side. And eventually, that's not sustainable. And you end up in this doom cycle. It's not worked. It's not a project where you can have like a real kind of committee kind of approach. There's a great movie called, I think it's called the Pentagon Wars with Carrie Elwes and Kelsey Grammer. It's about the development of the Bradley armored fighting vehicle, which was like this disaster. But there's like a 10-minute thing, which is like every product manager's nightmare of like mission creep and how like a project gets completely warped in specs. It's good to see. I didn't have a pithy image that I could put here that anyone would make sense of, so I just did do it verbally. Do not recommend self-hosting as an alternative. It's crazy. I'm just trying to imagine telling my dad, yeah, just like run your own email server. That's a great idea. Like I can't get the guy from like not downloading like random shit apps onto his phone. Like he's gonna run an email server. It's crazy. People don't want to be their own sysadmins. It's very niche. It makes some actually very obnoxious assumptions about people. So you have to have a certain amount of intelligence, ability, time, financial resources to actually deploy this. Signal deliberately, by the way, again, I told you I love Signal. They're free because they don't want some dissident in some country to be like, oh man, I can't afford to communicate securely. They are, just remember, Signal is a nonprofit, please donate. I have no official affiliation, I just love the product. Oftentimes it involves more risk, right? It's riskier, it's less reliable, has higher costs, and requires way more time to operate. Remember, even like large enterprises are moving away from self-hosting, so I think like the fact that like this is like the pithy retort to your problems all the time is quite frankly obnoxious. Like when I had my Proton Drive thing, I was of course griping about this in a privacy group, and someone's like, "Run your own infra, bro." And I'm like, well, you know, there's a lot of assumptions there, right? Like if my threat model, which is this is not my actual threat model, but this is for thought experiment purposes, that like I want to be able to have like someone raid my home and still be able to protect all of my information, right? Which is a threat model for a lot of people. Yeah, self-hosting in my house doesn't really solve that problem, okay? And if you think about the dissident or people in areas with less developed judicial systems, that's a real problem. You could argue that's a real problem even in our countries. And so you really have to think about what that's saying. And so he's like, oh, it's not a big deal. You just put it like on the cloud, or you put it in like a cloud server. I'm like, okay, so now what you're saying is I'm going to use the same infra that like this cloud service that I was proposing to use that you told me not to use, or you said to host my own infra, but now I'm using the cloud. So I'm not even actually hosting my own infra. And now I have all the problems of having to roll out this on a cloud service, okay, which I have very little visibility into, and maintaining it. That seems like a lot harder than just like paying a company that does this every day to store my data. Anyway. I told you I was going to complain about this Proton Drive thing a lot. It's the root of a lot of my angst. It's not all bad, okay? They've helped make projects be better. I certainly think a lot of the things that show up in Apple's lockdown mode and in their recent like device restarting, well, the device restarting thing is purely from Graphene OS. I'm 100% convinced of that. But they seem to be really coming from GOS. So and it's very good that these projects exist, and they're really pushing, I think, the state of the art forward. Again, G Suite, this probably is just more from their own, I guess, independent analysis versus anything else, but it has bring your own key configurations where I can use Google accounts and I can control the keys, which will prevent third parties from snooping on my organization, which from a business is probably the best solution you can get for an enterprise. It's why I recommend G Suite and Slack, because between that and BYOK on Slack, I think you're probably pretty good from a privacy standpoint while getting a lot of the benefits of those enterprise toolings. I think it's just really important that we recognize what's like a concept or an experimental project and what's actually ready for deploying before we recommend people to go out and use it. Oftentimes, we lose sight of that fact. It's like, oh, this works for, this works for Jimbo, and, when he's sitting there, not that Jimbo. Not that Jimbo. Sorry. The generic Jimbo. Like, that's all really good, but okay, is that something that, like, I can just tell my mom to go out and deploy? Right? And I think there are people who really love tinkering and futzing with things. That's not most people, and most people, if they do enjoy it, don't have the time or the resources to be able to do it. So just wrap this all up. Think about the user, okay? Build for your parents, your kids, your grandparents. Think of different user perspectives. Have empathy. The problem is not the user. It's not that they're stupid. It's not that they're lazy. It's us. It's that we're building crappy products, and then we're getting angry at them, all right? Let's go back to the iCentripede reference there. We build for Spock. Spock loves complexity. I did throw in Tuvok there because I love this little game. I thought that was perfect, right? He wants to play 3D chess. He's got infinite diversity and infinite combinations. He wants to think about everything. But that's not our user. Kirk's our user. Okay? He just wants to smash some shit. He wants to beat up a Gorn, rip off his shirt, and scream at Khan, and be a Lothario, okay? That's who you're building for. Think about what you're trying to achieve. All right. Who here knows what this is? Does anyone know where this is from? Yeah! Right, so right at the end, right? Alec Guinness is like, what have I done? I wasn't supposed to be helping the Japanese win the war, okay? He made a mistake. We need to take a step back and think about what the purpose is of the products that we're building. What is the purpose? What is the objective? Complexity is a bug. It is not a feature. I get that you want to be able to choose which particular file system or what ordering of the bytes or whatever other bullshit requirement you want to roll out to make this thing as complex as possible. No one cares. I want to turn on my computer and use it. I don't want to spend 4 hours trying to log into my work account. Okay? And it's funny, by the way, because we're the first people to bitch about, like, oh, they're making me rotate my password again. It's been 90 days. Okay, well, it's been 6 hours and I still haven't gotten into my Word document. All right? These things makes it much harder to get into production. It decreases the reliability of the older oil system, hinders adoption, makes it harder to maintain. Perfection is the enemy of the good. Good enough is good enough, okay? People want to eat their goddamn steak and know that's tasty and juicy. That's the whole point of what Cypher was doing in the Matrix. All right, final request. If you know people at these projects, Tuda, Proton, MySudo, or Apple, I'm happy to go rant at them, and hopefully it'll make a difference. More likely, I'm screaming into the void. You guys happen to be my void for the evening, or afternoon. I am getting to the end of the talk, so I have to keep with tradition and have a drink. In my Summercon cozy, please buy your merchandise and tip your bartenders. That's it for me. You guys got any questions? You want to rant? Yeah, what's up? Yeah, so, yes, okay, sorry. So the question is, guys, can you guys be quiet for like another 5 minutes? I'll be done, and then you can really get rowdy.
That's not true at all. We have lightning talks coming up.
Oh yeah, don't listen to me. I'm not actually in charge. I'm not even sure who I am or why I'm here.
And I promise it's going to be crazy, because I don't know what they're about.
So the question was, the person who asked the question has a lot of friends, are very technically adept, very interested in privacy and security, that are using Telegram, not Signal, and refuse to switch. Okay, so I work in the crypto industry. Telegram is like the bread and butter of this. I always used to joke the fact that the crypto industry runs on Telegram, tells you everything you need to know about the quality of the security people in the crypto industry. So Signal deliberately has made a choice not to do groups. Okay, their view, again, I'm not an official representative to Signal, but in my conversations, their view has been, if you're putting things out in like a group of 100,000 people, that's not private, so you don't actually need a privacy solution. Sorry? There is technical complexity to try and like have like historical like group information. This is a point of frustration for me, so like I'm not like gonna like heavily defend this, but if I look at, I mean, I'm in a lot of Signal groups. It's clunky to like manage, but it's like generally good enough. I think this is something they're internally figuring out, like where they want to add their focus on it. But there are like very deliberate choices around like a lot of the group management stuff. Is you're in a group of 100, even a group of 100 people, you have no idea. I'm literally in a group called Privacy 2.0 with some fairly well-known people, and like no one knows who's in that group, right? So it's like the assumption is it basically is treated as public at that point. Again, I'm not a representative of Signal, but that's generally the explanation I've heard. I agree with you. I hope and I suspect that it'll eventually get better because I think they've kind of maxed out the non-group functionality. But I will say this, there was like for a very long time because, so the SIM swapping issues in the crypto industry, one of the reasons why people did like Telegram was because you did have usernames, which Signal did not. There were other ways of handling that didn't require using Telegram, but whatever, that is a different talk. Any other questions, comments? You gave me hope there, but you were just playing with your hair. I was like, I heard this, and it's like, oh, I'm like, fuck.
You know, Jay, I think when this is over, you should try to angle for getting the Signal Group's Kill Troops art.
Oh, yes, that's right, that's right. You should purchase your poster. Remember, the list price is a minimum, not a maximum.
Actually, you just have to ask for them. We aren't selling the posters. This year, we find that people might like them. We will sell art next year.
That's true. I didn't know they were free. Can I get some posters?
Yeah, there's certain ones that we've already committed, but if you do have one that you're excited about, come and talk to us, and we can send you home something.
Is that it? Am I getting the hook?
We've got more questions for Jay.
All right, well, thanks for bearing with me, guys.
A giant round of applause.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, before we start lighting talks, we're going to keep giving out a bunch of swag.
Swag.
Well, it's shit we all get because it wasn't purchased last year. That is not incentivizing you to not buy new things this year, though. We've got wonderful merchandise in the back, and we would love to see you wearing it and showing your summer.
School spirit.
We've got an XL polo shirt. Who wants to wear this to the office, or maybe going golfing, or making fun of golfers? All of those are options. Anybody need an XL polo?
If I kill all the golfers, they're gonna put me in jail.
I mean, they're talking about turning it into affordable housing, which
I don't know.
I don't know. XL.
Clearly,
XL polo.
I've seen.
Does anyone
Daddy's
need
Shack and he
extra
has it.
clothing? I can't see any hands if they're up. Far corner. All right. What? All right. What else are we giving away? Large ski team. Here you go.
It's not a drug joke. I just want to be clear.
An XL ski team.
The XL one is a drug joke.
Yeah. XL ski team, anybody? All right.
Good. I like
so
this.
close. We're getting better.
Small polo.
A small polo shirt. You want to come closer because I know I'm not going to get you. There we go.
Nice work.
And a medium polo. Anybody need a medium polo?
Medium.
Well, of course you need a medium because you've lost like 80 pounds. 75 pounds.
75 pounds. That is amazing.
Hukimaki is doing everything I wish I could do.
Oh, drink chips.
Oh, these are there we go.
Oh, everyone wants one of those. Tip your bartender. Okay, fight. Yeah.
Start giving out housing and clothing. Everybody just wants drink tokens.
Yeah, well, that's just how it's got to be. That's the world I want to live in.
Maslow's hierarchy of needs has changed.
No, not really.
Well,
self-actualization and drink tokens, same thing.
That's fair enough. Yeah. All right, so lightning talks.
Yeah.
We've got 5 people lined up, provided that they don't run off. And
weirdly, we're better prepared today than yesterday.
No, we're not.
Okay, that's a good point. We're really not.
Well, I don't think we can say that definitively because I've had a lot of people that are like, yeah, no, I could do a lightning talk. I'm like, can you? Well, to start us off, I want to bring our good friend Evan Jensen up here. So Evan is a longtime member of the New York City community. He was at NYU, and I've had him step in for me.
No.
Like when I was teaching grad school, I was like, why don't you teach this class that I've not taken before? And he did a really good job. So I want to give Evan the floor to speak about whatever he wants. He's normally pretty brilliant about everything. So I expect this will be something you're going to want to pay attention to.
Thank you, John. That's very kind. I don't know why people want to listen to what I have to say, but that's a problem for all of you. That's right. I don't care. So, good afternoon, Summercon. It's an honor to stand on your stage. Who here knows what game theory is? Can I see a brief show of hands? I know it's more than one person. Okay, a few people. Would anyone be so kind to volunteer a definition for what game theory is? No. Okay. Appreciate it. Game theory is a science, it's an analysis discipline for the best way to play games. I know you all know what it is. Hackers love game theory. You never shut the fuck up about game theory. I'm actually tired of hearing about game theory. There's a more important science to talk about that's in the realm of game theory. And I've had many conversations with many of you about it. None of you have ever heard about it. And it's embarrassing. I think that you need to know about it. I think that you need to be very good at it. It's an economic science called mechanism design. Has anyone ever heard of mechanism design? Tell me more. One person. I see you. She has a PhD in economics. mechanism design, you should read the Wikipedia article. It's going to do a much better job than I could ever do of explaining it to you. The short version of what mechanism design is mechanism design is game theory in reverse. You're all very accomplished at game theory. You understand how to play games very well. You can see the rules. You can see the holes. You can exploit the systems. Very impressive. Mechanism design is game theory in reverse, right? So accepting that the world is made of people who are fundamentally self-interested, who understand, who are very intelligent, who play games very well. How do you corral these people who owe you basically nothing? And that is mechanism design. Some examples of mechanism design. So I guess I'll read the Wikipedia article to you from memory. So the best way to think about mechanism design is just to stop talking about what mechanisms are because it's not very useful. Think of mechanisms as games, and then just think of every interaction you have in every day as a game. Someone designed it, you're playing it. Thank you. The people who are creating the structures that you interact with in your everyday life have plans for you. These are people you've never met, and they have outcomes in mind that they're marching towards. This is very peculiar because you don't owe these people anything and you're not working for them, but you're on the path to a grand design. I'm a little drunk, I apologize. What was I talking about? I heard I could smoke on stage.
Legally, you can because you're a performer. This is called the Dave Chappelle exception. It's actually a real law. You can smoke on stage. I don't think Julie wants to smoke on stage, though. We could.
Who has crack? Can I get?
Is it a cigarette or like a vape?
No, I'm joking.
Oh, okay. Because like a vape, you know what, probably isn't going to stain anything, but a cigarette, we don't want to cause damage when we're actively invested in improving the property. For instance, we bought him a new couch for the green room because I just didn't like the old one. I should be clear, it was a sunken couch that was like cutting off circulation. This was not just a preference.
So I guess I'll be brief here because I don't have any slides and I don't really have an agenda and I don't actually have anything more meaningful to say than I'm very passionate about this concept of playing games in reverse and creating games for other people to play. If you're not in the discipline of creating games for other people to play that accomplish things that you want, then you are getting played.
This sounds like an advertisement for Hinge.
An advertisement for Hinge? Hinge is a game you can win, right? The people that win the game the most are the people that made the game.
I'm not sure that anybody wins that game.
Oh, someone wins.
Well, thank you very much, Evan. Next up, as I have lights in my eyes, and I don't know that that's necessarily metaphorical, can we get Chris Siraj? Is Chris Siraj inside? I saw him outside before. Somebody can go grab him. Looking for Chris Siraj. He is the sharpest dressed man in cybersecurity. He's got a pocket square and let's see. Well, if Chris is not ready, then let's have Bryson Bork come on up here. So Bryson's a great friend and big in the DC world. Like this isn't his first time to Summercon, but I'm going to let him give you his background. But a super accomplished person, was in the U.S. Army and then founded Scythe and a bunch of other stuff. And I'm not doing a good job. So you tell them why they should listen to you and what you want to talk about. Or I should say, what I am trying to bully my friends into talking about to fill time.
I'm what's called the filler. The best part about giving a lightning talk is you don't have to do any fucking slides. Nobody wants more PowerPoint. So as you can tell, I was an Army officer. Hi, I'm here. Yes, of course. I caught you earlier, by the way. Great job.
And Heidi, come on up. You can join.
Yeah, you want to come on up, Heidi? Actually,
Come
this
on up.
chalk ties to the Potters. Heidi, you were a part of this. Remember we were talking about this at Schmoocon when I was the taskmaster?
We've talked about a lot.
We've talked about a lot. Well, you're now a part of this. Come on out. See how this goes.
What are you talking about?
My fire talk in 2018 at Schmoocon. But I've updated it. So anyway, I founded an offensive consultancy 13 years ago called Grim, because that was my nickname when I was an APT. Target came to me in 16, asked me to build them an alternative to Cobalt Strike. I came up with a modular malware platform called Scythe, which is now my full-time job. And then I also co-founded a nonprofit 501c3 called the ICS Village. For those of you who go to DEF CON.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as good as Schmoocon, Heidi. We all know that. For those of you who have never made it to Schmoocon, we're so sorry you missed it, but it was like one of the best hacker conferences after this one. I got to suck up to the host.
I know.
So anyway, catch us at DEF CON. We're the ICS Village. So here's my lightning talk. Where we're going to go is I'm going to submit a hypothesis on we can actually solve part of cybersecurity. Because cybersecurity has not been solved, which, other than fucking artificial intelligence, means job security. That's good. Because we can't solve it completely. And so here's the setup. I spent a lot of time thinking about when we were in APT, why did we always win? And for those of you who hack, you know you always get in. It's just a question of time. And so I broke down what I call the BAM model, Bryson's attack model. Fuck Lockheed Martin's kill chain. MITRE ATT&CK is great, except when it's abused, but it doesn't help us understand the overall strategic setup, which is there's really only 3 phases to an attack. Step 1, reconnaissance. I need to case the joint. I need to figure out which house looks like the one to break into. Which company do I want to breach? And I build my target package. Step 2, initial access. I need to get in. I need to breach it. And what's interesting, we as an industry are psychologically held up on initial access. We keep thinking we can build higher walls. We can put in more firewalls. We can have EDR on top of EDR. In fact, has anyone seen companies that have more than one EDR? Yeah. And isn't it funny? It's like then they have like 2 or they have 3 and it's... And they fight. The EDRs fight with each other. And has anyone ever successfully completed a pen test by popping the security tool? There's no much more fun than getting in because of CrowdStrike. Thank you, George. Because code is code. More code is more surface area. But even then, that's not the complete equation. Because how do we mostly break in anyway? It isn't tech. It's users. It's people. It's the entire social part of the equation. So initial access is an infinite space where we're always going to get in, which leads to the 3rd phase of BAM, which is actions on objective. Once I'm in, once I've got shell, I can't prevent that. Now it's what do I do with shell? What do I do with root? How do I get root? How do I accomplish my goals? All of that is actually what's of interest. Because I didn't hack just to hack and get the shell. I hacked to do something. I want to exfiltrate data. I want to ransomware and encrypt things. So when we look at that space, it's constrained. A threat can't do something to a computer you don't have. And I need a computer because I need computational capability to execute my actions on objective. All right, so that's one thing. I already have a limited thing. It can only be on my computers. Great, that doesn't help me a whole lot. But it turns out those computers actually don't have an unlimited number of ways that they speak to each other. There are a finite number of communication protocols in the world for computers to be able to talk to each other. And in your organization, there's definitely an even smaller subset of that. There's probably about 10 to maybe 25 communication protocols you use in your environment. Well, doesn't that mean the adversary could then use something that's not in your environment? Do you know how easy it is to spot even the most junior analyst who barely is looking at Wireshark to see that a protocol that I'm not using sticks out? In fact, what is the most common?
Probably on LinkedIn.
What's that?
They're probably on like LinkedIn.
They're probably on LinkedIn?
Yeah. Or like TikTok.
Open to hire, looking for a job?
100%.
What is the most common malware command and control protocol we see in the world?
HTTP.
Not HTTP, but close. Not DNS. Come on, this is a smart group. It is not IRC. Why wouldn't it be IRC, though? So we got Slack now. And what does Slack run over? HTTPS. Who said that? Where in the crowd is that? All the way in the back. You get a sticker. Oh, you're going to have to get a sticker afterwards. I'm out. Nope. I just had to dig further in my pocket. That's because I'm not just happy to see you. So HTTPS is 70%. What's that, carrier pigeon? So 70% of all malware traffic is HTTPS. Why? I get encryption for free. I get your encryption for free. And I get automatic tradecraft because I blend into all of the traffic because your employees are shopping on Amazon instead of doing their fucking jobs. Huzzah, 70% of all malware traffic is HTTPS. And then you have this descending order. But the point is, communication protocols are a finite number in your space. So I can only work on your computers. I can only talk the way that those computers speak to each other, which is a limited thing because I need to be able to establish command and control and exfil and all of that. And there's only so many things I want to do as an attacker. Me breaking onto your computer and playing Minecraft, you don't like it, but it doesn't accomplish anything. So limited number of computers that you decide, the protocols that are in your environment, and then the things that I want to do on those computers are the limitation. And so if you map that, it actually can form a constrained Cartesian plane of the actions of what I can do and the ways that I can speak. And the only missing element is if we can find a way, and this actually would be a useful artificial intelligence application, to orchestrate that in a way that makes sense, you can now actually definitively quantify part of cybersecurity. Again, we can't do all of it, we can't solve all of it, but I submit that if we could achieve that component, we can, in fact, ascribe a cybersecurity understanding that means just as much today as it does tomorrow. And I would love to have anybody add to that or shoot that down or debate with me afterward. So thank you.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Bryson. The next person up, and I guess Hireman, the AV guys, and this is just a message to the folks on YouTube for streaming. The next couple of talks, we would love to share with you, but unfortunately, we're using peer pressure to talk our friends into giving talks to fill time and hopefully have exciting things to watch. But they have not cleared it with their employers, so the public relations, they're essentially they don't want to get in trouble.
Who's next?
Next person is Diana.
Also not
Diane.
Not being streamed.
Not Diana. Diane.
Diane is
'cause
not being streamed.
I have the handwriting of an unsuccessful doctor. So Diane is a first timer to Summercon, I think. Is that right?
No, what?
I don't know what I'm talking
I'm
about.
a first-time speaker.
Well, a first-time speaker. So she is with the
Redacted.
economic side of our government and is super smart and is going to talk about not really security stuff, but things that I think are just relevant and important.
Hopefully.
I mean, they're relevant to me.
All right.
Yeah, and isn't that what matters?
So I'm an economist. I'm not a security professional. So a couple of disclaimers. Well, one question. Can we double confirm that the feed is
The feed is cut, correct, guys? Yep. That is double confirmed. Those are 2 thumbs up. we're gonna need Miho. Miho to the stage. Okay, yes, we can bring the feedback. And guys, if you'll just tell us when it's back.
So, and that is why those are the full contents of the Epstein files.
Shocking,
Yeah,
shocking
right?
details.
Cut the feed. It's fine. It's fine. You can not worry about that. Thank you. Sorry? I have some water here, but if anyone wants to get me a shot,
We
that
would be happy to.
incredible.
What would you like to drink?
Vodka would be amazing.
What do you want as a mixer?
Ice?
Or
I get an option? Oh no, fuck ice. It's fine. Just vodka.
I mean, metaphorically, literally.
Okay, so I'm very heartened by the fact that this is like a small crowd, so I'm gonna hope that we're gonna all be really friendly about this. I'm one of the peer pressured folks, and I'm gonna actually do a little cross-legged sit. Okay, neurodivergence here. I am one of the folks that has definitely been asked to. Wow. All right, I will
You
not
wanted
drink all
ice,
of
though,
that.
right? You wanted
Neither.
ice?
Oh. So anybody who's been over here in this part of the aisle has noticed that I've been chugging water. And the reason is because I was given several shots right before I was told that I was nominated to do one of these. So
Elaborate nomination process.
it was
I think it's
really
a
ridiculous.
voluntold process.
Ironically, I actually had given a lightning talk at Canal Bar last night. So I
That's
guess
normally where talks start.
it was not on what I'm about to talk about with folks. So I'm going to give us a total misdirection, and I hope folks are okay with this. My background is not in technology. I'm actually an anthropologist and an archivist. And I'm like, why would I be here? I shouldn't be here. If we're playing a game of one of these things is not like the other, I am that one thing. But I think it's was an hour since I've met you?
Yeah.
About an hour since I've met any of the folks on the stage.
And yet I can still peer pressure her onto the stage.
Which is crazy. I blame Eric Kerbatis. Wait, if there is a camera, if it's over here? No.
Yeah, we should get Eric Cabatis.
Eric?
Yeah, we should get Eric Cabatis.
Eric?
He's got a ridiculous
I'm going to-
mustache and is probably outside.
I will remember this.
Somebody go get Eric. And
No, nobody get Eric, but I will remember this.
I think we should get him and shame him to talking about something too.
Well, the other thing is, I am from New Jersey, and we are gifted in yapping. But, hey, there is this aspect here where I did give like a mini lightning talk last night, because I do go on some of my own personal rants. I met some of the folks here on the stage about an hour ago. I spent 40 minutes panicking, 10 minutes thinking, how can I get around this? And then another 10 minutes of, okay, actually there is something I would like to share with this community. And it is a little bit left field, so I hope you'll all hear me out. Like I said, my background's in anthropology, history, archaeology, and archiving. I actually do work related to FOIA. That's my everyday job. When I'm not doing that particular work, I'm very invested in community history. My graduate thesis was actually based on anti-police brutality protests in the Asian American community in New York City, and that shit's really important. One of the things that had happened while I was doing that research is I had access to so many, this was before Trump administration 2.0, and they took away a lot of reader cards from archivists. But I had access
Eric,
to
come on
these
up.
incredible No, Eric, no. Eric, you did this. You did this. This is all your fault.
So the peer pressure to get her on stage, we're including you in it.
Yeah, okay.
As I have to teach my son.
I do want to lower
there
expectations.
are consequences to
Jackie.
our actions.
I do want to lower expectations here. Oh, I'm now seeing people. Shut up. So what I was going to say is that one of the elements that I was going to share with this crowd, which I feel like is a red herring, a complete different track than what anybody here has been talking about recently, is I want to argue for talk to your local anthropologist, your local historian, your local archivist. we really need folks to take care of history and especially of marginalized communities. And I'm not arguing that the tech worker is a marginalized community, but I am arguing that hackers who have maybe worked outside of legal constraints are. And
Is that why I'm here?
potentially, actually. No, you're here as penance for making me do this talk. If anybody here is familiar,
I was rollerblading outside, grinding.
is anybody
not on
here
Grinder.
familiar with Gabriella Coleman, the anthropologist who's done work with? Okay, I know you are. I know you are. Gabriella Coleman did a lot of work to kind of create empathy for the hacker who was, frankly, imprisoned in the early 2000s, late 1990s. Actually, ironically, something that was really close to my own childhood. One of my own friends ended up clicking one button and ended up getting thrown in jail for a very long time. But these are really important stories that you don't end up hearing in this larger discourse or narrative. The reason why this has been really important to some of the work that I've mentioned around Asian American activism is that there is a larger theory in the archaeology and archivist world that the dominant culture or people in power will construct an archive that suits their narrative. And what that ultimately means is that people's stories from these communities that are either outside of the legal norms, outside of normal legal understanding at the time, or outside of the predominant white hegemonic mode of reality, they get sidelined. The person who is really incredible about discussing this is Michel Rove-Trullo, and he's a post-colonial scholar. He did a lot of work on the Haitian Revolution, and one of the things that's really incredible that came out of that work is he talks about silencing the archive or silencing history. And in those silences, it's the destruction of this archive, it's a destruction of this narrative, it's a destruction of this history, and it's a destruction of these stories. When you lose those stories, you end up not really being able to create a narrative that is the actual reflection of reality of that moment in time. So, this is so, obviously I definitely need to be drinking more because this is a very serious pivot. But this is my advocacy for talking to your local archivist, your local historian, or if you don't trust them, that's okay. Create archivists within your own community. Create historians within your own community.
And what bar can we find these people at?
Oh, we can find them at Canal or Lucky 13 across the street.
But seriously, how would one find a local archivist?
You honestly, unfortunately, they are really hard to find. Can I give a shout out to Anarchist? There's this incredible archive in Brooklyn, Interference Archive. They only do alternative histories, and they actually protect a lot of archivist work. One of the things that I was about to mention was that I had access to these incredible archives, some of the best in our country, theoretically, and I could not find content related to Asian American anti-police brutality protests in those archives. It took me going to this secondary archive that was community run, community sponsored, not given any of the resources that a regular archive would have for me to locate information about this police brutality protest. And it seems far and distant from this community, but I would argue that it's not. Because in reality, what is the hacker mentality other than around legality and sometimes around, thanks Jackie, and sometimes around
Fuck them rules.
So, or if you don't trust any of us, that's okay, become your own archivist. All you need to do is a tape recorder, learn how to document your own information, your own history securely and carefully. Do what makes you feel correct, and you have that archive, and ultimately in the future that might help somebody who's researching this moment in time. We're having such an unusual tech boom from the late 1990s into the early 2000s, and one day those folks will unfortunately be gone. I want to end this 5-minute talk with one experience that I had, which is while I was doing my grad research, I spent a lot of time looking for this individual. His name is Corky Lee. If any of you are familiar with him, he's this incredible activist photographer in the Asian American world and the Asian American radical world. And he's this really great guy. And I finally managed to find him a few weeks before the pandemic. I finally got in contact with him. he was so willing to give me knowledge. We were texting and texting and texting. He was going to come down to DC, where I lived at the time. And I stopped hearing from him, and I was like, what happened? And then I found out from a mutual of ours that he had passed away because he had been documenting a lot of the Black Lives Matter protests in New York City and had caught COVID, and he passed away. And the grief that I felt culturally of this individual not being able to archive his history was so immense that I had to go to some of my mentors and talk to them about it, because this individual had been there in the 1970s. He had held protest lines. He had done so much work, and he was filled with so much knowledge. And I don't want anyone to feel scared or walk away from this talk feeling scared, but I do want people to feel encouraged and excited to go to their elders in this hacker community and ask them questions. I've talked to you about this, Eric. I'm like, you should get interviewed a few times about what it was like in the beginning of, you getting your start. And I think that there's some very helpful historical knowledge there.
Awesome.
And that's my pitch.
Thank you, Miho.
Thank you for the vodka.
Thank you very much, Mio.
Do you want me to
Yeah, so we've got one last speaker, and he's already on stage. All
right, I'm just...
Eric,
I gotta jump.
Before you start speaking, we have some hats to give out, and we need to get you another drink.
All right.
So why don't you step into the green room and get yourself a drink, and then we will proceed with you talking, and then we're going to have Hiram and the guys from the AV team come up and explain what's been going on with this
Why is everyone naked back here?
long-range, high-capacity video nonsense that they've been doing. And we're going to see if he can make it up from behind the stage on like roller skates. So, roller blades. Okay, but between now and then, we should give out some hats because it's the summer and it's hot. And you don't want sun damage on your skin. You want, a mesh back. Some might call it a trucker hat. Some might just call it a hat. Some might call it a baseball hat. But it's there to protect your head from the sun. And it's stylish, it's black, and it tracks heat. And by that, I might be talking about the police. Yeah, are we? We got some keycap. We got broken keycaps. But no stickers. Lots of fun additional giveaways. So once Eric gets a drink and gets back up here, we will have him talk.
With the helmet cam.
So he's sitting on our brand new couch in the green room with his rollerblades on. So he will be coming up here in just a bit, but we're going to have Eric talk about something. I've known Eric for almost 30 years. I met Eric on IRC, and, it was a little weird when we met at first because I was not the woman that he thought I would be. I was actually two Puerto Rican guys with knives. So, oh, it's good times. So the 90s was fun. We all thought we'd die in quicksand or AIDS or some combination. So we will get Eric back up here. I assume he will be talking about something in the realm of application security, as that is the thing that he is a bona fide expert on. Here, let's swap because we got
All right, thanks.
stuff with the buttons.
Are we still giving away stuff?
Yeah, buttons. Everybody wants to focus on the buttons, and
are we done with the giveaway?
We're done with the hats.
Okay, my turn.
Did they get you a drink?
Yeah, my turn. All right, cool.
Okay.
All right, so just to transition from me hosting to mine, quick story. Back in my earlier hacker days when I did sketchy things online, I kept a very large text file. I had 14 handles. I was in 14 international hacker groups, X25 in Russia, Phenolete in Germany, Feline Menace. I was in all of these IRC and Silk channels in 14 different countries. And I was trying to do a sociological, anthropological analysis of hacking groups and how you join them and how you gain privilege escalations and be a member of one. So I was in Not Woo Woo and all these others. And I had 600 pages of notes written, but they were all on a server that, let's just say, was not completely mine. And then one day, in November of 2006, that server just went offline. And everything that I had from that entire era of my life was on that server. And it was all gone. So I was going to write a book. I was going to be here's how the underground hacker scene of the 90s and early 2000s worked. Didn't fucking work out. So what is our lesson here? Back up. Okay, so the thing I want to talk about is it's not as technical cool, but just, I run Include Security. We do pen testing. Before that, I was a CISO, and I've been a researcher. I've been an exploit writer, one DEF CON CTF, and all that. But over the years, most of my career has been in pen testing. And one thing I want to just mention formally, I'm sure a lot of you people that working in security full time.
Is this how we mention things formally?
Yeah.
The only formal person here is Mark, and he's in a tuxedo.
Fair, yeah. So formally is Mark in a tuxedo. The pen testing is completely being devalued, and I'm not even getting into manual versus Gen AI. I'm just talking about the entire concept, whether it's automated or manual. Pen testing is just completely being devalued, and one of the core reasons I see of it is, wait, someone's saying no? Okay, maybe that's a different thing. One of the core reasons I see of it is people are doing what my head of sales calls scope gerrymandering. So a company will say, hey, we need to have SOC 2 compliance, and we need to do this, that, the other. To do that, I just want you to focus on these couple features, and that's our pen test. Or just do this domain, not that domain. So they're doing the scope gerrymandering, and then they take that report, and then they're like, we got a pen test, when maybe 20% of the site or the app or whatever has been actually looked at. So this is a really big problem today. And so not many of us here are CISOs. We're more the doers. We're more the managers. But the CISOs need to actually look at the scope of what their vendors are giving them as a pen test report, because this is an endemic problem. I'm not seeing this a little bit. I'm seeing this everywhere on many, many pen tests.
So this would be the COVID of failed pen tests.
Yeah, and I talked to my competitors, and big ones and small ones, and they're all seeing the exact same thing. Some of the big ones, obviously, dollars are all they care about, and their salespeople are just consultants do whatever the hell the client says. And then the third-party pen test has no meaning anymore. It has absolutely no attestation or independence or anything. So this is just a big problem that I'm seeing, and I just want to let you all know about it. And it sucks, and I hate it, and there's nothing I can do about it. And there's probably not much you guys can do about it. The only people that can actually do something about it are the people that write the compliance requirements, the standards, SOC 2, ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and the contractual obligations that the CISOs have to execute between each other.
So I'm going to ask a question and this is a loaded question because at full disclosure, I've been a customer of Eric's for many years in a lot of different forms. What would you like to see from a customer? Should it be more objective-based, the scenarios that they're worried about?
Am I speaking as a...
The scope being unconstrained?
Yeah.
What things would make them more successful in both you finding more bugs, but them getting more value?
So me as a consulting company, I will do whatever the client asks. If the client says, just look at this one web page and we've got 500 web pages, I will do that. That's my job. But if I was a CISO, I would like to see something that says this is the exact scope, an actual page that says this is the exact scope that was done. There's not a lot of pen tests that have that. Let's say,
All right, John. Yeah, I have to say that I am.
Counterpoint.
Here we go.
We're gonna talk. Okay, so I do believe that there's this perverse incentive when it comes to these compliance frameworks that say you have to get this third-party pen test, you have to do this. And this is going to be wonderful because the CISOs and their security teams are going to review, and then everybody's going to know, and it's going to be kumbaya, and it's going to be great. But you and I both know that CISOs at companies big and large are resource constrained. They do not have the time to go through every single pen test report they are handed.
Nor should they.
Nor should they. It's ridiculous, right? We should be able to trust each other. So listing
But
the
we
scope
should have a
doesn't matter.
formal attestation so that they can automate it and they just know.
Maybe, right? But we make these arguments all the time. Should it not just be that there is like regulatory requirements, not these compliance frameworks, not HAPI, not PCI DSS? I'm talking like CISOs go to jail when they fucking lie. And when they lie to each other, and other CISOs should be willing to hold each other accountable.
Completely
there
agree
are
with
so
Justin.
many CISOs running
The-
around right now.
The more scalable option is not the CISOs do more due diligence, but the compliance standards are better defined.
Thank you.
Completely agree.
I have
All
one
right,
other thing.
and that's it. I'm done.
No, before you go, I have one other thing I just want to say real quick. I think that we need to destigmatize pen test findings and really emphasize mitigation
Oh
and
my God.
like the reporting around how we're fixing the problems. Because when I see a pen test report that is clean, that is a big red
Clean
flag.
reports are lies.
Yeah, they are definitely a throne of lies upon which a software estate sits, and I do not believe them. And so I
But
want to see. I
unfortunately-
want to see a mitigation plan.
Unfortunately,
at
I
the
would
end
say
of
that is the mindset of maybe 5% of the community.
Yeah, we need to get the community there.
Yeah. But anyways, if anyone works on compliance standards or anything, like, do your job better. Do better.
I mean, I just got another drink. What are we talking about? I'm hoping he's watching from home because I haven't seen him in person, but I'm hoping Vizzy shows up. We miss you.
Hey.
And we'd like to get you back. So before we do the closing ceremonies, we want to bring out Hiram and what has been more of the ridiculousness of this event. I don't know what he wants to talk about, but they're doing really interesting things that the AV community is kind of fascinated with. So, Jimbo, do you want to give him a mic?
Well, you asked me to come up here, so I didn't have anything prepared.
That's
beyond
okay. We
this.
didn't either.
And the Blazers from someplace in Asheville. It was brand new. And I saw it and I thought immediately Summercon.
Is it a store called Sequence?
So, I'm a camera operator. And as you can see, this is a camera on top of this helmet. I used to rollerblade in the 90s.
Half the planet!
And I have a thing with absurdity and, making things that are supposed to be simple more complicated because that's just way more interesting. I was working in my first startup ever, and then I got out of it because there were conflicting personalities. But it was in private 5G, CBRS, Citizens Band Radio, and I was working side by side with another company that does cellular encoders, and I have a cellular encoder from High Vision in my backpack right now, and that's what's doing all the magic, bonding the cellular signal and sending the video, and we've got about 500 millisecond. Yeah, about 5. But this is Dave over here, Dave Hankovic. He's here in his spare time.
Hey, Dave!
From High Vision, and he's a sales engineer there. And so when I said to him, Dave, I have this idea to put a stupid PTZ. So this is a PTZ camera. Everybody should probably. They're in all the boardrooms now, so I know everybody uses them. But these over here are actually good ones, and we use those for, actually they're nice ones. And this one is a kind of nice one. But it's much smaller than those, and I thought to myself, this is way dumber than a GoPro. Let's put this on the helmet. But what's really cool, though, is the encoder that's in the back. It has an IP tunnel, so you can do the remote camera control with it, which is pretty cool for you guys because you're all IT nerds, and we like connecting. Everything's IP these days, so this is all kind of correlates to the full Summercon thing experience. But anyway, that's it.
So like Hiram, I've got a couple of questions because when I was a CISO at Fox News, and during the first Trump administration, I happened to be. It was the first one. He Grover Cleveland us. All right. So the whole shift with mentality for the broadcast engineering folks was like a generational shift of they went from tape to disc, and that like going into IP was this big thing, and everything had to be wired. And I started thinking like, why can't I get like HDMI wirelessly into different rooms in my house and stuff like that? This seems like this is like you guys figured out a high throughput wireless, and that's fucking wild. Because the bandwidth on this stuff is incredible.
So Dave has an encoder in his hand right now. This is not something that is inexpensive. Okay. Yeah.
So like I don't want to understate like how big a deal I think some of this is. That like simplistically, like if you wanted to get your cable box to talk to other stuff in the house without wiring like coax or something else, like this seems huge.
Yeah, I mean, everyone hypes up private 5G, or they talk about 5G and like, oh, it's going to change everything. Right. And in the broadcast industry, actually, we're about to do that, and we're doing it right now. In fact, for the Olympics, they wanted to replace.
Do you want me to hold this?
Sure. You can be the Vanna White. Right.
He's drunk.
Yeah.
You're pretty when I'm drunk.
Yeah, so you can now send UHD signals, ultra low.
Vibrating. I don't know.
Those are the fans. Yeah, so you can send over private 5G or even just 5G a UHD like 4K signal at sub 100 milliseconds, and this will replace being able to have to run fiber lines and all the wired that you could go. You can now do it over private 5G.
It's convenient for a lot of instances, but you still want the security of copper, and there's also just the sort of. So I'm the sort of on-the-ground engineer that is like, oh,
there's a 50%
wireless.
tariff on copper now.
Well,
so this might be the cheapest thing. We don't have to tariff the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey. Yet.
But it's promise. I mean, we're
It's American air. And you can use it as much as you want. We're not gonna. We're not gonna be tariffing it. Well, we might tariff Chinese air, but not American air.
In any case, it's magic, and it is really cool. So.
I think we're just gonna tariff the metric system. Yeah. I think that's the solution. Yes.
Well. Any questions?
Yes.
For CBRS, you have to disclose like where you're going to be operating, like geographically. And Dave can back me up on this. To be honest with you, I'm not the IT person on that. I was just the sort of link to the AV world. But the CBRS is quite flexible. The thing with it is that right now not many people are using it, but it's sort of like, it's not like being Verizon and being able to have all of these bandwidths at your disposal that no one else can use. So if someone else could be operating in the same frequency as you in CBRS.
So they wouldn't run a "Can you hear me now" campaign.
Well, you could. Yeah, right.
That's
Right.
Verizon joke.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That was yeah.
I saw Bryson put his hand up, but I don't know if he was just waving at me. Was that a question? Okay, all right. I love you too, in a quasi-sexual way, I guess.
Once you put it all on, the Riz is up. Yeah. There's a high Riz bandwidth. Yes. So. Anyway.
Wait, did you say it's a high Riz camera?
High Riz bandwidth. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. So.
Yeah! Nobody beats the Wiz. So, all right, we're coming up on time.
How are we doing?
We have filled
a full day
yeah,
of presentations.
So
it is now time to bring out the ceremonial table.
So we have to get our Flip Cup teams up on stage. I believe Lewis and Colin were the captains for the respective teams.
Here they are.
I think Dino was going to be around, and then I saw him, and then he left, and I don't know. It's kind of a waiting for Godot with Dino at this point. But they've got the table coming out, and we'll be doing our annual closing ceremonies, and you're all invited to participate.
I don't think I have a team at all, so we're gonna.
All right, so
traditional Summercon fashion. No, we'll put it together.
So I'm gonna start putting a team together for you. I know I had one option. We were gonna get Samantha Davidson. So Sam, if you're out there,
Yeah, if you're
somebody wants to go get
Sam
Sam
out there.
Davidson.
We got a request for you on stage.
If he's not spoken for, maybe Brandon Edwards. We got to get Dino up here. I mean, Dino, are you part of the other team?
Yeah, which team you want to be on?
Okay, well then you get to fight Colin. Come on up. Yeah, come on up. Heidi, you're going to be part of Lewis's team.
There you go. Right, okay, good. Nice to meet you. Right, I suck at this. I practice for...
All right, so we're taking a vote. Do we want this as the background for the closing ceremonies, or this is the vote? Number one or number two? Overwhelmingly number one. Okay. Nice. All right. Get up here. You're going to be part of the team too. So Lewis has.
Can I be up here?
Yeah, whatever direction.
So you're on Team Lewis because Colin is supposed to be the other team. Where is Colin Mulliner and his team?
Monkey, throw this on the table back there.
If somebody could go outside and ask for Colin Mulliner. Colin!
There you are. Come on, Colin.
You
Come on.
beautiful German son of a bitch. Get on up here.
There you go. No.
So, Colin, have you put a team together? What?
Yeah,
Dino's not playing for you. You're the captain of the team. Dino's on Lewis's team.
I mean, if you're an alcoholic.
Well, Chris, get on up. Come on up. Come on up. Has anybody not played Flip Cup as a closing ceremony before that would like to join? Justin, come on up.
Yeah, your team coming.
Where's Sam Davidson or Shama Rose? Sam Davidson or Shama Rose? Looking for Sam Davidson and Shama Rose.
Blue team. Blue team. Blue team, go.
Somebody wants to yell outside for Sam Davidson or Shama Rose. We would love you to come inside.
Okay, yeah. So I'll be anchor. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'll be anchor.
Still missing a couple of spots. Sam Davidson, Shama Rose. Hey, Diane, would you like to play too?
All right.
I mean, there's no consequence if you lose. I mean,
Everybody ready? We ready to go?
Get up here and practice. Sam Davidson, Shama Rose, we would like you to come up to the stage. right, we've got. Let's see. We need.
I think we need beer up here.
With 7. So I think you guys got 6 on this side. You got 5. You need 2 more.
Okay.
And specifically, you need Sam Davidson and Shama Rhodes.
Who? All right.
That's all right. Sam Davidson and Shama Rose, come to the stage, please.
Come on. Come on. Let's get up on stage. Come on, Sam.
Sam Davidson and Shama Rose,
We
come
got
on up. What?
All right, guys. It's a competition. All right. You guys ready? All right.
Did
We're
Sam
gonna do
also leave? All right, they both left. Would you like to play? All right, well, then you're coming up. What's yours? Matt? You're going to be on that team. All right, so you've got one more, and you've got, all right, so that gets you guys to 5. So you're at 6.
I love
so we
this.
need one
This
more.
is so old school
Evan,
Summercon.
get on up here, buddy. Are we sure that, does anybody else want to play? All right, we got 6 on 6. That's a good old-fashioned, I believe it's called a soup kitchen. But,
Pour the buzzball, my God. Exactly.
all right.
Do we have beer here?
We're gonna get you guys beer, so hold on.
Yeah.
I think I used hard iced tea.
We forgot to get you guys beer.
There's some beer. What is
Do we have beer?
What beer we brought up?
It's like waking up in the future.
I think we need more beer.
That's like a thimble of
Because we didn't bring you beer, did we?
All right, you ready, team?
You've got a beer. We probably need a couple more beers.
We're
No? You're good on the beer. Okay. All right.
We have beer coming up.
All right.
Stay frosty. We're bringing it up.
All
We're
right,
bringing it
hold
up.
Hold on.
Okay, I will. Okay, of course.
What's going on, Chris? Would you like to participate? Don't hate, participate. Playa.
Starting on this side.
Star. Twinkle,
Yeah.
twinkle.
Yeah.
Twinkle, twinkle.
Yeah. Do all the
Come on,
cups
Bryce.
have beer? Do all the cups have beer?
You too, buddy.
You need a beer. Okay, we're working on getting it. We're working on getting beer. Here comes beer. Beer is here. Okay.
I think everybody knows the rules, but do we need to restate them?
I think that.
All right. So the question is, are we moving from left to right or right to left? All right. So we're starting on this side. Chris, you shouldn't start drinking yet. All right. So when we say go, you are going to drink your beer and then flip it over with the open end of the cup down. Once you do that, the next person will take over. So, and we'll do that. The first one to get to the end of the line wins.
Traditional boat race.
Are we ready to rumble?
Teams, are you ready?
All right. Don't dogfight on 3.
On your
right.
marks.
Get set.
Go!
The red team's in the lead at the moment. Can blue team catch up?
Fucking quiet. What the fuck?
They're
Come
doing
on,
a
let's
great
go.
job.
Cheer. Woo! Woo! Go! Go! Drink!
Did Dino squander the lead? I don't know.
It's off. Oh, it's not off. Holy fuck. Come on!
Coming down.
Woo!
Close the lead. It's
Flip the cup.
one-on-one. They're neck and neck.
Flip the cup! Flip it!
Neck
There
and
you go.
neck.
No! Oh, you got it, you got it, you got it!
It's a photo finish. Who's going to get it? Oh! Blue team for the win.
Sorry, that was really obnoxious of me.
Blue team for the win.
Blue, you're my boy, Blue. Blue, you're my boy.
He's an old Navy veteran that hangs around the store.
Well, congratulations this year to Team Blue. Team Red, you were right on the line. It almost happened. Colin, what happened out there?
Well, the cup was a little bit slippery, and so yeah.
Are
I suck.
Are you,
Well, you know-
accusing the other team of sabotage?
Oh yeah, there was definitely sabotage.
I see.
Strong words.
Hold up.
Strong words from a
That was
poor
some
loser.
bullshit. My man had only like a small amount of drink in that.
I see how it is.
Chris,
Let me tell you something. Some bullshit. I got some
Solid
stuff to say.
Talk a little
Solid
bit about this
opener.
victory.
I feel like that's on the rest of the team.
All right, I got to thank my team. We spent a whole lot of time putting this team together. It was a lot of work. It was a lot difficult. We've been training in the off season.
I think the AV team can probably do that.
I actually do like how this whole thing came together in such old school Summercon fashion of like last second, hey, who wants to give a presentation today? You want to be on the Flip Cup team? All right, anyway. Thank you, everybody. Rock and roll.
Congratulations to everyone.
So for people that have not been here for the last couple of years, we should point out that Lewis was one of the people that originally took over Summercon from. I'm sorry,
Hey, from like Eric Bloodaxe, I think, right? Okay. Yeah. Well,
and then he voluntold his brother Mark that he would be taking over Summercon after that.
Yeah.
But Lewis has been cycling across America and most of Europe for the last couple of years, and if you're not familiar with his face, he is one of the original stewards of Summercon. A beautiful face that it is.
We need to take this moment to thank all of you, our attendees, for making Summercon 2025 great. We still have plenty of program. Pizza, we got sneakers tonight. It's going to be amazing. DJ Gidget should be setting up in a little while, which will be.
Just don't get water on DJ Gidget or.
I don't actually. I don't think it works like that.
Oh, all right.
I don't know if you understand how humans work, but it's okay if she. Never mind. Anyway.
Wait, is this not the thing where they turn into monsters if you get water on them?
Those are gremlins.
I think Gidget was a gremlin.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, moving on. We're going to also thank our sponsors. One last time. Trail of Bits.
To Dan and the rest of the Trail of Bits team.
Virtue.
You are incredible, and we love you very much, and thank you again for the support. Virtue.
New York State. Atreides. Red 2. Etsy. Red Balloon. Collectors. Epsilon. Catalyst.
Yeah. Our silver
Bishop
sponsor.
Fox, who's presenting sneakers tonight.
North Pole, if you pooped your pants yesterday, they were responsible.
Okay, not everybody is lactose intolerant, John. John. Azaria Labs. Scorpion Labs. Yeah, John has a really big problem with lactose. And we had a vegan option for you, John.
I know, and that also produced a problem.
Triple Haven. Our elite tier sponsor, the old Brooklyn Hackers, in honor of Halal Paradise. The street meat is the way to go, by the way, when you're working on an exploit late at night, for sure. Let us not forget that Wiz provided a whole bunch of drinks last night, and we are greatly appreciative of that.
And we want them to help us out in future years, so.
True.
You should talk to the reps.
Yeah, Misha's right over here, by the way. So if you want to talk about your S3 buckets being world writable, that guy's going to help you.
I'd be more worried about the world readable.
World writable, though, is our business plan now.
You can store a lot of stuff in other people's places.
We salute you all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to point out that we already have dates booked for next year, and if you wish, you can buy your tickets right now at the discounted rate. If you search for Summercon 2026 on Eventbrite, you will find it. Save the dates, though, because we are going to be here.
And I should note, it is my understanding 5 people have already bought tickets, the first of which...
5?
Like Emily, who was the first person? Steve!
Steve has already bought the
Somebody named Steve already bought a ticket for next year. The first person.
Steve also bought the first ticket this year. I know exactly who Steve is, and I think he's getting an I Want You poster to take home with him. Because, Steve, we want you to be at SummerCon 2026. All right.
I think this is in the can, right?
Yep, that one's in the can.
There we go.
We're going to go collapse in the green room now. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at Sneakers.
All right, thank you all.
Tip your bartender, please. Tip your bartenders. Okay.
John.
I'll be there. That guy.
7? Yeah, okay.
Okay, sure you. Okay. Worst case scenario. Yes.
Make sure you're wearing clean socks.
All right. Good work, guys. Good work.